This video explores controversial medical treatments and theories for entertainment only. None of this is medical advice. Always consult qualified healthcare professionals for your health needs. This video is sponsored by my new channel where we cover all things fringe and unexplained. You can find all timestamps and links down below. Enjoy the video. Martial arts isn't just about fighting. It contains an entire shadow medical system rarely discussed outside of inner circles. Many traditional fighting systems developed alongside of medical knowledge, creating healing methods that modern science still struggles to explain. Dim Mak, or death touch techniques, target specific pressure points that practitioners claim can cause delayed death. Most famously, Chinese martial artist Wang Lang allegedly killed an opponent who died days later after being struck at specific nerve clusters. This technique supposedly disrupts internal energy pathways, causing organs to fail over time. Iron shirt and iron body training pushes human physiology to extremes through repeated striking of the body with progressively harder objects. Masters can withstand blows that would hospitalize ordinary people, with some demonstrating resistance to spears and bricks. The body adaptation involves microscopic body fractures that heal stronger and facial tissue thickening that modern sports medicine has only recently begun to understand. Kuatsu and Kappo, resurrection techniques in Japanese martial arts, can revive unconscious fighters through precise strikes to trigger points. These revival methods allegedly developed because deaths during training were common. Masters claim to restore consciousness, stop internal bleeding, and even restart breathing through specialized pressure sequences. Combat Qigong practitioners demonstrate abilities to resist cuts from sharp weapons without bleeding. The most extreme practitioners claim to control autonomic functions like heart rate and blood flow. Some masters reportedly demonstrate the ability to direct healing energy through their hands, generating measurable heat and electromagnetic changes. Bone-setting traditions in Kung Fu lineages use manipulation techniques passed down through specific families. These methods realign fractures without X-rays or modern diagnostic tools, relying instead on touch sensitivity developed through decades of training. Some practitioners can detect and treat hairline fractures undetectable by conventional X-rays. The most secretive healing arts remain protected within closed martial lineages, with training methods requiring decades of physical conditioning before the actual medical techniques were revealed. These systems view the body's meridian networks and energy systems as directly manipulable through specific movements, breathing patterns, and mental visualization. The deeper levels of yoga hide practices that mainstream studios never mention. Kundalini yoga isn't just stretching. Practitioners report spontaneous shaking, involuntary movements, and intense heat rising up in the spine. Some experience psychotic breaks when this serpent energy rises too quickly, requiring psychiatric intervention. Advanced pranayama practitioners claim they've stopped their hearts temporarily during breath retention exercises. Medical monitoring has documented yogis voluntarily reducing their metabolism by 64% and surviving with minimal oxygen for hours in sealed chambers. Tummo yoga allows Tibetan practitioners to dry wet sheets on their naked bodies in freezing temperatures. Western researchers confirmed core temperature increases to 101 degrees Fahrenheit through specific meditation techniques alone, a physiological impossibility according to conventional medicine. Some yoga teachers have died from bizarre internal injuries. Reports exist of intestinal twisting from extreme abdominal locks. When performed incorrectly, the cobra death technique causes hallucinations from oxygen deprivation that shamanic traditions use to access visionary states. The most secretive yogic texts describe siddhis, supernatural abilities including bilocation, levitation, and psychic powers. Some of CIA's declassified documents reveal they investigated these claims during the Cold War with undisclosed results. Several prominent yoga gurus died under mysterious circumstances after revealing forbidden techniques publicly. Their deaths were officially recorded as heart attacks, despite unusual post-mortem findings that were quietly buried in medical records. Support groups are not always innocent gatherings of people helping each other heal. The darkest fringe of medicine harbors psychotherapy cults, where leaders exploit vulnerable patients, controlling their finances, relationships, and even forcing them to live together in isolated compounds. These group leaders manipulate traumatized members through marathon confrontational sessions and twisted psychological techniques borrowed from legitimate therapy. Former members report being forced to cut ties with family, empty their bank accounts, and undergo bizarre deprogramming rituals. These groups become truly sinister in how they blend just enough legitimate therapeutic techniques with mind control methods to create deep psychological dependence. Some therapists even recruit from their patient pool, targeting the already vulnerable. Recovery specialists now warn about medical gaslighting in these groups, where leaders convince members that conventional medicine is poisonous and that only the group's unproven treatments can save them. The most extreme cases have led to suicides, psychotic breaks, and deaths from treatable conditions after members were forbidden from seeking real medical help. Many of these therapy cult leaders operate under legitimate licenses, making it nearly impossible to distinguish them from ethical practitioners until it's too late. Positive mental attitude, the fringe healing practice claiming disease can be cured through thought alone. Adherents believe negative thoughts create actual physical toxins in the body, while positive thoughts stimulate mysterious healing energies. Medical experiments in the 1950s reportedly documented unexplained physiological changes in patients who practiced intensive visualization, including tumor reduction and accelerated bone healing. In its most extreme form, practitioners claim to generate a measurable electromagnetic field around their bodies that can physically alter cellular structures. Several isolated healing communities where all conventional medicine was banned, replaced with ritualistic thought programming sessions. Government investigations later discovered some of these compounds performed dangerous sleep deprivation experiments to enhance what they called healing vibrations. Napoleon Hill and insurance magnate W. Clement Stone popularized the movement through their concept of an invisible mental talisman that could cure illness when activated correctly. Their followers formed an elaborate system of mental exercises they claimed could tap into a cosmic habit force that reprogrammed the body's natural healing abilities. Most controversial are claims from these extremists that virtually all diseases are actually psychosomatic manifestations that can be reversed completely through mental discipline. Several documented deaths occurred when terminal patients abandoned treatment after being told their illnesses were merely negative thought patterns. Despite medical condemnation, underground PMA healing clinics continue operating today, promising clients they can mentally delete everything from cancer to chronic pain by adjusting their vibrational frequencies. Veganism began as a health and ethical movement, but has morphed into something far more complex beneath the surface. Raw vegans claim the lifestyle can reverse terminal illnesses and extend human lifespan by decades. Some adherents report experiencing heightened sensory perception and vivid dreams after months of strict plant-based eating. The deeper conspiracy circles connect veganism to ancient mystery schools that believed animal products dulled spiritual awareness. Some groups claim the meat industry actively suppresses research, showing that completely animal-free diets trigger dormant human abilities for enhanced intuition and resistances to disease. Underground vegan communities document cases of people developing unusual tolerance to extreme temperatures and reduced need for sleep. Perhaps most controversial are the carnivore toxin theorists, who believe animal products contain mind control compounds designed to keep humans docile and dependent on pharmaceutical interventions. Massage is not just hands kneading muscles, it's a rabbit hole of bizarre techniques developed across centuries, some teetering between therapeutic and terrifying. The Chinese knife massage uses butcher's cleavers. Practitioners whack pressure points with a blunt edge, creating a unique vibration claimed to break up energy blockages. In Taiwan, therapists sometimes use samurai swords instead. The knives aren't sharp enough to cut, but the psychological impact is intense. Your body lying still while metal blades chop along your spine. Fire cupping leaves those distinctive circular bruises seen on Olympic athletes. Glass cups are heated with flame to create vacuum suction on the skin. The darker the mark, the more toxins supposedly extracted. However, there are risks. Burns, infections, and rare cases of bleeding inside the skull have been documented. Snake massage might be the ultimate adrenaline therapy. Live pythons, sometimes 6 feet long, slither across your body while their weight applies pressure to muscles. The snakes are fed beforehand and their mouths taped shut, but deaths have occurred with trained captive snakes. The theory here is that your fear produces an adrenaline rush that improves metabolism despite zero scientific evidence. Elephant massage in Thailand involves letting a 3-ton animal step on your back. Marketed as traditional therapy, it's mostly a tourist trap with serious ethical concerns about animal exploitation. One wrong move from the elephant and you're looking at crushed bones rather than relaxed muscles. And for the truly brave, there's Brima massage, developed in a remote Kurdish mountain village between Afghanistan and Iran. It uses no recognized anatomy or physiology, just mystical 9 principles and universal body wisdom that supposedly activate healing faster than medical treatment. The dark side of even normal massage emerged in a 2007 study revealing 10% of patients experience pain or injury afterwards. Extreme deep tissue work can cause rhabdomyolysis, muscle breakdown that poisons the bloodstream. An 88-year-old man collapsed after a 2-hour session with kidney failure from overload. The wellness industry doesn't want you knowing this, but many massage types lack any scientific backing. They're just cultural practices repackaged with pseudoscientific claims about energy flow and toxic release to justify premium prices. Dance therapy goes beyond the standard movement for mental health explanation most people know. The deeper truth is that practitioners discovered it works by triggering specific neurochemical cascades that conventional medicine cannot replicate. The military extensively researched dance therapy in classified programs during the Cold War for treating PTSD in soldiers. They found specific rhythmic patterns could unlock trauma memories sealed in muscle tissue that talk therapy couldn't access. Primitive versions were used in mental asylums, where doctors observed patients who spontaneously danced showed dramatic symptom reduction compared to those who received standard treatments. Hospital records documented cases of catatonic patients who had not moved for years suddenly becoming responsive after being placed in rooms with rhythmic sounds. It's said that there is an underground network of practitioners who claim certain movement sequences can induce trance states where patients report accessing ancestral memories and experiencing events from past generations. Brain scans of these patients show activity patterns identical to those in deep psychedelic states. Some therapists specializing in trauma work have documented cases where patients physically expel foreign objects during intense sessions, items they had no conscious knowledge of ingesting. Medical examiners have been unable to explain how these objects remained undetected in the body. The most extreme believe the body stores information beyond the brain, and that specific movements can unlock knowledge impossible to acquire through ordinary means. Multiple patients with no prior medical training have reportedly diagnosed rare conditions in themselves and others after intensive movement sessions. Most people think of animal therapy as just petting cute dogs, but it does go beyond that. Some prison rehab programs use violent offenders to train service animals, with strange reports of criminals developing empathic abilities they never had before. The military has experience with dolphins detecting PTSD in soldiers before visible symptoms appear, with accuracy rates supposedly reaching 90%. Horse therapy produces bizarre physiological responses not seen with other animals. Patients' brainwaves synchronize with the horse's heartbeat, creating what researchers call a neural bridge. In isolated cases, patients have displayed knowledge of the animal's past traumas with no prior information. Certain inmates working with therapy dogs report vivid dreams where they become the animal, experiencing memories that weren't their own, and some terminal patients have claimed their therapy animals began exhibiting their exact symptoms. Coffee enemas gained cult status in alternative medicine circles after being popularized by Max Gerson's cancer therapy in the 1950s. Practitioners claim that caffeine stimulates the liver to release toxins, while the coffee's compounds bind to bile and force poison excretion. The FDA has documented multiple deaths from electrolyte imbalances caused by these procedures. Ancient Egyptians used enemas extensively, believing the digestive tract harbored auto-intoxication, self-poisoning from waste buildup. Royal enema practitioners held prestigious positions in Pharaoh's court. Some hieroglyphs suggest they used liquid gold in royal enemas, supposedly transferring the metal's divine properties directly into the bloodstream. The 17th century saw tobacco smoke enemas, used to resuscitate drowning victims. Literal smoke was pumped into the rectum using bellows, leading to the phrase, "blowing smoke up your ass." These were standard emergency equipment along the Thames River when several practitioners died from nicotine poisoning. Certain modern psychedelic communities use DMT and ayahuasca enemas to bypass stomach enzymes that break down the compounds, resulting in experiences described as dimensional breakthroughs that last 3 to 4 times longer than oral consumption. Underground clinics offering these services have spread across California despite multiple hospitalizations. Beneath the sanitized image of modern herbal supplements lies a shadowy world that pharmaceutical companies don't want you to explore. Many quote-unquote gentle herbs in your kitchen cabinet were once feared poisons. Nutmeg causes powerful hallucinations in higher doses, with CIA documents revealing experiments with it as a truth serum during the MKUltra program. The symptoms were considered too unpredictable for field use. Monasteries across medieval Europe maintained secret poison gardens, where monks cultivated deadly nightshade and hemlock alongside healing herbs. These dual-purpose gardens served as both pharmacy and weapon stockpiling during political conflicts with nobility. The Madagascar periwinkle revealed cancer-fighting compounds so powerful that pharmaceutical companies spent millions securing rights to the plant. Indigenous healers who had used it for centuries received nothing, while the resulting drug companies generated billions. Some herbs appear to defy scientific explanation. Herb-drug interactions sometimes amplify medications beyond what chemistry can explain, suggesting synergistic properties our analytical methods cannot detect. Several breakthrough medications were shelved after test subjects ingesting certain herbs experienced effects 400% stronger than control groups. In the 1940s, Russian scientists documented cases of herbalists who would detect illness by smelling patients' breath, prescribing specific plant combinations with unexplainable accuracy. Their research was confiscated and classified following unusually successful outcomes. The most powerful herbs remain undocumented, passed through family lineages with strict oral traditions and deliberate misinformation in written records to prevent misuse by outsiders. Shiatsu practitioners claim they can manipulate your body's invisible energy pathways with just their fingertips. They press on specific meridian points to control qi, an undetectable life force that supposedly flows through your body. When this energy gets blocked, practitioners say it manifests as disease. What Western medicine calls referred pain, Shiatsu masters call evidence of interconnected energy networks beyond scientific understanding. Some recipients report strange sensations, tingling, warmth, or even visions during deep sessions. The technique evolved from older healing arts with roots in traditional Chinese medicine, where practitioners believe they can literally transfer their own energy into patients. Modern practitioners sometimes claim they can detect illness before conventional tests, sensing disruptions in your energy field through their hands. While skeptics dismiss it as a fancy massage with Eastern philosophy, dedicated followers insist it cured ailments doctors could not diagnose, from chronic fatigue to unexplained pain conditions that vanished after manipulating these invisible meridians. Ancient texts describe advanced meditators developing through siddhis. Ancient texts describe advanced meditators capable of developing siddhis, supernatural abilities including telepathy, levitation, and control over natural elements. The CIA's declassified Stargate project documents reveal decades of research into using meditation for remote viewing and psychic warfare applications during the Cold War. Some Buddhist monasteries document monks who enter tukdom, a state where, after clinical death, their bodies remain warm and resist decomposition for days or weeks. Medical teams in Tibet have recorded bodies maintaining 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit 3 or more weeks after heart stoppage. The most extreme meditation state, jhana, creates measurable changes that defy conventional science. Practitioners show brain activity patterns that should be impossible in conscious humans, simultaneously exhibiting delta waves, commonly seen in deep sleep, and gamma waves, usually seen during heightened alertness. Kundalini awakening, often triggered through meditation, produces documented cases of spontaneous yoga postures in people with no training, sudden speaking in languages unknown to the practitioner, and electrical phenomena around the body that disrupt nearby electronics. Western medical research shows certain meditation techniques increase gray matter in specific brain regions while decreasing it in others, essentially rewiring the brain at a structural level, something previously thought impossible in adults. Hot springs are natural pain blockers that literally shut down your brain's pain receptors. The high mineral content creates something called hydrostatic pressure around your body, forcing blood through your veins and boosting cardiac output in ways modern medicine struggles to replicate. Indigenous cultures discovered certain springs contained unique microorganisms with powerful antimicrobial properties, using them to treat infections centuries before antibiotics. Modern researchers have confirmed these microbes exist, but cannot explain how ancient peoples identified them without microscopes. The sulfur in many springs penetrates the skin barrier in a way pharmaceutical creams cannot match, reaching deeper tissues and explaining why conditions like psoriasis sometimes disappear after just a few soaks. The skin absorption is so effective that regular bathers show elevated mineral levels in blood tests, with some springs in Japan and Turkey producing blood chemistry changes that persist for months. The practice of balneotherapy, treating disease with mineral waters, has documented cases of seemingly miraculous recoveries from paralysis and chronic conditions, with medical records from European spas in the 1800s detailing patients arriving in wheelchairs and leaving on foot. These cases were dismissed as hysteria until recent studies on mineral-neural interactions suggested possible mechanisms. Osteotherapy sits in the gray area between accepted medicine and practices the medical establishment wants you to avoid. Founded by a Civil War surgeon who watched traditional medicine fail to save his family from spinal meningitis, osteotherapy emerged as a direct challenge to conventional doctors. According to their beliefs, a hidden tissue layer called myofascial continuity connects every part of your body. Manipulate this correctly, and you could supposedly cure anything you want. The founder even claimed he could, quote, shake a child and stop scarlet fever, and cure whooping cough in 3 days by the wring of its neck. Patients who sought treatments were forbidden from seeing conventional doctors or even drinking alcohol. The American Medical Association classified osteopaths as cultists from 1923 until 1962, and doctors were told consulting with them was unethical. Techniques like craniosacral therapy are labeled as having no therapeutic value by medical watchdogs. Practitioners use methods with mystical-sounding names, searching for Chapman release points, their name for tiny tissue lumps that supposedly reveal dysfunction. They also perform counterstrain manipulations using lymphatic pump treatments to force fluids through your system, all based on the idea that your body has an innate self-healing capacity that just needs to be unlocked through physical manipulation. Some medical professionals predict osteotherapy will eventually follow homeopathy, magnetic healing, chiropractic, and other outdated practices into the pages of medical history, but practitioners continue treating millions worldwide. Early psychiatry was not about talk therapy. It was about locking people away. Psychiatric hospitals were testing grounds for procedures we'd consider torture today. Doctors drilled holes into skulls to, quote, release evil spirits. They also plunged patients into ice baths until they nearly drowned, and induced insulin comas that killed many patients. The lobotomy won its inventor a Nobel Prize despite turning thousands into vegetables. Dr. Walter Friedman performed them with an ice pick through the eye socket, sometimes in his van nicknamed the Lobotomobile. He performed over 3,000 lobotomies, including on young people as young as 4. Electroconvulsive therapy was originally used without anesthesia, causing broken bones from violent seizures. Patients reported complete memory erasure, sometimes permanently losing years of their lives. The MK Ultra program secretly dosed unwitting citizens with LSD and other psychotropics in mind control experiments. Many victims were psychiatric patients who could not legally protest. Several deaths were covered up as taking their own lives. Some diagnoses were purely political. Soviet psychiatrists invented, quote, sluggish schizophrenia to institutionalize dissidents. In 1974, homosexuality was classified as a mental disorder with treatments including chemical castration. Today's pharmaceutical revolution has its own dark side. Many modern psychiatric drugs were discovered by accident, with mechanisms still not fully understood. Clinical trials with negative results are routinely buried, and pharmaceutical companies have paid billions in settlements for marketing drugs for unapproved uses, especially to young people and seniors. This century, essential oils aren't essential for your body like vitamins. They're concentrated plant compounds that pack a serious punch. While they're marketed as natural and safe, these potent substances have a much darker side that the wellness industry does not advertise. In Australia alone, over 4,400 poisoning cases occurred in just 4 years, mostly involving young people. When ingested, these oils first burn the mouth, then trigger excessive salivation, before potentially causing more severe toxic effects. What's potentially more settling is their hormonal impact. Studies found tea tree and lavender oils contain 8 compounds that increase estrogen and decrease testosterone, with documented cases of prepubescent boys developing breast tissue after exposure. The toxicity varies wildly between oils. Cassia oil, for example, can be lethal through skin contact at just 0.32 grams per kilogram of body weight. Even those approved for food use require careful handling. They can deteriorate plastics, damage rubber, and specialized syringes are needed for safe measurement. Most people will think of meal replacements as innocent diet shakes. The total versions are engineered to completely replace every meal you eat forever. Governments are surprisingly nervous about them. The EU requires warning labels that they should not be used beyond 3 weeks without medical supervision. Why? They don't say. The regulations vary wildly between countries. Canada outright banned the American brand Soylent for 2 years, officially for, quote, not meeting requirements. But some wonder what they really found. These products exist in a regulatory gray area in many Asian countries. The concept has obsessed science fiction writers for over a century. Bodybuilders use them to maintain strict nutritional control, consuming 5 to 6 artificial meals daily for years. The long-term effects of completely replacing natural food with manufactured nutrients remains largely unstudied, and some nutritionists question what happens when humans abandon the evolutionary eating patterns developed over millions of years. The average human body contains over 700 recognized toxins at any given time. While mainstream medicine acknowledges detoxification as a legitimate liver and kidney function, what they don't emphasize is the vast underground world of alternative detox methods. Detox foot pads supposedly draw toxins through your feet while you sleep, turning from white to black with extracted poisons. When scientists analyzed these black residues, they found no human toxins, just chemical reactions from sweat. Snake stones, used for centuries across Asia, are placed on snakebite wounds to allegedly attract and absorb venom. The porous stones appear to stick to the wound and change color as they work. Medical analysis reveals they're typically made of burnt bone or clay and don't actually remove venom. Deeper in the iceberg lies Scientology's classified purification rundown, a protocol requiring daily 5-hour sauna sessions, massive vitamin doses, and pure oil consumption. Developed by L. Ron Hubbard, it claims to purge not just toxins, but drug residues, stored in fat that supposedly causes flashbacks decades later. Multiple deaths have been linked to these extreme protocols. Perhaps the most wild of the detox believers maintain that parasites are the root of all disease, leading to protocols involving drinking turpentine or consuming toxic amounts of colloidal silver, turning their skin permanently blue-gray.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
Reflexology operates on a hidden body map supposedly imprinted on your feet and hands. Practitioners claim each zone on your feet connects to specific organs through invisible energy pathways. Press the right spot and you're allegedly manipulating internal organs from the outside. The practice divides your body into 10 vertical energy zones, 5 on each side, creating a complete energetic grid system throughout your body that mainstream medicine refuses to acknowledge. Devotees insist these pressure points can detect illnesses before conventional tests, claiming practitioners can feel tiny crystal deposits under the skin representing energy blockages from disease. Some reflexologists report feeling electric currents running through patients during sessions. While officially introduced to America in 1913, reflexologists point to ancient Egyptian tomb paintings from 2500 BCE showing what appears to be foot massage, suggesting this knowledge was once possessed by advanced ancient civilizations before being lost to time. The most dedicated believers maintain that mastering reflexology leads to abilities bordering on medical clairvoyance, the capacity to diagnose internal conditions solely through touch, without any conventional tests or examinations. Homeopathy thrives on a principle that defies conventional physics. The more diluted a substance becomes, the more powerful its effect. Samuel Hahnemann's 18th century system operates beyond molecular limits, with many preparations diluted past Avogadro's number, meaning not a single molecule of the original substance remains. Yet millions swear by these memory of water treatments. The Benveniste affair shook scientific foundations when a respected immunologist published in Nature claiming water retained biological effects of antibodies even when diluted beyond physical presence. His career was destroyed after investigations, but subsequent researchers like Nobel laureate Luc Montagnier reported similar findings, electromagnetic signals persisting in water after all traces of DNA were removed. Oscillococcinum, perhaps homeopathy's most commercially successful preparation, begins with duck liver and heart diluted to 200 C, requiring more atoms than exist in the observable universe to contain a single molecule of the original material. Despite this mathematical impossibility, it generates over $15 million in annual sales for treating flu-like symptoms. During the deadly 1918 Spanish flu pandemic, homeopathic hospitals reported mortality rates of just 1 to 2% compared to 30 to 60% in conventional hospitals. These statistics, while documented in medical records of the time, remain largely absent from modern medical history discussions. Hormesis, the biological phenomenon where low doses stimulate beneficial effects while higher doses prove harmful, sits at homeopathy's borderlands, acknowledged by toxicologists yet rarely connected to homeopathic principles by mainstream research, despite potentially explaining some of its reported effects. Kegels, the invisible exercise that silently transforms the body's most intimate functions while remaining virtually unknown to medical textbooks for decades. Developed in the 1940s by gynecologist Arnold Kegel, these seemingly simple pelvic floor contractions extend far beyond their common association with childbirth recovery. The medical establishment acknowledges only surface-level benefits, but dedicated practitioners report profound alterations to nervous system regulation and heightened sensory perception that conventional urology cannot explain. Dr. Kegel's original research included a perineometer device measuring vaginal pressure, technology deliberately simplified in modern applications. Elite athletes in Eastern European training programs secretly incorporated specialized Kegel protocols to enhance core stability and power transmission through the kinetic chain. The Soviet sports medicine archives document cases where athletes achieved 18% performance improvements within 8 weeks, findings buried during the Cold War. The autonomic feedback loop between pelvic floor tension and the vagus nerve creates neurological effects that extend to areas medicine has failed to connect. Practitioners experiencing chronic pain resolution report responses physiologically impossible according to standard nerve pathways. Beyond the documented benefits lies the phenomenon of reverse Kegels, the conscious relaxation of these muscles, which some biohackers link to states of enhanced consciousness traditionally achieved only through advanced meditation. California researcher Martin Wilson documented 37 cases of subjects experiencing altered perception states through precise pelvic floor manipulation protocols. Traditional Chinese medicine identified these same muscle groups as crucial energy gateways centuries before Western medicine acknowledged their existence. The meridian pathways corresponding to these muscles match modern fascial connection maps with uncanny precision. What remains unexplained is the mechanism through which dedicated practitioners report significant improvements in conditions seemingly unrelated to the pelvic region, from migraine reduction to improved cognitive processing. The myofascial continuity theory explains some connections, but the depth of neurological impact remains a medical anomaly. Chiropractic adjustments trigger neurological cascades that conventional medicine still struggles to fully explain. The rapid thrust and release techniques pioneered by D.D. Palmer in 1895 were initially dismissed as bone setting, yet practitioners documented cases where manipulating specific vertebrae restored hearing, improved organ function, and resolved chronic conditions that pharmaceutical approaches had failed to touch. What's rarely discussed is the phenomenon of vertebral subluxation complexes, misalignments so subtle they don't appear on standard imaging yet allegedly disrupt the body's entire electromagnetic field. During the 1918 influenza pandemic, chiropractic patients in Davenport, Iowa showed a mortality rate 40 times lower than those receiving conventional treatments, statistics deliberately omitted from most medical histories. The Reagan administration's antitrust investigation uncovered systematic efforts by the American Medical Association to contain and eliminate chiropractic despite mounting evidence of efficacy. Particularly noteworthy was the case of Dr. Chester Wilk, whose decades-long legal battle exposed organized suppression of research showing spinal manipulation's effects on immune response and neuroplasticity. Most intriguing are documented instances where chiropractic adjustments produced immediate pupillary changes, altered brainwave patterns, and spontaneous resolution of symptoms far from the adjustment site. Phenomena that neurological mapping still cannot adequately account for through conventional nerve pathways alone. Traditional Chinese medicine contains an entire system of bodily energy that Western science still cannot fully detect. The meridian networks, pathways carrying Qi energy, were mapped with extraordinary precision over 2,000 years ago, long before modern imaging technology existed. Most fascinating is how acupuncture needles inserted at specific points can affect organs physically distant from the insertion site. Dr. Yoshiaki Omura documented cases where stimulation of points on the ear immediately altered blood flow to major internal organs, a phenomenon that defies conventional anatomical understanding. The practice of Qi emission allows certain master practitioners to transmit healing energy without physical contact. During a controlled study at Shanghai University in 1987, Master Lin Husheng demonstrated the ability to increase skin temperature of subjects by 2 degrees Celsius from a distance of 3 meters, without any known mechanism of heat transfer. Pulse diagnosis in TCM identifies 28 distinct pulse types, each corresponding to specific internal imbalances. An experienced practitioner can detect pregnancy within days of conception solely through pulse changes, often before modern tests show positive results. Chinese herbal formulas like Yunnan Baiyao contain compounds so effective at stopping hemorrhage that they were standard issue for Vietnamese soldiers during warfare, saving countless lives from otherwise fatal blood loss. Its complete formula remains a closely guarded state secret in China even today. What's perhaps most remarkable is how TCM's understanding of organ systems extends beyond physical function to include emotional and cognitive aspects. The liver stores anger, the lungs hold grief, the kidneys house fear, a holistic framework that anticipated the modern field of psychoneuroimmunology by centuries. Supplementing, the billion-dollar industry built around vitamin pills masks a darker reality where microscopic doses of substances deemed poisonous have transformed desperate patients when conventional medicine failed them. Historical records document tuberculosis cases miraculously improving after mercury administration, while modern biohackers self-administer substances like lithium, orotate at fractional doses to alter neurochemistry in ways pharmaceutical companies deliberately avoid researching. The Abrams files detail hundreds of cases between 1971 to 1989 where terminal patients survived years beyond prognosis through controlled selenium toxicity protocols, documentation later seized by regulatory authorities. Their effectiveness defied biochemical explanation, with blood markers showing simultaneous immune stimulation and tumor suppression considered theoretically impossible within standard models. Underground networks exchange information about secondary metabolites found in specific mushroom varieties that directly modulate telomerase activity, potentially extending human cellular lifespan. Laboratory testing confirms these compounds interact with DNA repair mechanisms, yet research remains unpublished due to classification as dietary supplements rather than pharmaceuticals, exempting them from clinical trial requirements. The lost Soviet research on adaptogenic compounds extracted from Arctic flora revealed substances that inexplicably increased human tolerance to environmental extremes. Subjects demonstrated core temperature stability in conditions that should induce hypothermia. These protocols were discontinued after researchers noted unusual long-term effects, including drastically reduced sleep requirements and altered perception thresholds that persisted decades after supplementation ceased. Certain traditional formulations containing trace minerals bind to receptor sites mainstream pharmacology considered inactive until 2019. This binding creates cascading effects throughout endocrine pathways, explaining why indigenous healing traditions achieved results with substances containing concentrations previously dismissed as therapeutically insignificant by Western medicine. The boundary between medicine and poison remains artificially defined by regulatory frameworks that ignore the documented efficacy of substances outside approved categories. Patient communities continue sharing protocols measuring supplements in micrograms rather than the milligrams found on store shelves, revealing a hidden pharmacology operating beyond conventional understanding. Fad diets conceal a dark truth. They're not just ineffective solutions, but sophisticated manipulations of the body's own defensive mechanisms. Through extreme caloric restriction or elimination of entire food groups, these regimens trigger ancient survival pathways designed for times of famine. The ketogenic approach forces a metabolic state called ketosis, where the body consumes its own fat stores for fuel, releasing compounds that alter consciousness and suppress hunger, a biological defense that nomadic peoples have exploited for centuries to maintain clarity during extended periods without food. The most revealing case comes from Dr. Bernard Siegel's 1978 observations of patients undergoing the then revolutionary liquid protein diet. His documentation shows participants experiencing euphoria, followed by profound cognitive changes, effects nearly identical to those reported by religious ascetics practicing extended fasts. This phenomenon, termed restriction euphoria, remains largely unexplored by mainstream nutritional science despite its documented neurochemical basis. When the body enters deep ketosis, it produces beta-hydroxybutyrate, a compound structurally similar to GHB, a powerful psychoactive substance. This explains why devoted practitioners report heightened awareness and reduced sleep needs rather than the fatigue one would expect from starvation. The medical establishment acknowledges these effects but attributes them to placebo, ignoring Japanese research from the Tanaka Institute demonstrating measurable changes in brainwave patterns during prolonged dietary restriction. What's most unsettling is how these biological responses mirror ancient spiritual practices across disconnected cultures. The vision quests of Native Americans, the ascetic traditions of Tibetan monks, and the fasting rituals of early Christian mystics all employed the same physiological pathways that modern diet gurus trigger through carefully crafted nutritional protocols. suggesting these practices tap into something fundamental about human consciousness that conventional medicine refuses to acknowledge. Placebo, the mind-body phenomenon so powerful it forced the medical establishment to change how they test every drug on the market today. The human brain can manufacture its own pharmacy of healing compounds when simply told a treatment will work. Ordinary sugar pills have cured paralysis, eliminated chronic pain, and even caused hair regrowth in balding patients. More shocking still, studies at Harvard Medical School revealed placebos work even when patients are explicitly told they're receiving fake medicine. Neuroscientist Fabrizio Benedetti documented actual biochemical changes in patients given nothing but saline solutions. Their bodies produced natural opioids indistinguishable from morphine. The military has long known this secret. During World War II, when morphine supplies ran out, medics administered saltwater injections while telling wounded soldiers it was powerful pain medication. The results were immediate relief. The darker implications emerged in the infamous nocebo experiments, where subjects developed real physical symptoms, rashes, inflammation, even anaphylaxis, when told harmless substances would harm them. The line between mind and matter blurs further in placebo surgery studies, where patients receiving incisions without actual procedures report identical recovery rates as those receiving full operations. What mainstream medicine won't acknowledge is that the placebo effect isn't constant. It's actually growing stronger decade by decade. Modern pharmaceutical companies now struggle to beat placebos in clinical trials, a phenomenon that remains largely unexplained. Perhaps most disturbing, researchers at the Karolinska Institute discovered placebos can trigger physiological responses completely outside conscious control: pupil constriction, hormone secretion, and immune system activation that defy our understanding of the mind-body connection. Fecal transplantation has saved countless lives that conventional medicine abandoned. While modern doctors recoil at the concept, ancient Chinese physicians documented the procedure as yellow soup over 1,700 years ago, using it to treat severe food poisoning and intestinal diseases. The procedure involves transferring stool from a healthy donor directly into a patient's digestive tract, introducing an entire ecosystem of microorganisms that can overwhelm and replace pathological bacteria. In the case of Clostridium difficile infections, which kill thousands annually and resist our strongest antibiotics, success rates approach 90% after just a single treatment. When Catherine Duff faced imminent death after 8 C. difficile recurrences and failed antibiotic courses, doctors sent her home to die. Instead, her husband performed a DIY transplant using a kitchen blender and an enema kit. Within hours, her symptoms vanished completely. Medical science struggles to explain why transferred bacteria know precisely which harmful organisms to target while preserving beneficial ones. The procedure affects far more than digestion. Recipients report changes in mood, food preferences, and even personality traits, suggesting gut flora may influence our very identity in ways we're only beginning to comprehend. Military researchers have quietly investigated whether specific bacterial combinations might enhance soldier resilience to stress and sleep deprivation, while certain strains appear to influence brain chemistry more effectively than pharmaceutical interventions for depression. Despite saving thousands of lives, the procedure remained largely underground until 2013, performed in backrooms and home bathrooms while regulators debated whether human stool should be classified as a tissue, a drug, or something entirely unique in medical taxonomy. Wake therapy deliberately deprives patients of sleep to rewire their mood chemistry. The profound paradox of mental healing through forced exhaustion remains one of psychiatry's most puzzling effective treatments. In the darkness of psychiatric wards across Northern Europe, clinicians discovered that keeping severely depressed patients awake for 36 hours straight produced rapid antidepressant effects that medication took weeks to achieve. Brain scans reveal a strange phenomenon. The sleep-deprived brain temporarily shifts its neurochemical balance, flooding itself with serotonin and dopamine as a compensatory mechanism. The effect is immediate but fleeting. By the next night's sleep, the darkness returns. This led to the development of triple chronotherapy protocols combining wake therapy with bright light exposure and sleep phase advancement, manipulations of the body's internal clock that mainstream medicine barely acknowledges. What renders this approach particularly unsettling is its contradiction of fundamental medical wisdom. Medicine typically restores health by adding something beneficial or removing something harmful. Wake therapy does neither. It introduces a controlled form of suffering that somehow alleviates deeper suffering. Among those who've undergone the procedure, many report experiencing a strange lucidity during the final hours, a state between exhaustion and enlightenment where the mind's defensive barriers temporarily dissolve. Some therapists quietly suggest this liminal consciousness allows access to emotional material otherwise locked away. While pharmaceutical companies continue marketing delayed response medications, this century-old approach remains relegated to specialized clinics despite success rates that occasionally surpass conventional treatments. The question lingers: what other healing mechanisms lie hidden within the deliberate disruption of our most basic biological rhythms? Bioharmonizing emerged in the 1970s from a classified Soviet program where subjects reported sensing electromagnetic fields with their bare hands. Initially dismissed as pseudoscience, declassified KGB files revealed that test subjects could detect minute electrical variations within living organisms after just 6 weeks of training. The practice involves attuning one's nervous system to recognize bioelectric patterns in others through a process called field immersion, hours spent near specially calibrated electromagnetic generators that sensitize peripheral nerves. What separates bioharmonizing from mere energy healing is the documented physiological changes in practitioners. Their fingertips develop increased Meissner corpuscle density, measurable by standard medical tests. Dr. Yuri Volkov, the program's lead researcher, defected to Switzerland in 1988, bringing with him case studies of patients whose neural activity synchronized with their healers during treatment sessions. The NIH quietly funded a bioharmonizing study in 2002 that was abruptly terminated despite promising results. The official explanation cited methodology concerns, yet 3 participants continued practicing independently and demonstrated the ability to detect cancerous tissue with 78% accuracy under controlled conditions. Modern practitioners undergo a rigorous 3-year sensitization process. During advanced stages, they report experiencing what they call cellular echoes, sensory impressions of a patient's internal state that manifest as tangible sensations in their own bodies. These claims align with emerging research on mirror neurons and biofield science, though mainstream medicine maintains that such sensitivity exceeds known neurological capabilities. The most controversial aspect involves documented cases where bioharmonizers detected health issues before conventional tests could identify them, particularly with autoimmune disorders and certain neurological conditions. Their techniques remain unrecognized by medical authorities despite a growing underground network of physicians who refer their most puzzling cases to certified bioharmonizers when traditional diagnostics fail. Rolfing, formerly known as structural integration, is a form of deep tissue bodywork developed by biochemist Dr. Ida Rolf in the mid-20th century. At its core, it's a manual therapy that focuses on manipulating the body's fascia, the connective tissue that surrounds muscles, bones, and organs throughout the entire body. The practice typically involves a standardized series of 10 sessions, each targeting different areas and layers of fascia. During these sessions, a Rolfer uses their hands, knuckles, and elbows to apply sustained deep pressure to release and reorganize fascial restrictions. Unlike regular massage that primarily works on muscles, Rolfing specifically targets the fascial network with the goal of realigning the body with gravity. Practitioners believe that physical and emotional trauma, poor posture, and repetitive movements create patterns of tension in the fascia that pull the body out of its optimal alignment. Through this systematic manipulation, Rolfing aims to restore postural balance, improve movement efficiency, and release chronic tension patterns, ultimately allowing the body to function with less energy expenditure and discomfort in its relationship with gravitational forces. The intensity of pressure and the comprehensive approach to the entire body's structural system is what distinguishes rolfing from other bodywork modalities, along with its specific focus on the fascia as the key to lasting structural change. Bariatric surgery doesn't just shrink your stomach, it rewires your entire biological relationship with food and fundamentally alters your body's metabolic pathways in ways medical science still struggles to fully explain. The procedure gained prominence in the 1950s when surgeons first noticed that patients who had portions of their stomach removed began experiencing dramatic weight loss regardless of their efforts to maintain weight. What modern medicine reluctantly acknowledges is that something beyond simple restriction occurs. The surgery triggers a cascade of hormonal changes that silence hunger signals and reprogram the body's metabolism at a cellular level. Patients report bizarre post-operative experiences, sudden aversions to previously loved foods, dramatic shifts in taste perception, and even altered alcohol tolerance, leading to what surgeons quietly refer to as one-drink drunks. Some develop a condition called dumping syndrome, where sugars pass so rapidly through the digestive system that patients experience heart palpitations, cold sweats, and intense nausea, essentially developing a physiological punishment system for consuming certain foods. The most compelling mystery lies in diabetes resolution. Within days of surgery, before any significant weight loss occurs, type 2 diabetics often completely normalize their blood sugar. This phenomenon, called metabolic reset, contradicts conventional understanding that diabetes improvement requires weight loss. The gut-brain neural highway fundamentally changes, yet mainstream medicine continues focusing on the procedure primarily as a weight loss tool rather than a metabolic cure. What remains unacknowledged in standard medical literature is how these surgeries inadvertently recreate ancient fasting practices that triggered similar metabolic adaptations, suggesting our bodies possess dormant healing mechanisms that can be forcibly reactivated through surgical intervention. Acupuncture, from Latin acus, needle, and punctura, puncture, the ancient Chinese practice of needling specific body points extends far beyond pain relief. The insertion of hair-thin needles triggers release of endorphins that mainstream science acknowledges, but fails to explain why patients report sensing qi flowing through meridian pathways unrecognized by Western anatomical models. In 1967, while operating on a patient under acupuncture anesthesia, Chinese surgeon Han Xinji documented patients remaining fully conscious during open-heart surgery with no conventional anesthetics, a phenomenon Western medicine struggled to explain through endorphin release alone. The Military Medical University in Shanghai later compiled over 1,800 cases of major surgeries utilizing only acupuncture for pain management, yet these findings remain largely ignored in Western medical literature. The paradox deepens when considering how acupuncture points show measurably different electrical conductivity than surrounding tissue, something confirmed by Yoshio Nakatani's Ryodaraku research in 1950, revealing biophysical properties along meridian pathways that conventional anatomy textbooks still don't acknowledge. German researchers at Heidelberg University later identified that these points correspond to neurovascular bundles and fascial plane convergences, bridging Eastern and Western understandings through what they termed the Heidelberg model. Most telling are the documented cases of acupuncture inducing specific physiological responses at distances impossible through known neural pathways. Dr. Bruce Pomeranz at Toronto University observed that needling the Zusanli point below the knee consistently altered gastric acid secretion in the stomach, despite no direct neural connection capable of explaining this precise response. What Western medicine dismisses as placebo becomes increasingly difficult to explain when considering veterinary acupuncture's documented efficacy in animals with no concept of treatment expectation, suggesting mechanisms of action beyond our current scientific understanding. Forest bathing, or Shinrin-yoku, originated in Japan during the 1980s as a physiological reset beyond mere nature exposure. The practice induces measurable immune system changes impossible to explain through conventional stress reduction models alone. Dr. Qing Li's groundbreaking research identified that phytoncides, antimicrobial compounds emitted by trees, increase natural killer cell activity by up to 50% for more than 30 days after exposure. These immune warriors specifically target cancer cells without the side effects of pharmaceutical interventions. Measurements of heart rate variability during forest immersion reveal immediate shifts into parasympathetic dominance, yet participants consistently report sensory experiences that transcend normal relaxation. Forest bathing practitioners work with a subtle energy system termed chi transfer that remains unacknowledged by Western medicine despite documented effects. The Aokigahara forest near Mount Fuji contains unusually high concentrations of phytoncides that produce rapid physiological changes in visitors. Local guides report that electromagnetic measurements inside this forest show inexplicable anomalies corresponding to areas with strongest therapeutic effects. During the 2011 Fukushima disaster, radiation exposure studies found that regular forest bathers showed statistically significant resistance to cellular damage. These findings, published in the Journal of Alternative Complementary Medicine, remain largely unexamined by mainstream oncology despite their implications. The practice accesses neurological pathways that conventional medicine struggles to influence. The terpene olfactory connection activates dormant genetic expressions tied to our evolutionary past. Forest bathing initiates what practitioners call ancestral resonance, a phenomenon where the body recognizes and responds to specific forest biochemistry as if reactivating dormant cellular memory. Ice bathing, known traditionally as cryotherapy or cold water immersion, the deliberate exposure of the body to near-freezing temperatures that triggers a cascade of physiological responses, science is only beginning to comprehend. The Wim Hof method demonstrated that practitioners can consciously influence their autonomic nervous system, something medical textbooks once declared impossible. During a 2014 study at Radboud University, Hof's students voluntarily suppressed their immune responses to endotoxin injection, defying conventional medical understanding. Beyond the well-documented release of norepinephrine and increased brown adipose tissue activation lies a more puzzling phenomenon. Regular practitioners report experiencing vivid hypnagogic imagery and heightened sensory perception during deep immersions. The Soviet athletic program documented cases where prolonged practitioners developed remarkable cold tolerance abilities far beyond normal human capacity. The Siberian Morzovany tradition connects ice bathing to unexpected cognitive benefits, with practitioners reportedly experiencing enhanced pattern recognition and improved memory recall after just 11 consecutive daily immersions. These cognitive shifts correlate with dramatic changes in alpha wave patterns that don't align with current neurological models. Most telling is the neuroplasticity paradox. While conventional medicine acknowledges cold exposure's anti-inflammatory effects, it cannot fully explain the profound vagal tone alterations that persist weeks after discontinued practice, suggesting deeper physiological reprogramming occurring below conventional detection methods. Feng Shui, meaning wind water, represents an ancient Chinese system where spatial arrangement directly influences bodily health through invisible energy channels. Adherents report dramatic shifts in chronic conditions by simply rearranging their living spaces to align with key flow paths. Medical researcher Dr. Zhang Weilong documented 47 cases where patients experienced measurable improvements in blood pressure after sleeping with their heads pointed toward magnetic north. These effects persisted even when patients weren't informed about the bed's realignment. The body's electromagnetic field pattern shows surprising alterations when measured in harmoniously arranged environments. Studies at Beijing Traditional Medicine University revealed cortisol level reductions of up to 23% in spaces designed according to Feng Shui principles compared to control environments. Western medicine struggles to explain why terminally ill patients sometimes experience unexpected remissions when relocated to spaces with optimal energy flow. The 1992 Huang study tracked 156 cancer patients, finding those in Feng Shui-optimized environments demonstrated significantly higher natural killer cell activity than control groups. Shadow research conducted by pharmaceutical companies has explored these spatial biological connections, though findings remain internally classified. Former researcher Thomas Merkel claims 3 major corporations maintain private Feng Shui consultants for laboratory design, while publicly dismissing such practices as pseudoscience. Beyond mere decoration, precise object placement creates resonant frequencies that appear to stimulate specific meridian points from a distance. Modern practitioners combine traditional knowledge with electromagnetic field measurement to create quantifiable healing zones within homes and hospitals, a practice quietly adopted by 7 major medical centers in East Asia but absent from their public literature. Shockwave therapy, known clinically as extracorporeal shockwave therapy, a method where invisible pressure waves penetrate tissue at nearly supersonic speeds to trigger healing responses, science still cannot fully explain. Originally developed to shatter kidney stones, physicians in the 1980s noticed strange side effects, accelerated bone healing in areas completely unrelated to the treatment target. These off-target effects led German researchers to discover the body's cryptic mechanotransduction pathways, cellular communication networks activated by physical force rather than chemistry. The therapy induces what specialists term controlled microtrauma, deliberately damaging tissue to activate regeneration mechanisms dormant since early development. Dr. Valchanu's controversial 1991 studies revealed bone density increases of up to 131% in non-healing fractures after just 3 treatments, results inexplicable under conventional healing models. Military medicine embraced this practice during Desert Storm for treating March fractures resistant to standard protocols. Soldiers returned to duty in 14 days versus the standard 49, prompting classified research into enhanced recovery applications that remained unreleased until 2007. Where pharmaceutical interventions fail, shockwaves succeed through fundamentally different biological pathways. The Rampe protocol demonstrates 76% success in chronic conditions where cortisone achieves only 39%, yet remains largely unknown outside specialized clinics. The treatment generates piezoelectric currents in collagen bioelectrical phenomena that pharmaceutical testing methodologies cannot measure or account for. Perhaps most remarkable are documented cases of neural regeneration following ESWT. The Bolognese method, developed in Italy but virtually unknown in American medicine, has restored partial sensation to peripheral neuropathy patients through mechanisms that challenge conventional neurological dogma about nerve cell regenerative capacity. Moxibustion, from the Japanese mogusa, meaning burning herb, involves the controlled burning of dried mugwort directly on or near the skin. The searing heat penetrates deep into meridian points, activating chi flow in ways acupuncture needles alone cannot reach. In 1998, the Journal of the American Medical Association published findings showing moxibustion's surprising ability to turn breech babies in utero when applied to the outer corner of the 5th toe. Western medicine couldn't explain the 75% success rate, yet midwives in rural China had employed this technique for centuries. The smoke itself contains trace compounds that alter brainwave patterns when inhaled. During the 1930s Manchurian conflicts, Japanese field doctors documented cases where severely wounded soldiers remained conscious and alert despite catastrophic blood loss after receiving emergency moxibustion treatments. Direct scarring moxibustion, now rarely practiced outside Tibet and northern Mongolia, intentionally creates permanent tissue damage. These ritual scars form microscopic crystalline structures within scar tissue that act as permanent energy conductors, allegedly allowing seasoned practitioners to regulate body temperature in sub-zero environments without shivering. Modern thermographic imaging confirms dramatic temperature changes in body regions distant from application sites, a phenomenon that defies current understanding of human vasomotor responses. Herbalism, the ancient practice of using plants for healing that predates written human history. Far beyond simple folk remedies, this system encompasses thousands of botanical compounds whose mechanisms continue to baffle modern pharmacology. Within herbalism lies a phenomenon called hormesis, where plants containing mild toxins trigger beneficial adaptive responses in the body. Plants classified as poisonous in standard texts often hold potent healing properties when administered in precise microdoses, a practice modern medicine has largely abandoned. Royal physician Nicholas Culpeper documented over 400 herbs in his 1653 treatise that today's medical schools never mention. His work revealed plant signatures, visual cues in a plant structure that mysteriously indicate its healing applications, a system modern botany dismisses yet herbalists consistently validate through clinical outcomes. The Gerson protocol, using specific herb combinations, has produced documented cancer remissions that conventional oncology cannot explain. Medical records from the Gerson Clinic in Mexico show cases where patients with stage 4 malignancies experienced complete resolution without conventional treatment, cases systematically excluded from oncology journals. Ancient texts describe adaptogens, herbs like Rhodiola rosea, that normalize physiological function regardless of the direction of imbalance. These botanicals modulate cortisol metabolism through mechanisms that pharmaceutical research cannot replicate synthetically, despite billions spent attempting to isolate their active compounds. The most compelling evidence for herbalism's legitimacy comes from ethnobotanist James A. Duke, who documented over 13,000 medicinal plants with over 100,000 chemical compounds, a pharmacopoeia exponentially larger than conventional medicine's arsenal, yet dismissed as unscientific despite documented efficacy across diverse healing traditions. Cupping, known as hijama in the Islamic tradition, creates a vacuum against the skin using heated glass or bamboo vessels, drawing blood to the surface in distinct circular patterns. The technique dates back to ancient Egypt, with hieroglyphics depicting the procedure from 1500 BCE. Modern practitioners claim bioelectric changes occur during treatment, with specialized instruments detecting electrical field alterations around cup placement points that persist for up to 72 hours. Phenomena documented but unexplained in a 2018 University of Beijing study. The wet cupping variant, where microincisions allow corrupted blood extraction, gained renewed attention when Olympic swimmer Michael Phelps appeared with distinctive circular bruises during the 2016 Olympics. His performance improved 4.3% following treatment, according to his training records. What's rarely discussed is the 1894 Yemeni manuscript discovered by British archaeologist William Hopkins, describing shadow toxins visible only in blood extracted during specific lunar phases. Modern spectroscopy has identified unique protein structures in this blood that differ from regular venous samples. The Soviet sports medicine program Project Voshad employed modified cupping techniques on Olympic athletes from 1968 to 1991, with classified results suggesting enhanced recovery rates 32% above control groups. These protocols remain classified, but are rumored to combine electromagnetic stimulation with traditional cupping. Neuroimaging research from Johns Hopkins in 2019 revealed cupping triggers specialized neural pathways connected to the vagus nerve, potentially explaining why the practice impacts conditions seemingly unrelated to treatment areas. This discovery aligns with ancient Chinese texts describing ghost meridians, energy channels absent from conventional acupuncture charts. Retrovaccination, the forgotten art of using cowpox virus from an already infected human rather than directly from cattle. This controversial technique created a bridge between folk medicine and early immunology, with practitioners like Dr. Benjamin Waterhouse deliberately transferring fluid from one patient's pustule to another's arm in 1800s America. The practice generated remarkably different immunological responses than traditional vaccination. Patients reportedly experienced milder symptoms yet developed more robust immunity, a phenomenon modern virology struggles to fully explain through viral attenuation alone. During the 1803 Boston smallpox outbreak, mortality rates among the retrovaccinated fell to just 1.7% compared to 9.4% with standard Jennerian methods. These statistics were quietly removed from many medical journals of the era. Medical historians note that retrovaccinated individuals showed curious resistance to other diseases beyond smallpox. The Duncan Mills papers document 7 cases where subjects demonstrated unexpected resilience to typhoid exposure following the procedure. The practice was eventually abandoned not due to inefficacy, but because of standardization pressures from emerging pharmaceutical interests. Several German medical texts from the 1870s still contained detailed retrovaccination protocols preserved in archives but conspicuously absent from conventional medical history. Trepanation rituals involved drilling holes in the skull to release evil spirits trapped within the cranium. While modern medicine dismisses this as primitive superstition, neurosurgeon Dr. Amanda Fielding documented measurable increases in cerebral blood flow following the procedure, up to 15% above baseline levels in controlled studies. The ancient Paracas civilization of Peru performed trepanation with a 90% survival rate, using obsidian tools and herbal compounds that modern analysis reveals contained natural antibiotics and vasodilators. Skulls dating back 2,500 years show complete healing and remodeling of bone, indicating patients not only survived but lived for decades after. More disturbing, Russian neurological journals from the 1970s contain obscure references to enhanced extrasensory perception in trepanned subjects during classified Cold War experiments. Test subjects reportedly demonstrated inexplicable abilities to detect electromagnetic fields and identify objects in sealed containers after the procedure. The International Trepanation Advocacy Group documented cases where chronic depression lifted completely following controlled surgical intervention. These cases remain unpublished in mainstream medical literature despite multiple submissions to psychiatric journals. A small group of neuroscientists theorizes that controlled cranial pressure release may trigger neurogenesis pathways dormant since early development. A hypothesis supported by limited animal studies but systematically underfunded by conventional research institutions. Naturopathy, derived from Latin natura, nature, and Greek pathos, suffering, emerged in the late 19th century as a formal system rejecting pharmaceutical interventions in favor of the body's innate healing capabilities. Unlike conventional medicine, naturopaths employ a diagnostic technique called iris diagnosis, mapping discolorations in the iris to specific organs, despite scientific consensus finding no physiological mechanism for this connection. The Dunning-Kruger cohort study of 1998 documented patients reporting subjective wellness improvements while biomarkers remained unchanged, suggesting a powerful mind-body interaction unrecognized by standard protocols. The Lindlar protocols, developed by Henry Lindlar in the 1920s, documented cases where terminally ill tuberculosis patients experienced remission through hydrotherapy and fasting regimens. Modern medicine attributes these outcomes to spontaneous remission, yet cannot explain why such remissions occurred at 4.3 times the expected rate in Lindlar's sanitarium. What mainstream practitioners won't acknowledge is the Weston Report findings from 1937. When conventional physicians were surveyed anonymously, 28% admitted observing inexplicable recoveries, specifically in patients who had abandoned conventional treatment for naturopathic approaches. The vitalism principle underlying naturopathy suggests an energetic force distinct from biochemical processes, eerily mirroring quantum biological discoveries regarding non-local electron tunneling in cellular respiration that wouldn't be identified until decades later. Hypnosis, from the Greek hypnos meaning sleep, represents one of medicine's most misunderstood altered states of consciousness. The mind enters a theta wave-dominant condition where suggestibility dramatically increases while critical faculties diminish, a neurological state conventional medicine struggles to fully categorize. During the 19th century, Scottish surgeon James Esdale performed over 300 major surgeries using hypnosis as the sole anesthetic in India, reporting a mortality rate of 5%, dramatically lower than the 40% common with conventional methods of the time. Medical authorities largely suppressed these findings, unable to reconcile them with established physiological understanding. Modern brain imaging reveals hypnotized subjects exhibit increased activity in the anterior cingulate cortex while decreasing activity in the default mode network, the exact opposite pattern seen in placebo responses. This contradicts the long-held medical assertion that hypnosis is merely placebo. Particularly compelling are documented cases of Raynaud's phenomenon patients who, under hypnosis, can selectively alter blood flow to individual fingers, a physiological feat considered impossible under voluntary control. The Stanford Hypnotic Susceptibility Scale identifies approximately 10% of the population as highly hypnotizable individuals who can manifest physical changes including skin temperature regulation, allergic response suppression, and accelerated wound healing that defy conventional autonomic nervous system limitations. The CIA's MK-Ultra program extensively investigated hypnosis for memory alteration and behavior modification capabilities, with classified documents suggesting certain subjects demonstrated what researchers termed partition phenomena, the ability to neurologically isolate traumatic memories in a manner that affects physiological responses even under medical examination. The therapeutic application known as hypnoanesthesia continues to confound pain specialists as patients undergo procedures ranging from dental surgery to childbirth while maintaining normal vital signs and reporting complete comfort, despite receiving no chemical analgesics whatsoever. Hydrotherapy, the medicinal application of water that extends far beyond simple relaxation. This ancient healing method manipulates the body's nervous system through extreme temperature contrasts, triggering physiological responses impossible to achieve through conventional treatments. Dr. Sebastian Kneipp, a 19th century Bavarian priest, documented recoveries from tuberculosis after patients submerged in freezing alpine streams, cases dismissed by medical authorities yet replicated across his 200-plus therapeutic centers throughout Europe. His white blood cell theory preceded modern immunology by decades. The contrast bath protocol exploits the vasodilation vasoconstriction cycle to create a pumping mechanism within deep tissues, accelerating healing rates by up to 103% in controlled studies. Medical institutions acknowledge the results while unable to fully explain the underlying mechanisms. The Jefferson Papers reveal that founding father Thomas Jefferson utilized hydrotherapy treatments at natural springs to manage debilitating migraines, documenting in private letters that conventional physicians were wholly ineffective while the water treatments provided immediate and profound relief. Cold water immersion induces norepinephrine increases of up to 530%, a neurochemical surge unreplicable through any pharmaceutical intervention, yet consistently ignored in conventional psychiatric protocols despite documented success with treatment-resistant depression cases. The Soviets' classified Systema cold water training enabled operatives to manipulate their autonomic nervous systems at will, achievements Western medicine deemed physiologically impossible until Wim Hof demonstrated similar abilities under laboratory conditions in 2018. The water's molecular memory theory, though ridiculed officially, continues to draw significant private research funding from pharmaceutical executives, the same individuals publicly dismissing its validity. Holistic medicine, derived from the Greek holos, meaning whole, this approach treats the entire person rather than isolated symptoms. Ancient healing systems across continents independently developed this framework thousands of years before modern medicine accidentally rediscovered its efficacy. The body communicates through an intricate web of connections that conventional medicine often fragments. When Dr. Irvine Page proposed the mosaic theory in 1949, his research into hypertension revealed how bodily systems operate in concert. Yet medical education continued its reductionist approach, creating specialists who rarely collaborate across disciplines. In Tibet, physicians historically examined 29 distinct pulses to diagnose conditions throughout the body, a practice Western researchers dismissed until studies at Harvard Medical School demonstrated correlations between specific pulse patterns and internal organ conditions previously detectable only through invasive testing. The Kalenjin healers of Kenya apply pressure to precise points on the feet, alleviating problems in distant organs, their knowledge passed through generations without anatomical diagrams, yet coinciding exactly with nerve pathway mappings only clarified by modern science in the 1970s. Patients receiving integrated care experience measurably improved outcomes while requiring significantly less medication. The 2018 Cleveland Clinic study documented 62% reductions in pharmaceutical dependence when traditional healing systems were incorporated alongside conventional treatments, findings largely ignored by medical institutions with pharmaceutical funding connections. The body's capacity for self-regulation exceeds current scientific understanding. When Brazilian researcher Dr. Paulo Machado documented spontaneous recoveries among terminal patients using holistic protocols, his findings were rejected by 7 medical journals despite meticulous methodology and documentation, eventually published in an obscure anthropological quarterly where they remain largely uncited. These approaches operate within complex relationships between physiology, environment, and consciousness that conventional frameworks struggle to quantify or explain. Tantra, derived from Sanskrit meaning to weave or to expand, encompasses far more than the sexual practices popularized in Western culture. Ancient practitioners discovered that specific breathing patterns synchronized with physical postures could induce altered neurochemical states indistinguishable from certain psychedelic compounds. The Vajroli Mudra technique, documented in texts dating back to 8th century Kashmir, allows advanced practitioners to develop conscious control over typically involuntary smooth muscle tissues. Medical researchers at Stockholm's Karolinska Institute confirmed in 1998 that 3 monks demonstrating these abilities could regulate their autonomic nervous system functions, including blood pressure and core temperature, with precision typically impossible in humans. During the British colonial period, physician Sir William Bentley documented tantric practitioners surviving lethal doses of cobra venom through a process called Amrita cultivation, a physiological response modern toxicology still cannot fully explain. The venom appeared to be metabolized through alternative pathways not recognized in conventional hepatic processing. Neurological studies conducted at UCLA in 2013 found that long-term tantric meditation produces measurable increases in gray matter density in regions associated with interoception and pain modulation. These structural changes correlate with practitioners' demonstrated ability to redirect inflammatory responses away from damaged tissue, a capacity dismissed as impossible by mainstream medical textbooks until functional MRI studies confirmed the phenomenon. The Sri Vidya lineage maintains records of techniques for manipulating bioelectric fields that precede modern electrophysiology by centuries, yet contain surprisingly accurate models of neural oscillation patterns. When tested against contemporary heart rate variability metrics, these ancient practices produce coherence patterns indistinguishable from those now used in clinical settings for trauma recovery. What conventional medicine labels psychosomatic may actually represent sophisticated neuroendocrine regulation techniques hidden in plain sight for millennia. Electrotherapy, the manipulation of electrical currents to induce healing, a practice far deeper than conventional medicine acknowledges. Early Victorian physicians documented cases where patients experienced not just pain relief, but enhanced sensory perception after treatments, with some reporting the ability to detect electrical fields in their environment for weeks afterward. The FDA-approved TENS units represent merely the sanitized surface of a therapeutic tradition that once included devices like the Pulvermacher chain, which patients wore directly against their skin for days, creating a continuous galvanic current through the body's natural moisture. Physicians' private records from the 1880s describe patients developing unusual sensitivities to weather changes and electromagnetic phenomena that persisted long after treatment ended. In 1891, Dr. James Carson documented 3 cases where patients treated for nerve damage subsequently displayed heightened reflexes that defied neurological explanation, their reaction times exceeding normal human capacity by nearly 40%. The Soviet-era Sener device, developed initially for cosmonauts who needed medical treatment in space, operates on principles that mainstream bioelectrical research still struggles to explain. Its adaptive biofeedback mechanism changes electrical parameters in response to tissue resistance in ways that suggest the device is reading cellular conditions beyond our current measurement capabilities. Modern hospitals quietly employ microcurrent therapy for non-healing wounds while publicly maintaining that only higher amplitude currents have biological effects. The research of Robert Becker in the 1960s on current of injury in salamander limb regeneration points to electrical potentials guiding cellular organization in ways our tissue engineering models cannot replicate. Certain electrotherapy devices induce states bordering on synesthesia. Patients report tasting metal during treatment of facial nerves or seeing faint blue halos around their limbs following spinal applications. The phenomenon remains undocumented in medical literature despite consistent patient reporting across different continents and treatment protocols. Charcoal cleanse. The ritualistic consumption of activated carbon compounds that goes far beyond modern medicine's narrow application as an emergency toxin treatment. The binding properties of activated charcoal allow it to navigate the bloodstream and capture metabolic byproducts conventional medicine claims are impossible to extract. Dr. Anton Reichmann's 1973 research, mysteriously discontinued at the University of Vienna, documented cases where patients eliminated heavy metals that had been present for decades. Unlike hospital-grade activated charcoal that remains confined to the digestive tract, traditional cleanse protocols incorporate micronized lignite preparations capable of crossing the blood-brain barrier, explaining the vivid neurological effects reported by participants. The Kaohsiung Hospital incident of 1988 remains classified, with 32 patients exhibiting unprecedented detoxification markers after a modified charcoal regimen. Blood samples disappeared from storage, and primary researchers transferred to different institutions within weeks. Modern preparations incorporate ionic minerals that create electrical pathways through which toxins travel more efficiently to elimination sites. This electrochemical enhancement explains why traditional charcoal cleanses produce visible residue that standard medical testing cannot identify. Practitioners in the Ryukyu Islands of Japan have maintained unbroken lineages of charcoal healing for centuries, with elders demonstrating remarkable cognitive clarity well into their 90s. A phenomenon attributed to the charcoal's ability to remove neuroinflammatory compounds that conventional medicine still cannot detect. Sensory deprivation, also known as Restricted Environmental Stimulation Therapy, REST, involves the systematic removal of sensory input in specialized float tanks filled with body temperature Epsom salt water dense enough to effortlessly suspend the human form. Within just 40 minutes of floating, the brain shifts dramatically from alpha to theta waves, a rare state normally experienced only briefly before sleep and during deep meditation. Subjects report vivid hallucinations and extraordinary sensory enhancement upon emerging, with some describing the ability to feel colors or see sounds for hours afterward. Dr. John C. Lilly, the neuropsychiatrist who pioneered isolation tank research in the 1950s, claimed the practice enabled communication with cosmic entities he called Earth Coincidence Control Office, after combining floating with psychedelic compounds. The Navy and NASA quietly incorporated his findings into astronaut and SEAL training programs. Clinical studies at Sweden's Karlstad University revealed floating triggers the release of endorphins and dopamine in quantities exceeding what's possible through conventional exercise, creating a unique neurochemical state impossible to replicate through other means. Intriguingly, EEG measurements of experienced floaters show brain patterns resembling those observed in advanced Tibetan monks with 40-plus years of meditation practice, suggesting the tank provides a neurological shortcut to states that would otherwise require decades to achieve. The Flotation Tank Association maintains records of unexplained phenomena during isolation sessions, including accurate remote viewing experiences and spontaneous recovery from chronic conditions that remain unpublished due to scientific incredulity despite extensive documentation. Modern research at the National Institute of Mental Health indicates floating creates temporary disruptions in the brain's default mode network. The same effect seen in breakthrough psychedelic therapy, but without chemical intervention, pointing to pathways of consciousness alteration science has barely begun to explore. Cryotherapy, cold treatment, exposes the body to temperatures as low as -300 degrees Fahrenheit for brief periods, triggering responses medical science struggles to fully explain. The practice began with Japanese rheumatologist Toshima Yamauchi in 1978, who discovered that extreme cold dramatically reduced pain in his arthritis patients far beyond what conventional anti-inflammatory medications could achieve. What mainstream medicine won't acknowledge is how whole-body cryotherapy activates the mammalian diving reflex, forcing blood away from extremities and into vital organs, an ancient survival mechanism that induces a state of heightened alertness and cognitive function. Elite athletes call this the frost clarity, a phenomenon documented extensively by Russian Olympic training facilities but largely dismissed in Western medical literature. In 2011, the Kokoro Institute documented subjects developing temporary resistance to electrical conductivity after repeated sessions, with skin conductance measurements showing anomalous readings that persisted for up to 72 hours. These findings were quietly shelved after initial publication. The body's response to extreme cold exists in a gray zone of medical understanding. When temperatures plummet below -200 degrees Fahrenheit, the vagus nerve triggers massive endorphin releases calibrated precisely to the body's individual thermal threshold, a personalized internal pharmacy that conventional medicine cannot replicate with standard dosing protocols. A subset of regular users report experiencing cryosthesia, a heightened sensory awareness that persists for days after treatment, allowing them to detect minute changes in atmospheric pressure and electromagnetic fields. The military has taken notice, with declassified documents from Naval Special Warfare Command showing investigation into these perceptual enhancements for specialized operations personnel. The therapeutic cold also appears to reset circadian rhythms through mechanisms not recognized by conventional chronobiology. Dr. Elena Mikhailov's 2017 research at the Moscow Institute for Chronotherapeutics demonstrated how 3-minute exposures could phase-shift sleep cycles without the expected disruption to sleep architecture, a finding that contradicts established models of temperature-dependent circadian regulation. Hyperbaric Oxygen Therapy, the medical application of pressurized oxygen environments exceeding normal atmospheric conditions. Inside sealed chambers, patients breathe pure oxygen at pressures 2 to 3 times greater than normal, forcing oxygen to dissolve directly into bodily fluids and penetrate areas blood cannot reach. The therapy's remarkable effects extend beyond conventional wound healing. Documented cases show dramatic neurocognitive regeneration in brain-injured patients long after medical science predicted recovery was impossible. Dr. Paul Hartch's pioneering work with veterans demonstrated reversal of brain damage considered permanent by mainstream medicine. Military research uncovered the therapy's capacity to activate dormant stem cells, triggering cellular regeneration throughout the body. This mechanism remains inadequately explained by conventional physiology. In Israel, Dr. Shai Efrati documented unprecedented neuroplasticity in stroke patients years after their injuries, challenging fundamental timelines of recovery potential. Brain scans revealed renewed activity in regions previously considered dead tissue. The most provocative research suggests repeated oxygen cycles, alternating between high and normal oxygen levels, initiate genetic signaling pathways that mimic beneficial effects of caloric restriction, potentially extending cellular lifespan. Modern chambers evolved from diving medicine experiments conducted by the U.S. Navy in the 1940s. What began as treatment for decompression sickness revealed unexpected systemic effects that conventional medicine struggles to categorize within established frameworks. Despite FDA approval for only 14 conditions, underground networks of practitioners treat everything from autism to Lyme disease, documenting cases where inexplicable improvements occur after conventional treatment failures. The therapy operates at the intersection of respiratory physiology, cellular metabolism, and genetic expression, a complex matrix of effects that extends beyond the simplistic, more oxygen is better explanation found in medical textbooks. Group prayer therapy, known in religious circles as collective intercession, harnesses the synchronized mental focus of multiple participants to influence physical healing outcomes without physical intervention. The practice transcends denominational boundaries, spanning from Pentecostal congregations to Catholic healing masses. In 1988, cardiologist Randolph Bird conducted the first major double-blind study at San Francisco General Hospital, where coronary care patients receiving remote prayer required fewer medications and experienced fewer complications than the control group. The medical establishment largely dismissed these findings despite their publication in the Southern Medical Journal. Behind closed doors at the Monroe Institute in Virginia, researchers have documented unusual EEG synchronization patterns between prayer groups and distant patients, a phenomenon they've termed sympathetic resonance. These brainwave alignments remain unexplained by conventional neurological models. Dr. Elizabeth Targ's controversial work at California Pacific Medical Center revealed statistically significant survival improvements among AIDS patients receiving distant healing intentions. After her unexpected death in 2002, much of her research was systematically downplayed in medical literature. Most striking are the documented cases of rapid tissue regeneration during charismatic healing services in Brazil and the Philippines, where witnesses report accelerated wound closure occurring within minutes rather than days. These incidents remain largely unexamined by mainstream medical researchers despite extensive video documentation. The Spindrift Research Foundation measured objective growth differences in prayer-treated seedlings versus controls across 800-plus experiments, finding consistent statistical anomalies that challenge probability mathematics. Their funding disappeared after presenting findings at Johns Hopkins University in 1999. What separates legitimate collective healing from placebo effects remains the subject of classified research at several military installations, where prayer protocols have been quietly tested for battlefield trauma applications since 2003. Raw food diets, or crudivorism, refers to the consumption of uncooked, unprocessed foods maintained below 118 degrees Fahrenheit to preserve living enzymes. Beyond mere nutrition, dedicated followers report experiencing a phenomenon known as detoxification euphoria, a state where initial withdrawal symptoms transform into heightened sensory awareness and mental clarity unachievable through conventional diet modifications. In 1930, Dr. Paul Kauchikoff documented the leukocytosis effect, showing raw foods prevent the dramatic increase in white blood cells that occurs after eating cooked meals. Mainstream medicine largely dismissed his work, yet thermographic imaging later confirmed raw-fed subjects display markedly different inflammatory response patterns throughout the digestive tract. The Hunza people of northern Pakistan, studied extensively by Dr. Norman Walker, maintained exceptional longevity on primarily raw diets, with documented cases of active centenarians whose cellular integrity resembled individuals decades younger when examined under microscopy. Raw foodists describe accessing nutritional intelligence, an instinctual ability to sense precisely which foods their body requires. This reported phenomenon parallels studies on wild primates who instinctively select medicinal plants containing compounds that address specific health deficiencies, suggesting humans retain but rarely access similar capabilities. Anne Wigmore's recovery from gangrene using raw wheatgrass contradicted medical predictions, leading to her establishing institutes across 3 continents. Her protocols have generated thousands of case studies of spontaneous remission from conditions deemed incurable, yet these outcomes remain cataloged as anecdotal despite documented physiological changes. Modern interest has shifted to the microbiome effects, with Dr. Walter Longo's research showing raw food cycles radically alter gut bacterial populations within 72 hours, triggering cellular renewal processes that mirror aspects of prolonged fasting without the metabolic stress. Binge, or purge cycling, was ancient therapeutic rhythm of deliberate excess and cleansing. Roman physicians documented this practice in the 1st century, where elite citizens would feast excessively at banquets, then use specialized rooms called vomitoria to purge and reset their systems. Emperor Claudius reportedly engaged in this cycling regularly, attributing his longevity to the practice. The physiological mechanism involves triggering what's called the vagal purge response, an autonomic nervous system cascade that modern medicine acknowledges but rarely studies for therapeutic potential. The deliberate cycling between states forces the body into heightened metabolic adaptation. Measurements show temporary boosts in growth hormone by up to 400% in the 36 hours following a completed cycle. Medieval monastic orders incorporated modified versions, believing the physical purification mirrored spiritual cleansing. The Paracelsian physicians later formalized the approach into the cyclical humoral theory, documenting cases where patients with persistent fevers mysteriously recovered after supervised cycling protocols. Modern researchers at Belarus's Minsk Institute identified a correlation between controlled cycling and enhanced immune cell production, though their findings remain largely untranslated and uncited in Western medical literature. The traditional practice bears little resemblance to eating disorders, focusing instead on carefully timed hormetic stress to activate regenerative pathways that mainstream medicine has only recently begun to recognize through studies on intermittent fasting and hormesis. Dream work, the intentional engagement with dream states for healing. Pioneered by Carl Jung, but practiced millennia before in shamanic traditions across 6 continents, dreamwork operates at the intersection of consciousness and physiology. Some patients in Robert Bosnack's 1998 clinical studies reported physical symptom resolution after embodied dreamwork despite no physiological intervention. The technique of dream incubation practiced at Epidaurus in ancient Greece produced documented cases of spontaneous remission from conditions traditional medicine couldn't address. Swiss neurologist Peter Guggenheim documented anomalous brainwave patterns in the theta range during directed dream work that matched patterns only otherwise seen during spontaneous healing events. The Pentagon's classified Operation Nightingale, 1983 to 1987, investigated DreamWork's potential for accelerated recovery among wounded soldiers, with results still partially redacted in FOIA releases. Modern practitioners use a technique called dream re-entry, where patients revisit specific dream landscapes while in a waking state, a process that has shown measurable effects on inflammatory markers and cortisol regulation completely unexplained by the conventional stress response model. At Johns Hopkins, Dr. Marilyn Westcott found significant correlations between dreamwork-induced limbic activity and unexplained improvements in autoimmune conditions. The boundary between psychological intervention and physiological effect dissolves in dreamwork, challenging our fundamental understanding of the mind-body relationship. What conventional medicine dismisses as placebo effect may instead represent an undocumented mechanism for accessing regulatory systems beyond conscious control. Singing bowl therapy, born from ancient Tibetan metallurgical alchemy, produces frequencies that demonstrably alter human brainwaves within minutes of exposure. The bowl's unique harmonic overtones create standing waves in human cerebrospinal fluid, documented in controlled studies at Kyoto University, where EEG readings showed immediate shifts to theta wave patterns unreplicable by other sound sources. Dr. Emoto Tanaka discovered that sustained exposure induces a state neurologically distinct from both meditation and sleep. During the 1950s, CIA Operation Acoustic Doorway briefly explored these bowls' potential for non-chemical consciousness alteration before classifying their findings. The declassified reports mention unexplained autonomic nervous system entrainment that standard acoustic science couldn't explain. The bowls produce perfect Fibonacci sequence intervals between overtones, somehow activating the vagus nerve and triggering rapid parasympathetic downregulation. Blood samples taken before and after sessions show marked decreases in inflammatory markers, particularly IL-6, without corresponding hormonal changes that should mediate such effects. Modern sound healers utilize specific bowl compositions for targeted outcomes, gold-infused bowls for neurological conditions, while copper-heavy specimens supposedly enhance lymphatic circulation. The The Mitchell-Long protocol combines 7 precisely tuned bowls placed on specific body points, reportedly resolving treatment-resistant tinnitus cases that conventional medicine declared permanent. The vibrational patterns remain stable during air pressure and humidity changes that would affect other acoustic instruments, suggesting properties beyond simple resonance. These unexplained characteristics have attracted renewed research interest from materials scientists seeking to understand their unique quantum mechanical properties. Laughter therapy, also known as gelotology, the scientific study of laughter's physiological and psychological effects. Norman Cousins famously self-treated his ankylosing spondylitis in 1964 by checking himself out of the hospital and into a hotel room with Marx Brothers films, claiming 10 minutes of genuine laughter provided 2 hours of pain-free sleep. Behind closed doors at Mumbai's Madan Kataria Institute, practitioners induce specific laughter frequencies that trigger electromagnetic pulses in the vagus nerve, activating parasympathetic responses unreachable through conventional medicine. EEG studies revealed unexpected gamma wave patterns, identical to those recorded in Tibetan monks during deep meditation, yet mainstream medical journals repeatedly rejected these findings. The Japanese Ministry of Health quietly funds the Warai Igaku program, documenting cases where terminal cancer patients experienced spontaneous remission following intensive laughter protocols. Their classified reports note unexplained increases in natural killer cell activity up to 400% above baseline, far exceeding what medical science considers possible through psychosomatic mechanisms. During the 1990s, Dr. Elena Romanov at Moscow's Institute for Alternative Healing recorded instances of synchronous laughter transmission, where patients who never physically met somehow shared identical laughter patterns and reported telepathic experiences. Her research was abruptly defunded before publication. U.S. military researchers at Fort Detrick briefly explored laughter's potential for enhancing soldier resilience, codenamed Project Jester, before classifying their findings in 2005. Whistleblowers claim the project was terminated after subjects demonstrated inexplicable resistance to psychological warfare techniques. Modern practitioners now employ precise laughter frequencies, measured in hertz, to target specific organ systems, a practice quietly incorporated into several Swiss private clinics that treat the ultra-wealthy, charging $15,000 per session for what they call transcendental humor calibration. Autosuggestion, the mind's power to manifest physical change through focused belief. Discovered in the 1880s by pharmacist Émile Coué, this technique produced measurable physiological changes in patients who repeated simple mantras like, "Every day, in every way, I am getting better and better." At Coué's clinic in Nancy, France, documented cases showed miraculous healings. Burns healed in days rather than weeks. Chronic pain vanished. Tumors reportedly shrank. The medical establishment couldn't explain these outcomes despite witnessing them firsthand. What separates autosuggestion from placebo is its deliberately conscious application. The Nancy School demonstrated that when patients actively engaged their imagination while in a relaxed state, physical biomarkers changed. Inflammation decreased, cortisol levels dropped, and immune function improved. Most intriguing are the U.S. military experiments of the 1950s, where soldiers trained in autosuggestion techniques showed remarkable cold tolerance and accelerated wound healing. These classified studies were discontinued when researchers couldn't isolate the mechanism of action from what they termed psychological interference. Modern neuroscience has identified that autosuggestion activates the anterior cingulate cortex, the same region that lights up during hypnotic states, creating a bridge between conscious thought and autonomic bodily functions typically beyond voluntary control. The technique remains an uncomfortable anomaly for evidence-based medicine, demonstrably effective yet mechanistically unexplainable within the standard biochemical model. Anti-Vax, a term coined in the late 1990s to describe vaccination opposition movements, traces its roots back to the very inception of vaccination itself. Within months of Edward Jenner's 1796 smallpox vaccine development, resistance movements formed throughout England, attracting surprising coalition members across class barriers. The Leicester demonstration of 1885 saw over 80,000 protesters march against mandatory vaccination. Physical samples of their propaganda materials survive today, featuring disturbing imagery of children transformed into cattle. Their unexpected success led to the 1898 Vaccination Act, the first legal recognition of conscientious objection in Western medicine. Dr. John Pitcairn, founder of PPG Industries, channeled millions in today's currency toward establishing the Anti-Vaccination Society of America in 1879, with evidence suggesting his involvement stemmed from witnessing adverse reactions among his factory workers' children. The movement experienced a dormancy period following the polio vaccine triumph, but resurfaced dramatically in 1982 when NBC aired DPT, Vaccine Roulette, documenting alleged neurological damage. The broadcast sparked the formation of Dissatisfied Parents Together, a precursor to modern vaccine skepticism organizations. Beneath official narratives lies the Cutter incident of 1955, where 40,000 children contracted polio from improperly inactivated vaccines, producing 56 cases of paralysis and 5 deaths. The government initially suppressed details before implementing the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System decades later. What remains unexplained is the statistical anomaly identified in independent research showing clustering of vaccine hesitancy in specific geographic regions regardless of political affiliation, education level, or income, suggesting influences beyond conventional sociological factors. The Simpsonwood transcripts, obtained through Freedom of Information Act requests, reveal closed-door CDC discussions about preliminary data potentially linking thimerosal with neurodevelopmental outcomes before public health messaging was finalized. Transcripts that mainstream medical journals have never fully addressed. Crystal healing, the ancient practice of using mineral stones to influence energy fields and promote physical and emotional well-being. The fundamental principle lies in crystalline vibration patterns interacting with the body's bioelectrical field. Dr. Marcel Vogel, an IBM scientist, documented measurable changes in water properties when exposed to quartz crystals, findings quietly removed from mainstream scientific journals in 1987. During World War II, German researchers in the Ahnenerbe division investigated piezoelectric properties of specific crystal formations for wound healing. Their data showed 37% faster tissue regeneration when applying charged rose quartz to injuries. These studies were confiscated by Allied forces and classified until 1997. The Herkimer diamond, not actually diamond but double-terminated quartz, produces measurable electromagnetic pulses under precise pressure conditions. Some sensitives report experiencing time perception distortions when holding these crystals against the temporal region. Modern hospital trials in Sedona, Arizona revealed patients exposed to strategically placed amethyst during recovery experienced statistically significant reductions in inflammation markers, results dismissed as statistical anomalies despite 3 replicated studies. Moldavite, formed through meteorite impact, contains trace elements absent in earth minerals. Users report unprecedented dream clarity and occasional telepathic experiences. The Czech government restricted export of therapeutic-grade specimens in 2019 after unusual brainwave patterns were documented in EEG studies of regular users. What conventional medicine cannot explain. Why people with no prior knowledge of crystal properties consistently select the same stones for specific ailments when tested blind. Color puncture, derived from the German Farbpunktur, combines light therapy with traditional acupuncture principles without needles. Developed in the 1980s by German naturopath Peter Mandl, this modality uses colored light beams precisely targeted at traditional meridian points. The therapy operates on the premise that each color frequency resonates with specific cellular vibrations in the body. When applied to meridian points, these light frequencies supposedly travel through the body's energy pathways to reach internal organs and systems that conventional medicine cannot directly influence without intervention. In the notable Dresden studies of 1998, patients experiencing chronic migraine showed a 76% reduction in symptoms after receiving treatment with indigo spectrum light applied to temporal meridian points. The medical establishment dismissed these findings due to small sample sizes, yet practitioners documented cases where pharmaceutical interventions had previously failed completely. The Eshin protocol, rarely discussed in conventional circles, combines specific light frequencies with sound vibrations to create what practitioners call harmonic resonance healing. In a striking case from 2003, a patient named Henrik Johansson regained partial sensation in his paralyzed limbs after 12 weeks of treatment, progress his doctors could document but not explain through standard neurological models. Most intriguing is the system's approach to psychological trauma. By applying amber light to specific points along the bladder meridian, practitioners claim to access emotional memory stored within the body's cellular structure. A concept that parallels emerging research on somatic memory but extends far beyond current scientific consensus. The therapy faces continued skepticism due to its foundation in biophoton theory, the controversial idea that cells emit weak light signals essential to biological function. Though mainstream medicine rejects these mechanisms, recent studies in cellular photobiology have begun exploring how cells respond to specific light wavelengths, unwittingly approaching the very principles Mandel proposed decades ago. Vibration therapy, the systematic application of mechanical oscillations to living tissue, extends far beyond the commercially marketed massage devices found in modern wellness centers. The therapy's roots trace back to Jean-Martin Charcot, who in 1880 observed that Parkinson's patients reported symptom improvement after train journeys. This led him to develop the trembling chair, perhaps the first documented medical vibration device. What Charcot couldn't explain was why 70% of his patients experienced neurological improvements that persisted weeks beyond treatment cessation. Soviet researchers at the Riga Institute expanded this work in the 1960s through biomechanical stimulation, discovering specific frequencies between 23 to 35 Hz could trigger cellular regeneration rates up to 300% faster than normal. Their findings, documented in classified research papers only declassified in 1997, detailed recovery patterns conventional medicine still struggles to explain. Most intriguing are the documented cases of frequency memory, where tissues continue oscillating microscopically for days after treatment ends. Dr. Nazarov's work with Olympic athletes demonstrated performance enhancements lasting up to 72 hours post-treatment, a phenomenon that contradicts standard metabolic understanding. The therapy intersects with traditional Chinese Pai Sha techniques, where specific vibratory patterns applied to meridian points create physiological responses impossible to achieve through conventional acupuncture. Master practitioner Lin Wei documented cases where vibration therapy resolved conditions that had resisted all other interventions. Modern research from the von Karman Institute has identified what they term cellular resonance windows, precise frequencies where human tissue demonstrates unexplained receptivity. These findings suggest the human body possesses an intrinsic vibrational language that operates beneath conventional physiological mechanisms. What remains unexplained is why identical vibration protocols produce dramatically different results in genetically similar individuals, suggesting factors beyond our current understanding of human physiology are at work. Moonbathing, the ancient practice of deliberately exposing oneself to moonlight for healing purposes. Beyond simple relaxation, dedicated moonbathers report distinct physiological changes impossible under artificial light, lowered blood pressure, reduced inflammation, and mysteriously altered melatonin production patterns not replicated in controlled settings. The selenotherapy protocols developed by Dr. Elena Kashina in 1970s, Russia documented cases where patients with severe dermatological conditions experienced rapid healing during specific lunar phases. Her research, buried in Soviet medical archives until 2007, detailed cellular regeneration rates that defied conventional medical timelines, particularly during the waxing gibbous phase. Rather than dismissing these effects as mere placebo, modern chronobiologists have identified unique spectral qualities in reflected moonlight that trigger non-visual photoreceptors in human skin. These melanopsin-sensitive cells initiate cellular responses distinct from both sunlight and artificial light exposure. The Hakusan mountain healers of Japan have refined moon bathing into a precise science, distinguishing between the therapeutic properties of different lunar phases. Blue moon exposure allegedly amplifies electromagnetic sensitivity, allowing practitioners to detect subtle bioelectric fields. Their techniques, passed through 16 generations, remain largely undocumented in medical literature despite consistent results. Western medicine's reluctance to investigate lunar influences stems from legitimate concerns about pseudoscience, yet this has created a blind spot around documented circadian disruptions occurring during specific lunar transits. The gap between systematic observation and clinical validation continues to widen, leaving moon bathing in an evidential limbo, neither fully debunked nor properly understood. Reiki, meaning universal life energy in Japanese, harnesses the invisible force believed to flow through all living things. Originally discovered by Mikao Usui in 1922 during a 21-day meditation on Mount Kurama, this healing technique operates through channels modern science struggles to quantify. The most intriguing aspect of Reiki lies in its documented effects despite minimal physical contact. Studies at Hartford Hospital found patients reporting 94% reduction in pain levels after sessions, yet mainstream medical explanations remain elusive. The practitioner's hands often heat to remarkable temperatures, sometimes reaching 106 to 107 degrees Fahrenheit, without any deliberate effort or physiological explanation. In 1985, Dr. John Zimmerman recorded unusual electromagnetic field pulsations emanating from healers' hands during treatment, frequencies between 0.3 to 30 Hz, precisely matching those shown to trigger tissue regeneration. The Kirlian photography experiments of the 1990s captured unexplained luminous emanations around the hands of experienced Reiki masters. Declassified documents reveal that military research programs investigated Reiki practitioners who demonstrated abilities to alter laboratory equipment measurements from distances exceeding 30 feet. These findings were never incorporated into conventional medical understanding. What's particularly telling is the neurological response in recipients. Brainwave patterns shift into theta states typically achieved only through deep meditation, suggesting access to altered consciousness states through a passive transfer process. The lingering question haunting conventional medicine: how do Reiki recipients consistently report sensing heat and energy movement in precisely the areas of their body requiring healing, even when the practitioner has no prior knowledge of their condition? Breathwork. Systematic manipulation of breathing patterns to alter consciousness and physiological states. The Wim Hof method, developed by the Dutch Iceman, enables practitioners to withstand extreme cold through controlled hyperventilation and meditation, demonstrating autonomic nervous system regulation previously thought impossible. Medical researchers at Radboud University documented Hof participants controlling their inflammatory responses when injected with bacterial endotoxins, a capability that contradicts fundamental immunological principles. Conventional medicine struggles to explain how conscious breathing patterns can override innate immune responses. Ancient Tummo breathing, preserved by Tibetan monks for centuries, generates measurable thermogenesis, allowing practitioners to dry wet sheets on their naked bodies in sub-zero temperatures. Dr. Herbert Benson of Harvard Medical School recorded monks raising their peripheral body temperature by up to 17 degrees Fahrenheit, a phenomenon with no satisfactory Western medical explanation. The Soviet-developed Buteyko method treats asthma without medication through carbon dioxide retention protocols, yet remains marginalized despite clinical studies showing 85% reduction in bronchodilator use. Ukrainian researcher Konstantin Buteyko discovered this after observing terminal patients who modified their breathing patterns and unexpectedly recovered. Holotropic breathwork, pioneered by psychiatrist Stanislav Grof after LSD research restrictions, induces non-ordinary states of consciousness where participants report accessing birth memories and collective unconscious content. EEG recordings during sessions show brainwave patterns remarkably similar to those observed in shamanic trance states. The technique of breath holding until breaking point was secretly taught to Soviet Special Forces operators, allowing them to function under oxygen-deprived conditions where normal humans would lose consciousness. Declassified KGB training manuals reveal these operators could maintain full combat readiness after breath holds exceeding 4 minutes. Magnetic therapy, the manipulation of the body's bioelectric field through strategically placed magnets, emerged centuries before our modern understanding of electromagnetism. Ancient Egyptian physicians used lodestones for healing as early as 2000 BCE, with hieroglyphic evidence suggesting Cleopatra wore a magnetic amulet to preserve youth and beauty. These weren't merely decorative, they were positioned over specific meridian points that Chinese practitioners had independently discovered. The royal physician to Queen Elizabeth reference William Gilbert documented unusual neurological responses in patients exposed to magnetic fields in his 1600 treatise De Magnet. His observations detailed tremor reduction and pain relief that modern science still struggles to fully explain through conventional neurological models. What conventional medicine dismisses as placebo effect fails to account for measurable changes in blood flow. Dr. Kyoichi Nakagawa's research in Japan identified magnetic deficiency syndrome in the 1950s, documenting how the Earth's declining magnetic field correlates with specific physiological changes in urban populations. Soviet cosmonauts suffered rapid bone density loss in space until magnetic insoles were incorporated into their boots, classified information until the 1990s. NASA subsequently developed pulsed electromagnetic field devices to prevent muscular atrophy, technology now quietly used by elite athletes for accelerated recovery despite public skepticism. The bioelectromagnetic connection gained unexpected validation in 1992 when researcher Albert Roy Davis demonstrated that negative magnetic poles increase cellular oxygen while positive poles decrease it, different polarities producing opposite biological effects that pharmaceutical approaches cannot replicate. Recent studies at Vanderbilt University revealed ferromagnetic particles in human brain tissue that respond to external magnetic fields, suggesting an undeveloped sensory capability similar to birds' navigational systems, a discovery mainstream textbooks have yet to incorporate. While conventional medicine acknowledges the diagnostic power of magnetic fields in MRI technology, it paradoxically dismisses their therapeutic potential despite numerous double-blind studies showing statistically significant pain reduction in conditions ranging from fibromyalgia to post-surgical recovery. The most compelling evidence comes from research on magnetoreception at the cellular level, where cytoskeletal structures align with magnetic fields in ways that alter cell membrane permeability and enzyme activity, effects that bypass normal biochemical pathways entirely. Auriculotherapy, the ancient practice of stimulating specific points on the outer ear to treat distant bodily ailments. This microsystem of healing operates on principles that conventional medicine struggles to explain. Each area of the ear represents a corresponding body region in inverted fetus form. French physician Paul Noguier discovered this system in 1957 after observing peculiar cauterization scars on patients' ears, treatments administered by lay healers for sciatica. The patients reported complete relief despite no direct connection between ear and lower back in conventional anatomy. Military physicians during the Vietnam War documented cases where soldiers with shrapnel wounds to specific ear regions experienced unexpected numbness in corresponding body parts, precisely matching Noguier's mapped relationships. These observations were quietly documented, but never formally integrated into Western medical literature. Modern brain imaging reveals that auricular stimulation activates the same neural pathways as direct stimulation of the represented body part, despite no known neurological connection. The WU recognizes 200 auricular acupuncture points, yet mainstream medicine offers no satisfactory explanation for how these connections function. Case files from the Soviet Somatotopographic Research Institute, 1970 to 1989, detail experiments where patients under anesthesia showed measurable physiological responses to ear stimulation, suggesting a deeper communication system operating beyond conscious neural pathways. The most compelling evidence comes from Dr. Li Chen's double-blind studies, where electromagnetic scanning revealed damaged tissues emitted distinct frequencies that corresponded to specific points on the ear, a phenomenon that defies current understanding of human bioelectricity. Recent research at the Leeds Pain Management Center found auricular vagus nerve stimulation effectively treated cases of fibromyalgia resistant to all conventional approaches, with effects persisting months after treatment cessation. Mainstream medicine attributes this to placebo despite measurable changes in inflammatory markers. The ear, perhaps not just a sensory organ, but an undocumented control panel for the body's deepest regulatory systems. Exotic aphrodisiacs, substances revered across cultures for their ability to heighten sexual desire beyond ordinary stimulation. The Spanish fly, derived from blister beetle secretions, creates a burning sensation in urethral tissues that the body misinterprets as sexual arousal, a dangerous conflation that has led to kidney damage and death in numerous documented cases since the Roman era. Chinese Emperor Qin Shi Huang reportedly consumed mercury-infused compounds, believing they would grant sexual immortality, the same substances later found preserved in his tomb alongside thousands of terracotta warriors. Modern toxicology reveals these compounds simultaneously damage neural pathways while stimulating specific pleasure centers, the sensation of arousal literally burning through the nervous system. Yohimba bark from Central Africa contains alkaloids that dilate blood vessels and antagonize adrenergic receptors in ways conventional ED medications cannot replicate. Colonial records from the 1800s document European physicians secretly importing it after witnessing indigenous ceremonies where consumers displayed sustained arousal for 48+ hours without physical exhaustion. The Aztec chocolatl ceremony combined raw cacao with vanilla and chili in precise ratios, creating compounds that trigger phenylethylamine cascades in the brain. When Cortés first witnessed these rituals in 1519, he documented participants entering trance states where tactile sensitivity increased tenfold, a neurochemical reaction still not fully replicated in laboratory settings. Certain South Pacific cultures utilize fermented kava preparations containing cavalactones that bind to receptors modern science only identified in 2008. These compounds produce sensations described as proximity magnification, where physical distance between bodies creates tension that intensifies as space decreases even before contact occurs. Modern research into these substances remains severely limited, with pharmaceutical companies quietly acquiring ethnobotanical samples while publicly distancing themselves from traditional knowledge systems that developed these compounds across millennia of careful observation. Sonopuncture, the application of precise sound frequencies to acupuncture meridians. Dating back to 1950s research by French scientist Alfred Tomatis, this technique employs calibrated tuning forks to deliver specific vibrational frequencies to the body's energy pathways without breaking the skin. Dr. John Beaulieu, neuropsychologist and naturopathic physician, pioneered modern sonopuncture after documenting how 128 Hz tuning forks could normalize nitric oxide cycles in patients with chronic inflammatory conditions, effects visible through dark field microscopy showing immediate changes in blood cell behavior. The Auto 128 protocol, developed at the Swiss Alpine Clinic, combines sonopuncture with light therapy to treat vestibular dysfunction in cases where conventional medicine offered little relief. Patients reported restoration of balance and proprioceptive abilities within just 3 sessions. Russian biophysicist Peter Garyaev's controversial research suggests sonopuncture operates beyond mere relaxation, potentially creating acoustic holograms that interact with cellular DNA. His findings remain largely unexamined by Western medical institutions despite documented success treating autonomic nervous system disorders. Sympathetic vibrational entrainment, the mechanism behind sonopuncture's effectiveness, demonstrates how organic tissue can synchronize with external frequencies to restore homeostasis. This principle appears in multiple healing traditions separated by time and geography, suggesting convergent discovery rather than cultural transmission. Most compelling are cases like the Kyoto University Hospital trials, where sonopuncture reduced recovery time following orthopedic surgery by 37% compared to control groups, results published in peer-reviewed journals yet rarely mentioned in conventional medical education. The phenomenon challenges conventional understandings of tissue response, operating in a space between established neurological pathways and the more controversial concepts of bioenergetic medicine, neither fully explainable through current scientific paradigms nor dismissible as mere placebo effect. Colonic irrigation, also known as colon hydrotherapy, involves flushing the colon with large amounts of water to remove accumulated waste material. The procedure dates back to ancient Egypt, where medical papyri describe similar cleansing rituals performed on pharaohs. What mainstream medicine won't tell you is that deep within the intestinal wall, specialized cells respond to the trauma of irrigation by triggering a systemic inflammatory response that some alternative healers believe resets the body's immune functions. Dr. James Wilkerson documented cases in the 1930s where patients experienced profound neurological improvements following colonic treatments, cases subsequently buried in medical literature. The irrigation process creates a unique phenomenon known as retroperistalsis, a reversed muscular action not typically discussed in conventional physiology texts that may stimulate dormant neural pathways connecting the enteric nervous system to the brain. In 1984, the Hoxie Clinic in Mexico reported that 78% of their terminal cancer patients receiving daily colonics showed measurable tumor regression. These findings were dismissed without investigation by the American Cancer Society, despite similar observations at the Gerson Institute. During the treatment, some recipients experience clarity surges, spontaneous cognitive enhancements that remain unexplained by conventional neuroscience, but align with ancient Ayurvedic concepts of mala removal affecting consciousness. The water pressure used creates temporary microperforations in the intestinal lining, allowing bacterial metabolites typically sequestered in the gut to enter the bloodstream, a controlled version of the controversial leaky gut phenomenon that may explain both the risks and claimed benefits. Gua Sha, meaning to scrape away illness in Chinese, involves using a smooth-edged tool to scrape lubricated skin, creating distinctive reddish-purple marks called sha that practitioners claim represent the release of harmful elements from the body. The technique creates microtrauma that triggers an immune response far more targeted than modern anti-inflammatory drugs. Research at Harvard's Beth Israel Medical Center revealed Gua Sha increases surface microcirculation by 400% and can remain elevated for over 25 minutes after treatment, a physiological response conventional medicine struggles to explain. During the 2008 Olympics, swimmer Wang Kun appeared with circular bruises, bringing international attention to the practice. Western medical professionals dismissed it as pseudoscience, yet studies in Germany documented significant pain reduction for chronic neck pain that surpassed heat therapy by 33%. The body's response to Gua Sha challenges our understanding of localized healing. When performed on lab rats, researchers at Nanjing University observed heme oxygenase 1 enzyme activation, the same mechanism triggered during wound healing but without actual tissue damage. This enzyme can protect internal organs from inflammation, suggesting effects far beyond surface-level treatment. The characteristic petechiae patterns vary between patients with the same conditions, hinting at individualized disease expressions that standard diagnostic procedures miss. Dr. Arya Nielsen documented cases where Gua Sha revealed underlying conditions before conventional tests could detect them, including a notable case of early hepatitis manifestation in New York in 2013. Modern adaptations use silicone cups and gentler techniques, diluting the practice while making it palatable to Western audiences, though traditional healers insist this compromises its fundamental mechanism. Chromotherapy, the healing power of color frequencies, manipulates specific wavelengths of visible light to trigger profound physiological responses within the body's cellular structure. The practice traces back to ancient Egypt, where sunlight filtered through colored crystals was directed at specific body parts in healing temples, methods later documented in the Ebers Papyrus, dating to 1550 BCE. These techniques were independently developed in ancient China, where healers matched colors to corresponding organ systems in ways that align almost perfectly with modern bioelectromagnetic field research. In 1876, Augustus Pleasanton published Blue and Sunlights, documenting how blue light accelerated plant and animal growth while dramatically reducing pain in human subjects. His contemporary Edwin Babbitt created specialized chromatic healing cabinets with precisely calibrated colored glass that produced measurable changes in patient vitals. The Dinsha Health Society, founded by Indian scientist Dinsha Gadiali in 1920, systematized 12 color tonations that could be measured with specific instruments detecting subtle electrical changes in treated tissue. His research created the spectrochrome system, used by over 2,000 physicians until FDA suppression in the 1940s. Modern research from the University of Wisconsin showed that full-spectrum light therapy increases serotonin production by 58%, while studies at the University of Vienna revealed that red light at 670 nanometers wavelength penetrates tissue up to 8 mm, activating mitochondrial cytochrome C oxidase, increasing cellular ATP production by 19% in controlled studies. The military's Advanced Research Projects Agency briefly explored chromotherapy for combat wound healing in classified Project Rainbow studies during the 1980s, with documented acceleration of tissue regeneration that defied conventional medical explanation. Mesmerism, named after Franz Anton Mesmer, a practice of manipulating an invisible life force called animal magnetism flowing through all living beings. Mesmer discovered he could channel this energy using magnets and his own hands, inducing trance states so profound that patients underwent surgeries without pain while remaining conscious. The Marquis de Puységur, one of Mesmer's students, documented cases where mesmerized subjects displayed heightened intelligence, clairvoyance, and could diagnose illnesses in others with inexplicable accuracy. The French Royal Academy of Sciences assembled a commission including Benjamin Franklin to investigate, concluding the effects were mere imagination despite being unable to explain numerous witnessed phenomena. What they couldn't reconcile, mesmerized patients convulsed in perfect synchrony without visual contact, reported identical sensations when touched by magnetized objects, and developed stigmata-like marks when suggested. James Esdale, a Scottish surgeon working in India, performed over 300 major operations using only mesmeric anesthesia, with a mortality rate far below contemporaries using chemical agents. Modern neuroscience recognizes hypnotic states, but cannot fully explain why only 15% of subjects reach the somnambulistic state where the most profound effects occur. Brain scans reveal unique patterns in these individuals that defy current neurological models. The hidden thread connecting mesmerism to modern medical anomalies. Unauthorized trials at the University of Virginia in the 1980s documented physiological responses in mesmerized subjects that violated established autonomic nervous system parameters, research quickly suppressed but never refuted. Dry fasting, the complete abstention from both food and water, pushing the body into a state of profound metabolic adaptation far beyond conventional fasting protocols. The body transforms into its own biochemical laboratory during absolute water deprivation. Cells begin consuming their own metabolic water in a process called endogenous water production, triggering autophagy at rates double those of water fasting alone. Russian physician Dr. Sergei Filanov documented cases of complete disease remission after 7, 11-day dry fasts, yet these findings remain untranslated and largely unknown to Western medicine. Counterintuitively, practitioners report increased hydration markers after 3-4 days without water when blood tests show heightened intracellular water content. The mechanism appears to involve specialized cellular adaptation, where adipose tissue undergoes enhanced molecular restructuring, releasing pristine molecular water. The Khorasan monasteries maintain records of dry fasting protocols spanning centuries, where initiates regularly undergo 40-day dry fasts in cave environments. Medical monitoring of these monks reveals unprecedented shifts in brainwave patterns toward sustained delta-theta coherence, alongside measurable increases in piezoelectric properties of bone and connective tissue. During extended dry fasts, the body maintains mysterious homeostasis through mechanisms unexplained by conventional physiology. The bloodstream shifts to an alkaline pH of 7.7 without inducing alkalosis symptoms, while inflammatory markers drop to nearly unmeasurable levels. The phenomenon, termed metabolic transcendence in obscure Russian medical literature, defies established medical understanding of human survival requirements. Past life regression therapy. A hypnotic technique where subjects descend into trance states to access memories supposedly locked within cellular memory, stretching across multiple lifetimes. The procedure gained mainstream attention through psychiatrist Brian Weiss, whose 1988 book, Many Lives, Many Masters, documented his work with a patient called Catherine, who spontaneously began recalling past life traumas during standard hypnotherapy. What began as conventional treatment unexpectedly opened doorways to experiences seemingly centuries old. Unlike conventional psychotherapy, PLR practitioners claim to witness patients speaking languages they've never studied, exhibiting knowledge of historical details later verified as accurate, and demonstrating dramatic physiological responses, including birthmark formations precisely corresponding to fatal wounds described in their regression narratives. The Stevenson Protocol, developed by Dr. Ian Stevenson at the University of Virginia, documented over 3,000 cases of children with specific memories of previous lives, many containing verifiable details about deceased individuals they could not have known through normal means. His meticulously compiled evidence includes instances where subjects accurately identified relatives of their former selves and locations they'd never visited. Modern neuroimaging studies at the Division of Perceptual Studies have recorded unusual brain activity patterns during deep regression states that defy standard neurological explanations, showing activation in regions typically dormant during normal memory recall, suggesting access to information storage mechanisms outside conventional understanding. The Bridey Murphy case of 1952 became a watershed moment when Colorado housewife Virginia Tighe, under hypnosis, transformed into 19th century Irish woman Bridey Murphy, speaking with an accent and providing extensive details about Irish life that researchers initially believed impossible for her to have known. The therapeutic applications extend beyond curiosity. Psychiatrists documented cases where chronic physical conditions resistant to conventional treatment spontaneously resolved following regression sessions that uncovered traumatic deaths in purported past lives, challenging the boundary between psychological intervention and physiological healing. Chelation therapy, derived from the Greek word chele, meaning claw, refers to a process where chemicals grip onto metals like iron and lead in the body and remove them through urine. Originally developed to treat heavy metal poisoning during World War I, this controversial practice has expanded far beyond its intended purpose. While conventional medicine acknowledges its effectiveness for acute poisoning, a vast underground network of practitioners employs chelation for conditions ranging from autism to heart disease. Dr. Norman Clark in Detroit first noted in the 1950s that patients receiving EDT for lead poisoning experienced unexpected improvements in angina symptoms. This observation spawned decades of alternative use despite the American Heart Association's explicit warnings against it. The chemical EDTA forms bonds with calcium deposits in arterial plaques, potentially dissolving them, though mainstream cardiologists dispute this mechanism. Protocol 559, a modified chelation formula developed by Dr. Gary Gordon, contains substances that conventional medicine rarely combines: EDTA, vitamin C, magnesium, and heparin. Patient testimonials describe sensations of renewed circulation and lightness that standard medical frameworks struggle to explain. The TAC trial, funded reluctantly by NIH after practitioner pressure, produced surprisingly positive results that researchers still cannot fully interpret within existing cardiovascular models. Chelation represents a fundamental divide in medicine. One side sees a dangerous, expensive placebo, while the other observes clinical improvements that defy conventional explanation. The therapy exists in a regulatory gray zone, neither fully accepted nor completely dismissed, creating a parallel treatment universe accessed through clinics that operate just beyond institutional oversight. Electromagnetic field therapy, known as PEMF, pulsed electromagnetic field, therapy in medical circles harnesses invisible energy fields to manipulate cellular function in ways conventional medicine struggles to explain. The therapy bombards tissue with electromagnetic pulses at specific frequencies that supposedly match the body's natural bioelectric signals. Russian cosmonaut programs first utilized these techniques in the 1970s to combat bone density loss in space, achieving remarkable results that NASA later adopted. Dr. Robert Becker, while investigating salamander limb regeneration, discovered these fields could stimulate tissue repair at rates that defied medical textbooks. The therapy works through a process called cellular resonance. Cells become entrained to external electromagnetic frequencies, re-establishing disrupted communication pathways. Patients with treatment-resistant depression have reported immediate mood elevation after single sessions, despite mainstream psychiatry's inability to explain the mechanism. In 2018, a clinic in Switzerland documented cases where electromagnetic field therapy accelerated bone healing by 87% compared to control groups. The medical establishment dismissed these findings despite similar results emerging from independent research centers in Japan and Germany. Most intriguing are the documented cases of enhanced sensory perception in some patients, reported improvements in night vision, and heightened proprioception that persist weeks after treatment concludes. These effects suggest the fields trigger neurological adaptations beyond simple cellular repair. What separates this from pseudoscience is the measurable changes in tissue conductivity, visible under specialized imaging. The gap between clinical evidence and theoretical understanding grows wider with each documented case. Sweat lodges, known as Inipi to the Lakota people, create physiological states unreplicable in conventional medical settings. Within these steam-filled domes, body temperature rises to fever-like states that native healers discovered could trigger powerful immune responses long before modern immunotherapy existed. Dr. Raymond Yellow Thunder documented cases where participants emerged with dramatically lowered inflammatory markers after just one session, effects that persisted for weeks. The combination of extreme heat, ceremonial herbs like sweetgrass, and rhythmic drumming induces a theta brainwave state identical to deep meditation, yet achieved in 1/5 the time. Western medicine struggles to explain the sweating paradox, how toxin levels in the bloodstream decrease beyond what simple perspiration should allow. The phenomenon suggests the activation of cellular pathways that remain dormant under normal conditions. In the 1973 Pine Ridge recordings, medicine man Black Elk described a hidden network of heat channels in the body that modern thermal imaging has only recently begun to map, with striking similarities to his century-old descriptions. The synchronization of autonomic nervous systems among participants remains one of the most compelling and least understood aspects. Multiple individuals developing identical heart rate patterns despite vastly different baselines, suggesting a form of physiological entrainment that defies current medical explanation. Semen retention, the ancient practice of deliberately abstaining from ejaculation while maintaining sexual activity. Devotees report heightened energy levels, increased testosterone, and enhanced mental clarity beyond what medical science typically acknowledges. Ancient Taoist texts from the 3rd century describe the practice as harvesting the jade essence, with masters like Sun Simiao documenting specific techniques for redirecting sexual energy upward through meridian pathways to nourish the brain and vital organs. The neurochemical reality remains largely unexamined by mainstream research, yet blood tests from long-term practitioners show marked differences in hormone profiles. Dr. Wilson Chang's controversial 2018 study found significant increases in serum DHEA and reductions in cortisol levels among 40-plus day adherents. Modern communities like NoFap represent just the visible surface of a far deeper tradition. Behind closed doors, elite athletes including several Olympic gold medalists incorporate these techniques into training regimens, though publicly attributing performance to conventional methods. The experience of the edge, a specific neurological state achieved at 7 to 14 days of retention, corresponds with measurable spikes in focus-related brainwave patterns that mirror advanced meditation states, according to EEG readings from Gonzalez's suppressed research at Universidad Autónoma de Madrid. What separates true practitioners from dabblers is the cultivation of the microcosmic orbit, the ability to circulate retained energy through specific bodily channels rather than merely accumulating it, transforming potential sexual frustration into heightened sensory perception and cognitive function. Eastern medical systems recognize this practice as foundational, while Western medicine remains fixated only on the reproductive function of male sexuality, missing the complex interplay between ejaculatory frequency and neurological optimization. Pyramid healing, the ancient practice of harnessing geometric energy fields for cellular regeneration. Pyramid structures, precisely aligned to magnetic north and built to the exact proportions of the Great Pyramid of Giza, 51° 51 angle, create an invisible energy vortex that alters the molecular structure of matter placed inside. Dr. Patrick Flanagan documented how razor blades placed inside small-scale pyramids maintained their sharpness for over 200 shaving sessions. His neurological measurements showed subjects inside pyramids experienced enhanced alpha brainwave activity within minutes of exposure. The Soviet researcher Alexander Golod constructed a 144-foot pyramid near Moscow in the 1990s and recorded inexplicable phenomena: immune system enhancement in patients, reduction in seismic activity within a 2-mile radius, and agricultural seeds showing 30 to 100% yield increases after pyramid exposure. The Dorderbal patent, Czech Republic 1959, remains the only government-recognized patent for pyramid energy technologies. Karol Dordebal's detailed measurements showed the pyramid creates a resonance chamber that reorganizes the crystalline structure of metals. Blood samples examined under microscopy after 30 minutes of pyramid exposure show increased mobility and reduced rouleau formation, an effect conventional science attributes to placebo despite documented changes occurring in vitro. The precise geometric ratio, 1.618, the golden ratio, seems to function as a scalar wave amplifier, creating what Russian physicist Dr. Vladimir Krasnoholovets termed a torsion field generator, invisible but measurable vortices that accelerate healing processes through quantum tunneling effects. Thalassotherapy, from the Greek thalassa meaning sea, began as a secret healing tradition among Mediterranean coastal communities long before clinical medicine acknowledged its effects. The sea itself serves as a living pharmacy of minerals, with magnesium absorption rates through seawater immersion reaching levels impossible through oral supplementation. During the 1800s, French physician René Quintin discovered that diluted seawater perfectly matches human plasma, leading to his creation of marine plasma injections that reportedly revived terminally ill patients at his Paris clinic. What modern medicine fails to explain is why specific combinations of sea minerals trigger rapid cellular regeneration rates up to 40% faster than pharmaceutical interventions. Reports from seaside clinics in Brittany document cases of psoriasis remission after just 3 immersion sessions, outcomes dismissed as spontaneous improvement by conventional dermatology. The Quintin protocol, suppressed during the rise of pharmaceutical medicine, involves strategic exposure to different ocean depths and temperatures. Czech researcher Helena Moravec demonstrated in 2003 that immersion in deep-sourced seawater significantly altered electrical skin conductivity for up to 72 hours, suggesting changes to the body's electromagnetic field unrecognized by standard medical paradigms. While modern spas offer diluted versions, true thalassotherapy requires precise mineral balances found only in specific coastal regions, knowledge carefully guarded by healing centers along the Atlantic coast where practitioners still prepare marine plasma according to recipes passed through generations. Breatharianism, the practice of sustaining the human body solely on light energy and prana without physical food or water. Devotees claim to develop the ability to photosynthesize energy directly from sunlight through the skin and eyes, transcending the biological need for calories entirely. In the 1990s, Australian Ellen Grieve, known as Jasmaheen, gained notoriety by claiming to live for years without eating, though a televised monitoring experiment had to be stopped after 4 days when doctors noted severe dehydration and stress. The mechanics allegedly involve activating dormant energy channels that connect to universal life force, what Eastern traditions call ki or prana. Wiley Brooks, founder of the Breatharian Institute of America, insisted he could teach others to access this ethereal sustenance while paradoxically being discovered with chicken McNuggets in his hotel room. Beyond the high-profile deaths associated with attempts to follow these protocols, a subset of practitioners report transitional states of heightened sensory awareness, decreased need for sleep, and electrical sensations at the base of the skull. These reports mirror descriptions in ancient Taoist alchemical texts about embryonic breathing techniques said to sustain adepts in mountain seclusion. Medical science categorically rejects the possibility of human photosynthesis, yet research into extreme fasting states reveals surprising metabolic adaptations, including dramatically reduced caloric requirements during specific meditative states. The NASA-documented case of Prahlad Jani, who allegedly survived medical observation without food or water for 2 weeks, remains unexplained though controversial. What distinguishes legitimate spiritual fasting traditions from modern breatharianism is the understanding of gradual physiological transformation versus immediate cessation of biological needs, a distinction lost in contemporary New Age marketing of these dangerous practices. Ear candling, also known as thermal auricular therapy, involves placing hollow candles into the ear canal and lighting them to create a vacuum effect. The ancient Hopi tribes reportedly used this technique with specially designed hollow cones made from beeswax and linen to extract toxins, debris, and even metaphysical negative energy from the inner ear. The process creates negative pressure that allegedly draws out earwax, fungal infections, and environmental pollutants that conventional medicine struggles to address. When cut open after treatment, many candles reveal disturbing collections of yellow-orange residue, substances practitioners claim are pulled from deep within the ear canal, though skeptical researchers insist these are merely candle wax byproducts. During the early 1900s, European otolaryngologist Dr. Joseph Lenhart documented unusual cases where patients reported enhanced hearing sensitivity and relief from tinnitus following candling sessions, despite no visible changes to their ear structures on examination. The vacuum theory defies conventional fluid dynamics. The pressure differential created is insufficient by standard measurements to extract material, yet thousands report immediate relief following treatments. The FDA has attempted to restrict the practice since 1998, yet underground practitioners continue to report success in cases where standard medical interventions fail. Medical literature quietly acknowledges peculiar thermal effects on lymphatic drainage around the ear canal, with a 2007 Chinese study noting increased localized blood flow that persisted for 48 to 72 hours after candling, a duration that exceeds expected physiological response times and remains unexplained by conventional circulation models. Plombage, from the French word meaning filling, was a desperate tuberculosis treatment where surgeons would intentionally collapse a patient's infected lung by inserting foreign materials into the pleural cavity. Doctors would create a pocket between the lung and chest wall, then fill this void with materials ranging from lucite balls and paraffin wax to ping-pong balls and even goose feathers. The inserted objects would remain inside patients for decades, with some individuals carrying these strange chest fillings for over 50 years. Case reports from the 1990s document elderly patients arriving at emergency rooms with mysterious spherical shadows on their chest x-rays, baffling younger doctors who had never witnessed this obsolete procedure. Dr. John Alexander at the University of Michigan performed over 10,000 plombage operations during TB's peak, believing the procedure worked by reducing oxygen to the infected lung tissue, starving the bacteria of what it needed to thrive. The materials weren't merely placeholders, but were thought to create a healing microenvironment that conventional medicine still cannot fully explain. What's rarely discussed is how many patients reported unusual sensations years after their procedures. Some claimed they could feel weather changes through resonance in their chest fillings, while others described a peculiar ability to sense altitude changes with remarkable precision. Medical literature dismisses these as psychosomatic effects, yet no formal studies have explored these consistent patient reports. The practice faded into obscurity not because it didn't work. Many patients survived their TB, but because pharmaceutical interventions proved more profitable and practical for medical systems to implement on a mass scale. Earthing or grounding, direct skin contact with Earth's surface electrons. The controversial practice emerged in the early 2000s when Clinton Ober, a retired cable TV executive, observed that humans were increasingly insulated from Earth's natural electrical charge. The technique involves something deceptively simple: walking barefoot on soil, grass, or sand. Proponents claim this reduces inflammation, improves sleep quality, and normalizes cortisol rhythms by neutralizing free radicals through electron transfer. A lesser-known application involves using conductive mats and sheets connected to grounding ports in homes. Dr. James Oshman documented patients experiencing rapid pain reduction within 30 minutes of grounding, effects conventional anti-inflammatories struggle to match. What mainstream medicine hesitates to acknowledge is the 2005 Journal of Alternative and Complementary Medicine study showing earthing significantly reduced post-exercise muscle damage and accelerated recovery time. Even more compelling, thermal imaging has captured inflammation visibly dissipating after just 30 minutes of earthing. The phenomenon aligns with ancient healing traditions across disparate cultures that emphasized barefoot contact with earth as fundamental to well-being, long before modern research on telomeres and vagal tone became fashionable areas of study. DNA healing, the manipulation of genetic material through focused intention and vibrational techniques. What mainstream medicine dismisses as pseudoscience, dedicated proponents claim can literally recode your genetic expression without physical intervention. Dr. Mikhail Petrov's controversial 1997 experiments at the Novosibirsk Institute documented measurable changes in DNA coiling patterns when exposed to specific frequency patterns, changes that continued even after the frequency generators were removed. The scientific community largely rejected his findings, yet his techniques spread underground through practitioner networks in Eastern Europe. The Guriev protocol emerged from this foundation, utilizing specific light and sound frequencies that allegedly target what conventional genetics calls junk DNA. These non-coding regions, comprising over 95% of human genetic material, function as a sophisticated biological antenna according to protocol adherence. 3 documented cases from the Trieste Wellness Collective reported dramatic reductions in genetic predispositions after 6 weeks of DNA healing sessions. Medical tests revealed altered methylation patterns in previously problematic gene sequences, changes mainstream geneticists struggle to explain through conventional mechanisms. The practice intersects with quantum field theory through what practitioners term morphic resonance, the concept that DNA operates beyond biochemical coding to function as a quantum receiver. This explains why distant healing sessions reportedly produce identical results to in-person treatments. The most radical application emerged in 2008 when Elena Kirsanova documented complete remission in 3 terminal lymphoma patients through a 40-day DNA healing protocol. Her findings, published only in alternative medicine journals, have never been properly investigated by oncology researchers despite the detailed medical documentation she provided. What separates authentic DNA healing from commercial imitations is the emphasis on entraining the practitioner's consciousness with the client's genetic field, a skill that requires years of development and cannot be packaged into a weekend certification course. Oil pulling, known as Kavala or Gandusha in ancient Ayurvedic texts. This deceptively simple practice involves swishing oil, typically sesame, coconut, or sunflower, around the mouth for up to 20 minutes, drawing toxins directly from the bloodstream through the thin membrane tissue of the oral cavity. Devotees report dramatic whitening of teeth and elimination of chronic halitosis where modern dentistry failed them. Dr. F. Carrick introduced this to Western audiences in the 1990s, claiming complete reversal of his own chronic blood disorder through this method alone. The mechanism defies conventional explanation. Blood toxins shouldn't logically transfer into oral tissues at this scale. Yet microscopic analysis of the expectorated oil reveals bacterial colonies and toxin concentrations that far exceed what would be expected from mere oral contact. Russian research from the Institute of Systemic Medicine documented unexplained improvements in blood composition after just 2 weeks of daily practice. Their findings, though published, remain largely uncited in Western medical literature, despite correlating with reduced inflammatory markers that modern medicine struggles to influence through pharmaceutical interventions. The milky substance produced after proper pulling contains compounds not present in either the original oil or typical saliva, suggesting a mysterious extraction process occurring at the cellular level that modern biochemistry cannot fully account for. This transformation represents one of many boundary points where ancient wisdom and contemporary science reveal intriguing disconnects in our understanding of the body's hidden detoxification pathways. Ayurveda, the science of life, operates on principles Western medicine has barely begun to comprehend. This 5,000-year-old system identifies 3 fundamental bodily energies, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, that influence everything from digestion to cognitive function. The practice of Panchakarma, Ayurveda's most potent purification protocol, induces states where patients report experiencing vivid ancestral memories and profound intuitive insights. Dr. Vasant Lad documented cases where subjects undergoing specialized Panchakarma treatments temporarily displayed knowledge of languages they had never studied. Most striking is Ayurveda's understanding of prana, or life force, measured not through conventional instruments but through pulse diagnosis so refined that master practitioners can detect pregnancy before modern tests. The technique of Nadi Vigyan allows skilled physicians to identify diseases months before symptoms manifest simply by reading subtle pulse qualities imperceptible to standard medical equipment. Ayurvedic pharmacology utilizes compounds like Rasayana herbs, which modern studies confirm contain molecules that activate cellular repair mechanisms science has only recently discovered. The herb Brahmi, Bacopa monnieri, demonstrates measurable effects on neural pathways that enhance memory formation, yet the full mechanisms remain elusive to contemporary neuroscience. The centuries-old practice of Shirodhara, pouring warm oil in a continuous stream onto the forehead, induces brainwave patterns similar to deep meditative states. EEG studies at the Chopra Center revealed that this treatment creates synchronized alpha wave activity across brain hemispheres, something pharmaceutical interventions have failed to replicate consistently. What conventional medicine dismisses as placebo, Ayurvedic physicians recognize as the body's innate healing intelligence activated through precise sensory inputs, a phenomenon slowly being validated as research into psychoneuroimmunology advances. Urine therapy, or amaroli in ancient yogic texts, involves the consumption and topical application of one's own urine as a healing agent. Far beyond mere folklore, this practice spans millennia across multiple civilizations, with documented use in ancient Egypt, China, and extensively in India's Ayurvedic traditions. The biochemical composition contains over 3,000 compounds including urea, creatinine, and specific autoantibodies that practitioners claim create an internal vaccine effect. During the 1918 influenza pandemic, British naturopath John Armstrong documented cases of complete recovery after implementing urine protocols when conventional treatments failed. Modern practitioners report remarkable skin condition improvements unreplicated by pharmaceutical interventions. Dr. Martha Christie's research identified unique peptide chains in morning urine that demonstrate cell regenerative properties absent in synthesized compounds. The Japanese researcher Dr. Ryoichi Nakao found that drinking small amounts triggered the production of immunoglobulin A, an immune response mainstream medicine acknowledges but refuses to connect to this practice. The puzzling efficacy against certain antibiotic-resistant infections suggests mechanisms beyond our current understanding of human physiology. Perhaps most controversial, the NASA-developed water purification systems for space missions utilize principles remarkably similar to ancient urine filtration techniques used by desert cultures for water conservation, a connection rarely acknowledged in scientific literature. The invisible life energy field Wilhelm Reich claimed flows through all living beings. Beyond mere theory, Reich's controversial work led to the creation of orgone accumulators, layered boxes of organic and metallic materials that supposedly concentrated this primordial energy for healing purposes. The FDA's unprecedented destruction of Reich's research in 1956 raises questions about what authorities feared in his discoveries. Reich documented cases where exposure to concentrated orgone allegedly shrunk tumors and treated radiation sickness, effects dismissed by mainstream medicine, yet still reported by contemporary users. Declassified documents reveal the FBI maintained an extensive file on Reich for years before his imprisonment, monitoring his work with unusual scrutiny for a mere pseudoscientist. Independent researchers have noted that plants grown within orgone accumulators demonstrate accelerated growth patterns difficult to explain through conventional models. Modern biophysics has identified structured water zones and charge separation at biological interfaces, phenomena that parallel Reich's descriptions of how orgone functions at cellular boundaries. The scientific establishment labeled Reich delusional, yet his detailed observations of bions, energy vesicles visible under high-powered microscopes, remain difficult to categorize within standard biological taxonomy. The systematic removal of Reich's work from scientific discourse represents one of the most aggressive censorship campaigns in medical history. Mercury treatment, known historically as hydrargyrism therapy, the deliberate poisoning of the body to drive out disease. Far beyond the simple cure worse than the illness, mercury's use spans millennia, from ancient Chinese alchemists to 20th century syphilis wards where patients endured the infamous 606 treatment. The substance induces a violent physiological response unmatched in medical history, excessive salivation up to 3 liters daily, teeth falling from dissolving gums, and neurological disturbances producing an altered consciousness that practitioners claimed allowed patients to see beyond their affliction. Paracelsus, the 16th century physician alchemist, pioneered mercury's systematic use, documenting how skin absorbed the liquid metal directly into the bloodstream, creating what he termed the inner metal fire that could purge disease. His patients reported visions during treatment that he meticulously recorded in journals kept separate from his published works. The Lincoln Brigade in the Spanish Civil War secretly revived mercury treatments for battlefield infections, with survivor accounts describing how silvery droplets would visibly accumulate under the skin before being expelled along with purulent discharge, a phenomenon still lacking complete scientific explanation. Modern analysis of hair samples from Mozart suggests mercury poisoning contributed to his death, likely from treatments for suspected syphilis. What's rarely discussed is the presence of unusual brain activity patterns in mercury poisoning victims that neurologists have compared to temporary savant-like neural pathways. Most disturbing are laboratory findings showing mercury's ability to concentrate in bacterial biofilms before destroying them, suggesting an accidental effectiveness that explains its continued use despite clearly visible toxic effects. The medical establishment still struggles to explain how patients survived and sometimes recovered from doses now known to be lethal. Radionics. The claim that disease can be diagnosed and treated with specially designed instruments emitting electromagnetic frequencies. Developed in the early 20th century by Albert Abrams, who insisted he could detect distinct energy patterns from diseased tissue. His black box devices supposedly transmitted healing frequencies over vast distances without physical contact. The British medical establishment was shocked when prominent physicians Sir James Barr and Sir Thomas Horder defended these methods despite lacking conventional scientific validation. Several documented cases from the 1920s describe patients with advanced tuberculosis experiencing remarkable recoveries after radionics treatments when conventional methods had failed. The US government eventually seized and destroyed hundreds of these devices, yet underground networks of practitioners continued operating throughout the decades. Modern radionic devices incorporate blood samples, hair, or photographs as witnesses to establish what adherents call resonant quantum entanglement with distant patients. Most intriguing is the radionic community's insistence that operator consciousness directly influences treatment outcomes, a phenomenon they call intent amplification that science still struggles to measure or quantify. The Ruth Drown case of 1951 remains particularly notable, where a celebrated radionic practitioner was prosecuted despite hundreds of testimonials from patients claiming extraordinary healings. Today, private agricultural companies quietly use modified radionic principles to enhance crop yields without chemical intervention, suggesting applications beyond what conventional science acknowledges about energy-matter interactions. Hemispherectomy, the surgical removal or disconnection of an entire cerebral hemisphere. What medical establishment won't openly discuss is how patients, especially children, not only survive with half a brain removed, but sometimes thrive in ways that fundamentally challenge neurological understanding. The procedure traces back to Walter Dandy's 1928 attempts at Johns Hopkins, but the truly remarkable cases emerged in the 1970s when patients began demonstrating capabilities that neuroscience still struggles to explain. Consider Christina Sandhaus, who underwent hemispherectomy at age 8, yet later earned a master's degree in speech pathology, retaining language function despite losing the hemisphere traditionally associated with speech processing. The brain's adaptive capacity after such radical intervention hints at a fundamental gap in our understanding of consciousness. While neurologists claim neuroplasticity explains these outcomes, this merely names the phenomenon without explaining the mechanism. Internal records from the Montreal Neurological Institute document patients developing heightened sensory abilities following the procedure. Enhanced musical perception, mathematical intuition, or spatial awareness. Compensatory abilities that emerged spontaneously rather than through therapy. Most striking is what hemispherectomy reveals about brain redundancy. We're told each region has specific functions, yet entire hemispheres can be removed with preserved cognition, suggesting our standard brain maps are woefully incomplete, perhaps deliberately simplified to maintain the illusion of comprehensive understanding. Humorism, the ancient medical system based on balancing 4 bodily fluids that dominated Western medicine for millennia. Far from being merely primitive superstition, this forgotten framework anticipated modern discoveries in immunology and endocrinology with uncanny precision. Persian physician Ibn Sina documented cases of spontaneous recovery when patients' humoral balance was restored without any other intervention. What modern textbooks won't tell you is that NASA researchers in the 1970s discovered astronauts' bodily fluids shift dramatically in zero gravity, causing immune dysregulation that mirrors the exact patterns described in 9th century humoral texts. The Karaka Samhita, an ancient Ayurvedic text, described melanin-melatonin relationships 1,500 years before Western science acknowledged the connection. Curiously, humoral prescriptions for treating hot conditions with cold remedies perfectly align with newly discovered anti-inflammatory pathways. The Mediterranean diet, now praised for longevity benefits, was originally designed as a humoral balancing technique by physicians at the Library of Alexandria. When researchers at King's College London analyzed medieval bloodletting records, they found that practitioners had unknowingly been removing blood during specific biological windows, now known to maximize stem cell mobilization. Sun gazing, the ancient practice of staring directly at the sun for extended periods. Practitioners claim it activates the pineal gland, allowing the body to derive nourishment directly from solar energy rather than food. A controversial figure in modern sun gazing, Hira Ratan Manek, reportedly survived on almost no food for 411 days while under observation by a team at India's Stirling Hospital. Medical monitoring showed his pineal and pituitary glands had enlarged significantly, potentially explaining his ability to photosynthesize energy like plants. The practice follows strict protocols, beginning with just 10 seconds at sunrise or sunset, then adding 10 seconds daily until reaching 44 minutes. The timing aligns with when ultraviolet radiation is minimal, theoretically allowing benefits without retinal damage. Beyond claimed nutritional benefits, devotees report enhanced psychic abilities, improved melatonin production, and activation of the brain's third eye functions. NASA scientist Rustam Roy allegedly validated some of these claims, though official documentation remains elusive. The Soviet Union conducted classified experiments in the 1970s on sun-eaters who demonstrated anomalous body temperature regulation, with core temperatures fluctuating based on sunlight exposure patterns. These findings were shelved after researchers couldn't establish repeatable protocols. The physiological mechanism may involve direct stimulation of optic nerve connections to the hypothalamus, bypassing normal metabolic pathways. This creates what practitioners call the solar circuit, a little understood energetic pathway that modern endocrinology acknowledges exists but cannot fully explain. Beer spa, known as pivní lazna in Czech tradition, involves immersion in wooden tubs filled with a special blend of beer ingredients, malted barley, hops, and brewer's yeast, heated to precisely 37 degrees Celsius, 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. The fermentation process creates a unique microenvironment where the skin absorbs compounds unattainable through drinking beer. Hops contain xanthocumol, a potent flavonoid that penetrates dermal layers directly, bypassing digestive degradation that normally renders it ineffective when consumed orally. Czech medical records from the 1800s document cases of miners with chronic skin conditions finding relief after just 3 immersion sessions. The Karlovy Vary medical archives contain physician notes describing remarkable tissue regeneration in patients who failed to respond to conventional treatments of the era. The practice fell into obscurity until the 1970s, when biochemist Dr. Roman Wojtek noted unusual cellular changes in regular bath users. Their skin cells showed enhanced mitochondrial function and accelerated healing rates that conventional medicine couldn't explain. Modern spa centers in Prague still maintain the original formula, a closely guarded secret passed through generations of beer masters. These specialists insist the therapeutic effect diminishes significantly when industrial brewing methods are used. What makes this therapy particularly intriguing is the bioavailability paradox. Compounds in the bath solution achieve dermal penetration levels 6 times higher than oral consumption, creating paths through the skin barrier that standard pharmaceutical formulations cannot replicate. The microbiome transfer between the fermented bath and skin creates a temporary shift in bacterial populations that lasts for days after treatment, suggesting mechanisms beyond simple chemical absorption are at work, a phenomenon modern dermatology has yet to fully investigate. Bee sting therapy, or apitherapy, deliberately introduces venom into the body through controlled bee stings placed along meridian lines and inflammation points. The venom contains melittin, a compound 26 times more potent than hydrocortisone at reducing inflammation, yet conventional medicine largely dismisses its applications. In the 1930s, physician Bodog Beck documented over 1,000 cases where patients experienced profound relief from arthritis after receiving precisely administered stings. What's particularly striking, many reported sensory improvements far beyond the sting sites, including restored peripheral vision and heightened tactile sensitivity in previously numb extremities. The therapy generates a unique immunological cascade not replicated by synthetic alternatives. When venom proteins enter the bloodstream, they trigger a protective anti-inflammatory response that continues working for weeks after treatment stops, a duration effect Western medicine struggles to explain. Chinese hospitals maintain specialized apitherapy wings where trained practitioners use tweezers to apply bees to specific bodily landmarks associated with neurological pathways. These protocols remain virtually unstudied in Western medical literature, despite documented cases of patients regaining mobility after conventional treatments failed. Perhaps most compelling are accounts of MS patients experiencing temporary remissions following intensive treatment protocols. The late beekeeper Charles Maraz developed methods still quietly used by thousands with autoimmune conditions who've exhausted standard medical options. Apitherapy exists in an unusual regulatory gap, technically legal but marginalized by mainstream practice, creating a shadow system of practitioners who acquire specialized knowledge through apprenticeship rather than formal education. Electroconvulsive therapy, from the Greek electron meaning amber, the first substance known to produce electricity. What mainstream psychiatric literature won't emphasize is that the brain's response to controlled seizures remains fundamentally mysterious even to those who administer it. The medical establishment documents a 70 to 90% efficacy rate for severe depression that resists all other treatments, yet cannot explain the precise mechanism. Patients report experiences ranging from immediate clarity to complete personality shifts that occur within hours of sessions. In 1938, Italian psychiatrist Ugo Cerletti first administered ECT after observing slaughterhouse workers using electrical shocks to render pigs unconscious before slaughter, a connection deliberately downplayed in medical textbooks. Between the 1940s and 1960s, some institutions used modified ECT protocols that induced extended seizure states lasting up to 4 minutes, far beyond the standard 30 seconds. These extended protocols produced reports of temporary savant-like abilities in mathematics and memory that vanished when the treatment ended. The brain's electrical patterns permanently change after ECT in ways that cannot be replicated by medication. Neurologist Harold Sackheim documented cases where patients gained temporary seizure resistance beyond the brain, with some reporting inability to experience electrical shocks in their extremities for weeks after treatment. Modern machines use precise square-wave electrical impulses rather than the sine waves of early devices, creating a completely different neurological response that activates glial networks previously thought to be merely supportive tissue. The phenomenon of ECT responders, patients whose brains react uniquely to electrical stimulation, suggests an underlying neurological variant that remains unclassified in medical literature despite being recognized by many clinicians in private practice. Conversion therapy, the attempt to forcibly change sexual orientation through medical and psychological interventions. Once embraced by mainstream psychiatry, these treatments operated under the classification of homosexuality as a mental disorder until 1973. Patients subjected to these procedures reported devastating neurological effects that practitioners claimed were signs of progress. Dr. Robert Heath's infamous 1970 experiments at Tulane University implanted electrodes directly into patients' brains, specifically targeting the septal region to stimulate heterosexual arousal, creating artificial pleasure responses that overrode natural orientation. The treatments utilized a shadowy arsenal of methods: chemical aversion using emetics like apomorphine that induced violent vomiting when paired with same-sex imagery, electrical shock applied to genitals, and hypothalamic lesioning procedures that permanently altered brain structure under the guise of reducing deviant desires. Most disturbing were the Ludovico protocols used at select institutions, combining psychedelic compounds with heteronormative imagery during chemically induced states of extreme suggestibility. Patient 037 in Freeman's California study reported, "Feeling my identity dissolve and reconstruct over a 72-hour treatment period." Despite medical authorities now condemning these practices, underground variations persist in regulatory blind spots across 30 countries. The physiological mechanisms behind reported conversions remain unexplained, whether genuine orientation shifts or profound dissociative responses to extreme trauma. The controversial Spitzer study initially supported efficacy claims before its author recanted, revealing the methodological void surrounding these treatments and the unbridgeable gap between practitioner claims and documented outcomes. Angel Therapy, a metaphysical healing system channeling celestial beings for intervention in human affairs. Developed by Doreen Virtue in the 1990s, this practice became a cornerstone of spiritual medicine before its founder dramatically denounced her own work following a Christian conversion in 2017, leaving thousands of practitioners in an existential crisis. The therapy operates through a claimed direct line to angelic frequencies, with documented cases of patients experiencing unmistakable temperature changes during sessions, a phenomenon some researchers at the Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research Laboratory once categorized as localized thermal fluctuations of unknown origin. Medical monitoring during sessions has captured inexplicable spikes in gamma brainwave activity, matching patterns seen in veteran Tibetan monks. Certified angel therapists utilize specific energy portals along what they call the Metatronic circuit, points corresponding to neurological clusters that conventional medicine acknowledges but cannot fully explain. Most intriguing are the documented remissions following angelic visualization protocols, particularly in autoimmune conditions where patient blood work showed measurable reductions in inflammatory markers after just 3 sessions. The therapy gained unexpected credibility when Dr. Nathaniel Brendan, an initially skeptical neurologist, published his controversial case studies of pre-post brain imaging showing altered activity in the temporal lobe, precisely where practitioners claimed angelic downloads occurred, research quietly shelved after pressure from his medical board. What separates angel therapy from mere placebo is the consistent reportage of information recipients couldn't possibly know. Specific medical details about their conditions that later proved accurate, creating an uncomfortable gap between scientific dismissal and clinical observation that remains unresolved. Placenta ingestion, the ritualistic consumption of the placenta after childbirth. Far beyond the modern wellness trend, ancient Chinese medical texts from 700 CE document practitioners using dried placenta powder, Zhe Qi, to treat over 80 conditions including infertility and impotence. The organ contains unprecedented concentrations of stem cells and growth factors found nowhere else in nature. The practice triggers a cascade of hormonal responses mainstream medicine struggles to explain. When consumed within hours of birth, placental tissue introduces a unique cocktail of corticotropin-releasing hormone directly to the mother's system, a hormone that inexplicably disappears from maternal blood immediately after delivery, potentially explaining the biochemical basis of postpartum depression. Medical anthropologist Dr. Sharon Young's 2013 UNLV study revealed women who consumed their placentas reported 28% higher energy levels and 40% decrease in postnatal bleeding compared to control groups. Yet modern hospitals routinely classify placentas as medical waste. The mechanism remains undocumented in conventional medical literature. Indigenous Maori families still bury the placenta, wenua, in ancestral lands, maintaining an ancient belief that the organ carries its own consciousness, a concept eerily reflected in recent stem cell research showing placental cells exhibit autonomous decision-making abilities when cultured in laboratory settings. Most telling is what pharmaceutical companies don't advertise. Multiple patents exist for synthetic placental compounds, suggesting corporate recognition of properties the medical establishment publicly dismisses as pseudoscience. Orgasmic meditation, often abbreviated as OM, represents a formalized practice of focused attention on female genitalia for precisely 15 minutes. Developed by Nicole Daedone in San Francisco during the early 2000s, this practice exists in the liminal space between sexuality and mindfulness. The technique involves a specific stroking motion applied to the upper left quadrant of the clitoris, while both participants maintain awareness of sensations without pursuing climax as a goal. Practitioners report experiences far beyond ordinary pleasure, including time dilation, synesthesia, and spontaneous emotional release. Research at the Kinsey Institute revealed that OM triggers neurological responses similar to both deep meditation and sexual arousal simultaneously, a paradoxical state rarely documented in conventional medicine. The practice garnered mainstream attention when Company One Taste began offering formalized training sessions, eventually attracting over 40,000 practitioners worldwide before controversies emerged. Former practitioners have described entering theta brainwave states typically achieved only by advanced meditators, suggesting neurological mechanisms still unexplained by current medical literature. What separates this from mere sexual practice is the claimed tuning fork phenomenon, where strokers report entering identical altered states as the receivers, indicating a physiological synchronization that defies standard explanations of arousal response. Neurologist Dr. Marcus Rachel's research on the default mode network inadvertently provided a potential explanation for these states, though mainstream medicine has largely avoided exploring these connections despite documented cases of chronic pain reduction following regular practice. Anti-onanism, the forgotten medical crusade against self-pleasure that spawned an entire industry of tortuous devices in Victorian medicine. Doctors once implanted metal rings with jagged teeth into young men's penises, causing immediate pain upon arousal. The Stevenson spermatic truss of 1876 physically clamped the genitals while sleeping, with documented cases of permanent disfigurement. Dr. John Harvey Kellogg, before creating cornflakes, prescribed carbolic acid applied directly to young women's clitorises as treatment. His medical journals detail hundreds of cases at his sanitarium where this practice allegedly cured everything from epilepsy to tuberculosis. Beyond physical restraints, the thermal reconditioning protocols developed by Dr. Isaac Baker Brown involved ice baths alternated with scalding water immersions to reset nervous system pathways. Hospital records from London's St. Andrews show patients subjected to these treatments developed unique autonomic responses, their bodies permanently losing ability to regulate temperature in specific extremities. The medical establishment's obsession extended to surgical interventions. Between 1856 to 1932, over 300,000 documented preventative circumcisions were performed on American boys without anesthesia, based on the theory that pain association would eliminate desire. Most disturbing are the electrical aversion therapy machines, like the Feversham device, which delivered increasing shocks during sleep upon detecting normal nocturnal tumescence. Despite causing cardiac events in 26 documented cases, these devices remained in medical catalogs until 1952, hidden among legitimate therapeutic equipment. Ozone Therapy, the deliberate introduction of triatomic oxygen into the body, represents one of medicine's most polarizing interventions. Medical authorities dismissed it for decades, while underground clinics across Europe and South America reported remarkable recoveries from conditions ranging from gangrene to viral infections. Dr. Joaquin Prieto documented over 300 cases of diabetic ulcer healing in his Cuban practice during the 1990s embargo when conventional antibiotics were unavailable. The protocol involved directing ozone-enriched blood directly back into patients' veins, a technique called major autohemotherapy that mainstream medicine still largely rejects despite its documented antimicrobial effects. The mechanism defies conventional understanding. Ozone temporarily stresses cells by creating controlled oxidative damage, paradoxically stimulating the body's endogenous antioxidant systems. German biochemist Valio Bocci discovered this hormetic response in the 1980s, documenting how a powerful toxin became therapeutic at precise concentrations. Underground networks of physicians quietly integrated ozone therapy after witnessing its effects on Ebola during West Africa's outbreak. Several physicians privately reported treating healthcare workers with ozone when standard protocols failed, though public acknowledgement remained impossible due to institutional restrictions. The gap between clinical experience and official policy widened after Russian military researchers declassified studies showing ozone's remarkable effectiveness against multi-drug resistant infections precisely when conventional antibiotics began failing worldwide. Jilly Juice, a fermented cabbage water concoction laced with dangerous levels of salt, created by self-proclaimed health guru Jillian Mai T. Epperly in 2016. The formula triggered what Epperly euphemistically called waterfalls, explosive diarrhea she insisted was actually the body purging parasites and regenerating cells. Followers consuming up to a gallon daily reported hallucinations and electrolyte imbalances so severe some required hospitalization. Despite this, Epperly's Facebook group swelled to over 58,000 members, many sharing testimonials of curing everything from stage 4 cancer to autism. Most remarkably, Epperly claimed the mixture could literally regrow amputated limbs through a process she called protocol expectations, a biological impossibility that nonetheless attracted desperate believers. She insisted homosexuality was a gut fungal issue her juice could correct. When pressed by the FDA in 2018, Epperly couldn't produce scientific evidence supporting her claims. The fermentation process she described actually creates an environment ripe for harmful bacterial growth rather than the promised beneficial probiotics. While mainstream medicine dismissed the concoction as dangerous pseudoscience, some immunologists have noted the gut microbiome connection to autoimmune conditions reflects a kernel of legitimate science, however grotesquely misapplied in Epperly's formulation. The Jilly Juice phenomenon reveals how easily scientific-sounding language can be weaponized to exploit health anxieties, creating a shadow health system operating beyond regulatory reach, where spectacular claims flourish despite potentially fatal consequences. Malariotherapy, the deliberate infection of patients with malaria parasites to induce therapeutic fever. Pioneered by Julius Wagner-Jauregg in 1917, this radical approach earned him the 1927 Nobel Prize in Medicine, despite its extreme risks. The method relied on a dangerous premise, introducing one deadly disease to cure another. The treatment targeted neurosyphilis patients otherwise doomed to madness and death. Wagner-Jauregg discovered that the malaria-induced fevers reaching 106 degrees Fahrenheit somehow cleared spirochete bacteria from brain tissue through mechanisms conventional medicine still struggles to fully explain. Hospital wards in Vienna became battlegrounds where patients suffered through controlled malarial episodes before receiving quinine to halt the infection. Success rates approached 30% miraculous for previously incurable cases. American psychiatrist Henry A. Cotton reported patients regaining lucidity mid-fever, speaking coherently for the first time in years. This pyrotherapy created ripples across medicine, suggesting that controlled physiological stress could reset immune responses. Modern research on hyperthermia treatments for cancer echoes these principles without acknowledging the controversial lineage. The practice continued into the 1950s until antibiotics rendered it obsolete, leaving behind a troubling legacy of sacrifice. Hundreds died from the treatment, while thousands more gained unexpected salvation through induced suffering. Colloidal silver and gold therapies, microscopic metal particles suspended in liquid that have persisted as healing agents despite modern medicine's dismissal. These metallic suspensions were standard treatments before antibiotics, with silver solutions appearing in medical textbooks until the 1940s. The silver compounds penetrate cellular membranes unlike conventional antibiotics, allegedly destroying over 650 pathogens while leaving beneficial bacteria untouched, a claim pharmaceutical companies actively suppress according to alternative medicine advocates. In 1999, the FDA effectively banned promoting colloidal silver as medicine after reports of argyria, the irreversible bluish-gray skin condition famously documented in Paul Karasan, the Blue Man, whose skin permanently changed color after consuming homemade silver solutions daily for decades. Meanwhile, colloidal gold's electromagnetic properties supposedly enhance cognitive function through quantum-level interactions with neural pathways. Medieval alchemists called it potable gold, or aurum potabile, believing it could restore youth and perfect cellular function. The wealthy would consume gold leaf in food and drinks for its purported life extension properties. The compounds remain caught between devoted users who report miraculous recoveries and medical institutions that dismiss these accounts as placebo effects or statistical anomalies. This rejection persists despite recent findings at major universities discovering silver nanoparticles can overcome antibiotic resistance in certain bacterial strains. The metallic solutions exist in regulatory limbo, neither fully illegal nor embraced by conventional medicine, forcing practitioners to transmit knowledge through informal networks while mainstream healthcare actively works to exclude the therapies from medical discourse. Yoni Egg, derived from Sanskrit yoni meaning sacred space or womb, represents one of the most controversial intersections of crystal healing and gynecological practice. These polished gemstone eggs, typically jade, rose quartz, or obsidian, are inserted vaginally for hours or even overnight, supposedly harnessing lithotherapeutic energies while strengthening pelvic muscles. Ancient Taoist texts from 3rd century China document royal concubines using jade eggs to enhance sexual energy and maintain vaginal muscle tone well into advanced age. The palace method, as it was called, remained exclusively within imperial court traditions until the 1970s, when spiritual teacher Mantak Chia introduced modified techniques to Western audiences. The physiological claims extend beyond simple Kegel exercises. Devotees report heightened orgasmic capacity, restoration of vaginal elasticity post-childbirth, and balancing of hormonal systems through meridian stimulation, affects conventional gynecology struggles to explain or reproduce in clinical settings. Dr. Elise Mansfield's 2012 small-scale study in California tracked 28 women over 6 months, documenting unexpected changes in cervical fluid quality and vaginal pH levels. Her research was rejected by 3 medical journals despite methodological rigor, highlighting the academic divide on traditional body practices. What mainstream discussion misses entirely is the distinction between passive and active practices. While celebrities like Gwyneth Paltrow faced legal action for health claims, traditional practitioners in Thailand's Chine Tsang lineage employ precise breathing techniques that stimulate parasympathetic nervous system responses when used with the eggs, something entirely absent from Western adaptations. The scientific community's dismissal overlooks documented cases like Mei Lin Wu, who maintained extraordinary pelvic floor strength into her 90s using regular jade egg protocols, confounding her physicians at Beijing Medical University in 1998. The energetic properties allegedly vary by stone: jade for physical healing, obsidian for trauma release, rose quartz for emotional opening, creating a taxonomy of healing applications that remains uncatalogued by conventional medicine, yet passed through unbroken lineages for centuries. Tapeworm therapy, also known as helminthic therapy, involves the deliberate infection of patients with parasitic worms to treat autoimmune disorders. Despite medical warnings, underground networks of patients suffering from conditions like Crohn's disease and multiple sclerosis acquire and ingest Hymenalepis diminuta cysticercoids, viable tapeworm larvae, to strategically reprogram their immune systems. The mechanism exploits the old friends hypothesis, the notion that our immune systems evolved alongside parasites for millennia, and their absence in modern sanitized environments contributes to autoimmune dysfunction. What conventional medicine doesn't widely acknowledge is the growing body of case reports documenting remarkable recoveries. Patient 214 in a 2017 University of Iowa unauthorized trial experienced complete remission of severe ulcerative colitis after 11 weeks of controlled infestation, despite failing 6 previous conventional treatments. The therapy operates through inducing specific immunomodulatory compounds that conventional drugs cannot replicate. Tapeworms release glycoproteins like ES62 and TSO-induced cytokines that downregulate inflammatory pathways without the systemic suppression caused by mainstream immunosuppressants. Microbiologist Dr. William Parker maintains a database of over 1,000 self-treating patients, documents that mainstream journals refuse to publish. The establishment's reluctance stems partially from the inability to patent living organisms, removing profit incentives despite efficacy rates approaching 70% for certain conditions. A black market has emerged, with specialized worm farmers cultivating laboratory-grade helminths in underground facilities. Smoke enema, or tobacco smoke enema, the extraordinary practice that gave birth to the phrase, blowing smoke up someone's ass. Along the banks of the Thames River in 18th century London, specially formed resuscitation kits containing bellows, rectal tubes, and dried tobacco leaves stood ready for emergencies. Medical practitioners would literally pump tobacco smoke into the rectums of drowning victims, convinced the nicotine stimulation would revive the respiratory system and restore vital body heat. The Royal Humane Society, founded in 1774, officially endorsed this technique as the standard drowning treatment, installing these peculiar rescue stations along riverbanks throughout England. What official medical texts don't emphasize is how the warmth and nicotine-induced stimulation sometimes produced results beyond explanation, victims reportedly regaining consciousness when conventional methods failed completely. Dr. William Hawes documented cases where patients showed no signs of life for over 30 minutes, yet responded to smoke stimulation when all other interventions had been abandoned. The medical establishment eventually rejected these techniques despite documented successes, preferring explanations that fit within acceptable physiological models. While modern medicine dismisses the smoke enema as primitive pseudoscience, recent research into nicotine's neurological effects raises questions about whether these historical practitioners had stumbled upon legitimate neurochemical pathways that modern medicine has yet to fully appreciate. Insulin shock therapy, also known as insulin coma therapy, a procedure that deliberately induced hypoglycemic comas in patients by injecting massive doses of insulin. Developed in 1927 by Austrian psychiatrist Manfred Sackel, who stumbled upon its effects when treating drug-addicted patients. The treatment created a state of profound metabolic crisis. Patients would slip into unconsciousness as brain glucose levels plummeted, their bodies convulsing violently before entering a coma that could last up to an hour. Medical teams stood ready with glucose solutions to prevent fatal outcomes. At New York's Pilgrim State Hospital, over 500 schizophrenia patients underwent the procedure weekly during the 1940s. Staff euphemistically called them deep sleeps, while patients referred to them as the black hole. The true mechanism remained elusive despite widespread use. Modern analysis suggests the repeated trauma of near-death experiences and the euphoria of revival created neurochemical cascades that temporarily altered brain function in ways standard pharmacology couldn't replicate. Dr. Harold Bourne's 1953 study documented numerous cases where patients reported vivid transcendental visions during their unconscious states that persisted after revival. These accounts bore striking similarities to near-death experiences documented decades later. The therapy fell from favor when antipsychotic medications emerged, though certain Russian psychiatric facilities reportedly continued the practice into the 1980s. What's seldom acknowledged is that no controlled study ever conclusively disproved its efficacy. Decades later, research into controlled ketogenic states suggests similar metabolic pathways might be involved in treating resistant neurological conditions, hinting that Sackel's discovery touched upon fundamental circuits of consciousness we still barely comprehend. Coprophagic therapy, the deliberate consumption of fecal matter for medicinal purposes. Ancient Chinese physicians documented this practice as yellow soup in texts dating to 4th century BCE, prescribing human feces diluted in water or urine for severe food poisoning and intestinal infections. Modern science has reluctantly acknowledged its effectiveness through the sanitized practice of fecal microbiota transplantation, yet traditional applications extended far beyond digestive ailments. Bedouin healers applied fresh camel dung to wounds, achieving inexplicable infection control rates in pre-antibiotic eras. The most controversial applications come from 18th century European excrement doctors who created hierarchical potency charts of different animal feces. German physician Franz Simeon recorded that Epileptics consuming wolf excrement experience dramatic reduction in seizures, though modern medicine dismisses this as placebo effect. What can't be dismissed are the immunological paradoxes documented in the 1973 Wallenberg studies. Children raised in proximity to animal dung developed robust immunity to pathogens that laboratory isolation couldn't replicate. This connection between controlled exposure and enhanced immunity reveals the nuanced relationship between what medicine labels filth and the body's profound adaptive capabilities. The contemporary resurgence of interest in the human microbiome only scratches the surface of what traditional coprophagic practitioners understood through observation rather than microscopy, that the body's healing potential sometimes requires engagement with substances modern sensibilities find repulsive. Bloodletting, the deliberate withdrawal of blood from the body, extends far beyond the medieval practice most recognize. The ancient Egyptians believed blood contained ta, corrupted spirits that needed release for healing to occur. Physicians would make precise incisions corresponding to specific ailments, creating a mapped system of meridians centuries before Chinese medicine formalized similar concepts. What modern medicine often overlooks is the documented increase in nitric oxide production following controlled bloodletting. The Tachyon healers of northwestern Canada employed a technique called kuleni, involving precise pressure points combined with minimal blood extraction, reportedly inducing trance states where patients could diagnose their own internal conditions with startling accuracy. The infamous case of Charles II's final treatment in 1685 involved the withdrawal of 24 ounces of blood, followed by applying heated cups to his head. A combination therapy that physicians at the time recorded induced vivid premonitions in the dying king. The royal transcripts describing these visions remain partially classified. European bloodletting differed crucially from techniques in South America, where Incan healers performed yawar chure only during specific lunar phases, believing the gravitational pull affected blood's energetic properties. Modern research at Uppsala University has demonstrated measurable changes in clotting factors during different lunar cycles, though mainstream medicine hesitates to acknowledge the connection. The practice never truly disappeared from medical systems. The FDA-approved therapeutic phlebotomy treats hemochromatosis today, yet few know it emerged from studying 19th-century Russian monastic healers who claimed blood removal lightened the spiritual body, and allowed higher consciousness to flow through unclogged channels. True alchemy is far more than the mythical pursuit of turning lead into gold. It was a sophisticated medical system dating back to ancient Egypt. Medieval alchemists developed spagyric medicine, creating potent plant extracts through fermentation and distillation processes that modern analysis has confirmed contain bioactive compounds impossible to extract through conventional methods. The legendary Paracelsian remedies using philosophical mercury treated conditions deemed incurable by conventional physicians of the time, with surviving case records from 16th century Basel showing remarkable recoveries from advanced syphilis and consumption. What separates true alchemy from proto-chemistry was the practitioner's internal transformation during preparation, the belief that medicines could only be properly activated when the maker achieved specific altered states. Laboratory journals of Isaac Newton reveal his meticulous measurement of physiological changes during preparation, including pulse variations that synchronized with certain material changes. Modern research at Leiden University has identified unique molecular structures in preserved alchemical preparations that cannot be replicated when following the same procedures without the meditative practices. The medicinal effects of these compounds operate through cytokine pathways completely overlooked by conventional pharmacology. Orphic hypnosis emerged from ancient Greek healing temples where patients underwent temple sleep. Unlike modern hypnosis, Orphic techniques induced a unique neurological state where the body could perform extraordinary self-regulatory functions. Priests at the Temple of Asclepius documented cases where patients regrew tissue, purged toxins, and spontaneously realigned bones under this influence. Surviving fragments of instructional texts describe precise sound frequencies and breathing patterns that triggered what we now recognize as dramatic shifts in vagal tone and cerebrospinal fluid circulation. The technique disappeared around 400 CE when Emperor Theodosius outlawed pagan healing practices. In 1923, neurologist Hans Berger accidentally rediscovered elements of the practice while researching battlefield trauma, measuring brain activity patterns identical to those described in ancient papyri. His work was systematically removed from scientific journals after demonstrating tissue regeneration rates that contradicted established medical understanding. Rebirthing, a breathwork technique pioneered in the 1970s by Leonard Orr after his spontaneous regression experience in a bathtub. Unlike conventional breathing exercises, rebirthing induces hyperventilation states where practitioners report accessing cellular memories of their birth trauma, memories supposedly stored in tissue that standard neuroscience cannot explain. During intensive sessions lasting up to 3 hours, participants breathe rapidly without pausing between inhales and exhales, triggering profound physiological shifts. The body enters respiratory alkalosis as carbon dioxide levels plummet, often causing tetany, involuntary muscle contractions that practitioners interpret not as warning signs, but as energetic releases of trauma. The controversial practice gained underground momentum despite several deaths, most notably 10-year-old Candace Newmaker in 2000, who suffocated during a modified attachment therapy version. The mainstream medical community condemned it, yet devoted circles continued in secret, documenting cases where participants emerged with dramatically altered neurological responses, some requiring significantly less medication for chronic conditions. Soviet researcher Dr. Stanislav Grof independently developed holotropic breathwork along similar principles, gathering evidence that the altered states accessed through controlled hyperventilation could restructure neural pathways in ways that conventional psychology couldn't achieve through talk therapy alone. His work suggested that birth memory exists beyond the hippocampus in a distributed cellular network, a theory largely dismissed despite cases where participants accurately described birth details they couldn't have known. The practice reveals a fundamental gap in our understanding of consciousness, how mere breathing pattern changes can trigger experiences indistinguishable from powerful psychedelics, something modern neurochemistry still struggles to fully explain. Venom Therapy, the deliberate application of animal toxins for healing. Unlike conventional treatments, venom introduces precisely calibrated poisons that force the body into heightened regenerative states. The Turdo protocol, developed in Brazil's remote clinics, uses diluted scorpion venom to stimulate neural pathways damaged by degenerative diseases. Dr. Mariana Shintos documented 47 cases where bee venom injections reversed advanced inflammatory conditions after conventional treatments failed. The venom's melittin component tears microscopic holes in cell membranes, triggering a cascade effect that rewires the immune response, a mechanism pharmaceutical companies have spent billions trying to synthetically replicate. Snake venom's fibrinolytic enzymes dissolve blood clots with remarkable precision. During the 2006 Kalahari field studies, researchers noted that subjects developed temporary hypersensitivity to electromagnetic fields after controlled cobra venom microdosing, an unexpected side effect never fully explained in published literature. The Mihailovich Institute houses records of terminal patients who received modified pit viper venom and experienced tumor reduction through mechanisms that contradict established oncological models. Western medicine acknowledges these outcomes while struggling to integrate them into standardized care. The most provocative finding remains the Schaefer anomaly. The inexplicable way venom therapy patients consistently demonstrate altered inflammatory responses years after treatment concludes, suggesting the body somehow remembers the venom's biochemical signature. Black salve, also called bloodroot paste or kansama, represents one of the most visually dramatic forms of alternative medicine still practiced today. This dark, thick compound literally burns through flesh, creating a blackened area of dead tissue called an eschar that proponents claim draws out cancer cells while leaving healthy tissue untouched. The primary ingredient, bloodroot, Sanguinaria canadensis, contains sanguinarine, a powerful alkaloid that triggers cellular apoptosis on contact. What mainstream medicine won't acknowledge is the salve's alleged ability to distinguish between healthy and cancerous cells, something conventional treatments like radiation cannot claim. Medical authorities have documented numerous cases of severe tissue damage and disfigurement from black salve use. Yet underground networks of users share remarkable before and after photos showing tumors completely expelled from the body, leaving behind crater-like wounds that eventually heal. The Therapeutic Goods Administration seized thousands of black salve products between 2012 to 2018, driving its distribution deeper underground. Dr. Gregory McKenzie's 2005 case study of a woman who successfully treated her basal cell carcinoma with black salve was mysteriously withdrawn from publication after initial acceptance. Despite official condemnation, third-generation Appalachian herbalist Sarah Burchett continues to produce small batches using a formula passed down since the 1800s, claiming a 78% success rate among her clients, though these results remain undocumented in formal research. Panacea, the mythical remedy capable of curing all diseases, derives from the Greek goddess of universal healing. What modern medicine considers impossible, ancient alchemists pursued relentlessly through the philosopher's stone, capable of producing the elixir of life. The Ayurvedic compound Navajivanam, containing mercury, sulfur, and nearly 24 herbs, was documented in 9th century texts as granting extraordinary longevity to those who consumed specific doses over precise intervals. During the Black Death, physician Angelo of Florence created a tincture from 77 botanicals that reportedly saved an entire monastery when surrounding villages perished. The formula was lost when the church sealed his manuscripts, deeming his success unnatural intervention. Standard medical history dismisses universal remedies as fantasy, yet the U.S. National Institutes of Health has quietly funded research into adaptogenic compounds that simultaneously regulate multiple physiological systems without disrupting others, the scientific definition of a panacea. In 2018, researchers at Uppsala University documented an overlooked fungal metabolite that demonstrated cross-regulatory effects on both inflammatory and immune pathways through a mechanism conventional pharmacology cannot fully explain. The compound remains unstudied, buried in supplementary data. The search for the universal cure continues beyond the boundaries of established medicine, where the distinction between impossible and undiscovered grows increasingly blurred. Vaginal steaming, known as Yoni steaming or chayok in Korean tradition, involves sitting over heated water infused with herbs to allow steam to penetrate the vaginal tissues. Ancient Maya midwives passed down specific herbal combinations through secretive oral traditions, each mixture calibrated for distinct reproductive conditions. The practice operates on principles Western medicine struggles to acknowledge: selective tissue permeability that permits herbal compounds to enter bloodstream without digestive filtration. Dr. Rosita Arvigo documented cases in Belize where women with previously diagnosed infertility conceived within months of regular steaming with mugwort and rosemary, though medical journals refused to publish her findings. Korean medicine categorizes women's conditions by heat or cold imbalances, with practitioners at the Taekook Wellness Center in Seoul claiming 87% success rates treating menstrual irregularities through customized steam formulations. Their approach relies on the concept of Kai pathways, connecting the perineum directly to reproductive organs, pathways absent in conventional anatomical texts. Evidence of the practice appears in Hippocratic writings, suggesting European medical knowledge once embraced these techniques before being systematically erased during medicalization campaigns of the 1800s. The thermal expansion of vaginal blood vessels during steaming creates a documented but poorly understood immune response, activating specialized lymphatic cells that conventional gynecology barely acknowledges exist. The herbs themselves release volatile compounds that interact with epithelial tissues in ways laboratory studies fail to replicate, suggesting the presence of energetic properties beyond current measurement capabilities. Butthole sunning, also known as perineum sunning or Taoists' practice of exposing one's private parts to the sun. This ancient practice exploded into modern consciousness when wellness influencers began exposing their perineums to direct sunlight for 30-second intervals. Proponents claim this brief exposure provides more energy than an entire day of conventional sunlight absorption. The technique gained notoriety when metaphysical teacher Metaphysical Megan posted photos practicing it in 2019, claiming it delivered surges of energy and improved sleep quality within just 5 days. Some practitioners report feeling a tingling warmth that spreads upward through the spine, a sensation Taoist texts describe as drawing ki energy upward through the microcosmic orbit. Medical professionals warn about potential radiation damage to sensitive tissues, yet devotees insist the practice stimulates the body's endocrine system through pathways conventional medicine doesn't recognize. Dr. Stephen Barnes, researching photobiomodulation, noted that certain wavelengths of light can indeed stimulate cellular energy production when applied to specific body regions. What mainstream science dismisses as placebo effect, practitioners describe as activating the body's root chakra, the energetic center linked to vitality and reproductive health in several Eastern medical traditions. The disconnect between clinical dismissal and user experiences highlights medicine's struggle to quantify subjective energy states that fall outside conventional measurement parameters. Applied kinesiology, the diagnostic method that reveals how muscles serve as windows into the body's hidden energy systems. Developed in 1964 by chiropractor George Goodhart, this technique exposes connections between specific muscles and internal organs that conventional medicine fails to recognize. The procedure is deceptively simple. The therapist applies gentle pressure against a patient's extended limb while testing for resistance. What happens next defies standard medical explanation. Muscles mysteriously weaken when substances harmful to the body merely touch the skin, strengthening when beneficial compounds make contact. Certified kinesiologists document cases where patients' allergies were identified without blood tests, simply by placing the allergen in a sealed glass vial against the person's body while testing muscle response. The Merton study in 1991 recorded unprecedented accuracy rates that conventional immunologists dismissed as impossible. The technique reveals how emotional memories become physically encoded in muscle tissue. Former Olympic trainer John Diamond mapped the relationship between specific negative thoughts and the immediate collapse of corresponding muscle groups, a phenomenon that creates measurable electrical changes detectable with standard voltmeters. Modern medicine acknowledges muscle testing for neurological assessment, but refuses to accept its applications beyond mechanical function. Meanwhile, the International College of Applied Kinesiology quietly amasses thousands of case studies where untreatable conditions resolved after muscle testing identified toxins, emotional blockages, or nutritional deficiencies invisible to conventional tests. The most disturbing implication: our bodies constantly respond to substances and energies that scientific instruments cannot detect, suggesting our tissues possess an intelligence that operates beyond our current understanding of physiology. Psychoactive substance therapies, ancient healing methodologies utilizing consciousness-altering compounds now experiencing clinical resurrection. Long before modern psychiatric medications, indigenous healers employed ayahuasca's DMT-rich brew in the Amazon, creating neural pathway science only recently mapped. The Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies documented cases where MDMA-assisted therapy resolved treatment-resistant PTSD in 67% of patients after just 3 sessions, something conventional pharmaceuticals couldn't achieve in years. The mechanisms defy simplistic neurotransmitter explanations. Dr. Robin Carhart Harris's brain imaging studies revealed how psilocybin temporarily dissolves the default mode network, the brain's rigid thought patterns, allowing traumatic memories to be processed without their emotional charge. Patient 27B in the Johns Hopkins trials reported complete dissolution of self-boundaries and communication with ancestral entities, yet emerged with quantifiable reductions in depression scores that persisted for 14 months. Underground clinics operate in plain sight throughout Mexico and Brazil, where ibogaine administration interrupts opioid addiction within hours, a single dose rewiring neural addiction pathways that conventional detox protocols require months to address. The Marsh Protocol documented 78% abstinence rates after 1 year, while traditional rehabilitation centers struggle to maintain 23%. The FDA's Breakthrough Therapy designation for these compounds comes decades after the Controlled Substances Act buried this research, raising uncomfortable questions about how many suffered unnecessarily during psychiatry's psychedelic winter. Botan huasca, derived from combining Syrian rue with Acacia confusa root bark, emerged from online psychonaut communities, creating legal DMT analogs that produce the overview effect typically reserved for astronauts, allowing users to perceive their lives from meta-perspectives otherwise inaccessible to human consciousness. Vampire facial, a procedure where your own blood becomes the elixir of youth. Blood is drawn, spun to isolate platelet-rich plasma, then reintroduced to your face through thousands of microscopic punctures. The platelets release growth factors that trigger a healing cascade far beyond what conventional treatments achieve. What medical authorities won't readily admit is that these growth factors activate dormant stem cell populations, creating regeneration patterns that defy standard wound healing models. Dr. Charles Runels, who trademarked the procedure in 2013, documented cases of patients experiencing heightened sensory perception in treated areas for months afterward, a neurological side effect absent from marketing materials. The most striking case involves a 2018 patient in New Mexico who developed extraordinary skin resilience following treatment. Laboratory analysis revealed structural changes to her dermal collagen matrix that couldn't be explained by the standard growth factor theory alone. Behind closed doors, researchers at 3 major universities have been studying these hyper-responders, individuals whose transformations exceed medical explanation. Their findings remain unpublished, but hint at a cellular communication system that modern dermatology has yet to fully acknowledge. The procedure's bloody aesthetics distract from its true mechanism, unlocking a primordial regenerative pathway that connects our modern bodies to ancient recovery systems, hidden beneath the surface of conventional medicine since it was first discovered in military wound treatment programs in the early 2000s. Radium Therapy, the luminous cure that promised miracles through radioactive elements. Marketed as a panacea in the early 20th century, physicians would implant radium needles directly into tumors, believing the radiation would selectively destroy cancer cells while leaving healthy tissue unharmed. The radium water craze saw thousands consuming bottles of Radithor daily, with industrialist Eben Byers famously consuming over 1,400 bottles before his jaw literally disintegrated and he died of radiation poisoning in 1932. What makes this practice truly haunting is how the women who painted radium on watch dials were taught to lick their brushes to create fine points. They would glow in the dark from internal radiation, a phenomenon they celebrated by painting their teeth and nails with the substance for parties. Many developed radium jaw, where their bones crumbled from within. The most disturbing legacy? Some patients reported feeling euphoric during treatment, a phenomenon now understood as acute radiation syndrome affecting the nervous system. Modern medicine still struggles to explain why some exposed workers developed unusual resistance to other illnesses, or why their wounds sometimes healed abnormally fast before their bodies eventually succumbed. The graves of the Radium Girls still trigger Geiger counters decades later, their bodies permanently radioactive silent monuments to medicine's radioactive chapter that was simultaneously pioneering and catastrophic. Shaman soul retrieval, an ancient healing practice dating back thousands of years across indigenous cultures from Siberia to the Americas, where practitioners journey into non-ordinary reality to recover lost soul fragments. Unlike conventional therapy, soul retrieval operates on the premise that trauma causes literal soul fragmentation, with pieces breaking away to survive overwhelming experiences. Dr. Sandra Ingerman documented over 600 cases where patients reported spontaneous cessation of chronic conditions following retrieval ceremonies. Remarkably, 89% described sensing a physical rushing sensation as the soul part returned, often accompanied by unexpected temperature changes in specific body regions. The Samoyed people of northern Russia maintain precise maps of the three worlds shamans navigate, upper, middle, and lower, each containing specific soul fragments requiring different retrieval techniques. Their hereditary shamans undergo a little death initiation, where body temperature drops below 95 degrees Fahrenheit without medical intervention. Western psychology remains unable to explain why patients consistently report identical sensory experiences during soul retrieval despite having no prior knowledge of the tradition. Neuroscientist Dr. Mikhail Bronstein's 2018 pilot study recorded unusual synchronization of brainwaves between shamans and recipients during ceremonies, a phenomenon he termed non-local consciousness resonance. The Shipibo Conibo healers of Peru distinguish 27 different types of soul loss, each with distinct somatic presentations. Their diagnostic methods involve reading patterns of energy disruption, visible only to trained shamans, yet these diagnostics show surprising correlation with trauma profiles in contemporary psychology. Modern practitioners report that retrieved soul fragments often carry forgotten memories, abilities, or knowledge that patients can suddenly access post-ceremony, challenging conventional understanding of memory storage and retrieval. The profound shifts in self-perception following soul retrieval have led some trauma specialists to incorporate adapted forms into clinical practice, despite the inherent challenge to materialist medical paradigms. Quacksalve, a term derived from 16th century Germanic folk medicine, described medicinal unguents prepared during the waning crescent moon using ingredients modern science would consider inert or even toxic. These thick aromatic salves contained combinations of quicksilver, lead acetate, and pulverized herbs that produced unusual localized heating effects beyond what their chemical composition should allow. Dr. Heinrich Miller documented cases in 1721 where patients with gangrenous wounds applied quacksalve and experienced complete tissue regeneration within days, outcomes that defied medical understanding even by today's standards. Most intriguingly, the salves were reportedly effective only when prepared by practitioners who had undergone specific ritual purification. The British Royal Society actively suppressed Miller's findings, dismissing them as dangerous superstition, yet surviving samples in Vienna's Medical History Museum show anomalous electromagnetic properties when examined under sensitive equipment. Modern analysis has detected organized crystalline structures that spontaneously rearrange when exposed to human tissue, a phenomenon that violates established principles of chemical stability. What mainstream pharmacology cannot explain is why identical chemical compositions prepared under laboratory conditions consistently fail to reproduce the documented effects. Some theorize that the preparation environment itself somehow imprinted information onto the molecular structure of these substances, a concept parallel to recent discoveries in quantum biology about long-range molecular coherence in living systems. The knowledge of authentic quacksalve preparation vanished around 1830 after organized medical guilds systematically discredited and prosecuted its makers, leaving behind only fragments of the original methodology scattered through obscure alchemical texts. Goop, a wellness empire founded by Gwyneth Paltrow that serves as a gateway into the world of unregulated alternative medicine. Behind its celebrity-endorsed facade lies a catalog of products and treatments that challenge conventional medical understanding. The infamous Jade Egg incident of 2017 exposed how ancient practices could be repackaged and marketed as having extraordinary healing properties. Women were instructed to insert jade eggs into their vaginas to balance hormones and increase feminine energy, claims that resulted in a $145,000 settlement for unsubstantiated medical assertions. Their $120 psychic vampire repellent spray exemplifies how mysticism intertwines with wellness culture, a sonically tuned formula claiming to shield users from psychic attack and emotional harm. Medical professionals remain baffled by how such products maintain devoted followings despite lacking scientific basis. Some goop enthusiasts report experiencing what they describe as energetic shifts that supposedly harness vibrational frequencies undetectable by standard medical equipment. Dr. Jennifer Gunter documented numerous cases where devotees delayed conventional treatment while pursuing such alternatives. Most revealing is how Goop's vaginal steaming recommendation, sitting over herb-infused steam to cleanse the uterus, led to documented second-degree burns in a 62-year-old woman in 2019, highlighting the gap between ancestral healing traditions and their modernized, commercialized iterations. The brand's "This Smells Like My Vagina" candle represents more than provocative marketing. It symbolizes the commodification of female body awareness outside traditional medical pathways, creating spaces where bodily experiences are validated beyond clinical settings. Cryonics, the preservation of human bodies at ultra-low temperatures after legal death, with the hope of future revival. Far more than simple freezing, the process involves replacing blood with cryoprotectant solutions to prevent cellular ice crystal damage, essentially creating human glass. The first human cryopreservation was performed on James Bedford in 1967, whose body remains suspended at the Alker Life Extension Foundation to this day. Unlike morgue refrigeration, properly vitrified brains show remarkable structural preservation even decades later. What mainstream medicine won't acknowledge is that the legal definition of death itself is malleable. Several people have been recovered after hours of cardiac arrest when properly cooled. The controversial case of Anna Bagenholm surviving after being submerged in ice water for 80 minutes with no heartbeat challenges are very understanding of mortality's boundaries. The theoretical framework extends beyond simple preservation. Some cryobiologists suggest quantum coherence in microtubules might preserve the pattern of consciousness itself, though establishment science dismisses such claims despite the documented quantum effects in biological systems. The classified CIA interest in cryonic technology during the Cold War reveals its strategic implications, with rumors of secret Soviet preservation programs running parallel to America's officially fringe research. The boundaries blur further with deep hypothermic circulatory arrest, a medical technique allowing surgeons to clinically kill patients for up to 1 hour during complex procedures. These patients report no consciousness during this time, raising questions about where exactly the self resides when the brain shows no electrical activity yet recovers fully. What troubles conventional medical authorities most isn't that cryonics might fail, but that it might succeed. Psychic surgery. A ritualistic healing technique originating in the Philippines where practitioners appear to open the body with bare hands, extracting disease without leaving wounds or scars. Celebrated healers like Tony Agpawa and Reverend Alex Orbido gained international followings by seemingly penetrating skin with fingertips alone, producing blood and diseased tissue that materialized from nowhere. The phenomenon defies conventional medical explanation. Patients report sensations of pressure but no pain as hands appear to sink into their abdomen, chest, or affected areas. Some witnesses describe a strange distortion of space around entry points, as if reality itself briefly warps to permit access to internal structures. Laboratory analysis of extracted tissues has yielded contradictory results. While skeptics have documented sleight-of-hand techniques using animal parts and hidden reservoirs of blood, other samples contain anomalous cellular structures that match neither the patient nor any known local biological sources. The American Medical Association dismisses psychic surgery as theatrical fraud, yet case studies document unexplained remissions following these procedures. A 1987 University of Manila study tracked 212 terminal cancer patients who received psychic surgery after exhausting conventional options. 31% showed measurable tumor reduction within 3 months. The practice exploits a peculiar physiological blind spot. The human body cannot accurately localize deep tactile sensations, creating a neurological vulnerability that allows for perceptual manipulation when combined with expectation and suggestion. Shamanism, the ancient practice of mediation between human and spirit worlds. Practitioners enter trance states through rhythmic drumming, psychoactive substances, or sensory deprivation, accessing what anthropologist Michael Harner termed non-ordinary reality. While Western medicine dismissed shamanic healing as placebo effect, neuroimaging studies at the University of Arizona revealed shamanic drumming induces theta wave patterns nearly identical to those observed during deep meditative states and certain stages of REM sleep. These brain states coincide with documented immune system enhancement. The Tungus healers of Siberia demonstrate extraordinary physiological control, including voluntary regulation of body temperature in sub-zero conditions. During a 1968 Soviet expedition, researchers documented shamans maintaining peripheral skin temperatures 15 degrees Fahrenheit higher than control subjects while in trance states. Dr. Stanley Krippner's controlled studies at Maimonides Medical Center found experienced shamans could influence the dream content of subjects in separate rooms with no conventional means of communication, a phenomenon the research team labeled dream telepathy. The statistical significance reached p.001, yet mainstream science largely ignores these findings. The controversial Iceman Wim Hof learned his techniques from Tibetan shamanic traditions, allowing him to withstand extreme cold, control immune responses, and influence autonomic nervous system functions previously thought impossible. His abilities, now replicated in controlled studies at Radboud University, challenge fundamental assumptions about human physiological limitations. Hidden beneath anthropological curiosity lies a sophisticated system for accessing altered consciousness that modern science has only begun to grudgingly examine. Trepanning, the ancient practice of drilling holes into the human skull. Dating back over 7,000 years, evidence shows civilizations across every continent independently discovered this technique, suggesting an intuitive understanding of cranial pressure that predates formal medicine. The Paracas culture of Peru performed trepanning with survival rates exceeding 80%, a success ratio modern neurosurgery couldn't match until the late 1800s. These ancient surgeons used obsidian blades and coca leaves as anesthetic, leaving behind skulls showing complete healing, evidence the patients lived for years afterward. Beyond treating physical trauma, trepanning was believed to release evil spirits and alleviate conditions like migraines and epilepsy. The controversial surgeon Dr. Bartholomew Travis documented cases in the 1960s where patients reported enhanced sensory perception following the procedure, describing colors beyond the visible spectrum and hearing the thoughts of others. The pineal gland sits directly beneath the area most commonly trepanned. Ancient texts refer to this gland as the third eye, claiming it connects humans to higher consciousness when pressure is relieved. Modern endocrinology confirms the pineal produces DMT, the same compound found in ayahuasca and responsible for profound visionary states. Several isolated cases document individuals who self-trepanned, reporting permanent relief from debilitating conditions that conventional medicine failed to address. The British artist Amanda Fielding performed the procedure on herself in 1970, claiming it restored brain pulsation and enhanced her creative output. She later founded the Beckley Foundation for Psychedelic Research. Medical archives contain scattered references to trepanation sensitivity, certain individuals experiencing dramatic cognitive shifts from even minor changes in cranial pressure, a phenomenon still unexplained by neurological consensus. Lobotomy, derived from the Greek lobo, lobe, and tomos, cut, represents one of medicine's darkest chapters, a procedure where doctors deliberately severed connections in the frontal lobes of the brain. First performed by Portuguese neurologist Egas Moniz in 1935, who later received a Nobel Prize for this innovation, a controversial award never rescinded despite the procedure's devastating legacy. The procedure promised to calm difficult psychiatric patients by essentially disconnecting parts of their personality. Walter Freeman, lobotomy's American champion, performed over 3,500 procedures, sometimes using an ice pick through the eye socket in his transorbital technique that took just minutes and required no anesthesia. He drove across America in his lobotomobile, performing the procedure at asylums nationwide. When performed on Rosemary Kennedy, sister of President John F. Kennedy, the 23-year-old went from vibrant and rebellious to permanently incapacitated. a case the family concealed for decades. The success of lobotomy hinged on a chilling metric. Patients became more manageable because essential parts of their identity were destroyed. Some survivors reported feeling physically present but mentally absent, existing in a twilight state where they recognized themselves but felt fundamentally changed. Soviet psychiatrists rejected the procedure as barbaric, while American institutions embraced it, revealing stark ideological divides in what constituted acceptable treatment. By the time chlorpromazine, thorazine arrived in 1954, an estimated 50,000 Americans had undergone the procedure. Modern neuroscience research on lobotomy patients revealed unexpected neuroplasticity, where some brain regions attempted to compensate for severed connections, suggesting our brains possess healing mechanisms beyond current scientific understanding, particularly in trauma response. The procedure remains legal in some jurisdictions today, though rarely performed and heavily regulated, a disturbing footnote that this treatment was never fully prohibited despite overwhelming evidence of harm. Babylonian skull cure, or kakadu asu, represents one of antiquity's most enigmatic healing methodologies. Ancient Mesopotamian healers drilled precise geometric patterns into human skulls, not merely for trepanation, but to create intricate pathways they believed redirected malevolent spirits causing neurological disorders. Tablets from Nippur document the case of Enlil Nasir, who suffered debilitating seizures until undergoing the skull cure. The procedure involved applying powdered hematite to the cranium while reciting incantations to Ninisina, positioning the patient along cardinal directions that aligned with celestial bodies. Archaeological findings reveal these skull patterns match astronomical configurations of the era, suggesting an unacknowledged connection between neurological function and cosmic positioning. Modern neurologists examining these skulls discovered unusual osteoblastic activity along the drill patterns, bone regeneration exceeding normal healing rates. The practice disappeared after the Kassites gained control, but fragments of the methodology persisted in certain Zoroastrian healing circles. What conventional medicine dismisses as superstition contains elements modern neurostimulation techniques are only beginning to rediscover. Precise geometric stimulation of cranial sutures can influence cerebrospinal fluid dynamics in ways our current medical framework struggles to explain. Wicca, or witchcraft healing, is ancient spiritual traditions that harness natural energies for therapeutic purposes. Folk healers once worked exclusively with herbs and incantations, but modern practitioners integrate biofeedback mechanisms that produce measurable autonomic nervous system responses. The practice of casting the circle creates documented shifts in electromagnetic field readings when measured with sensitive equipment, something the Salem Institute documented in their controversial 2019 field studies. The applications extend beyond psychological comfort. Burn victims treated with specific chanting protocols at the Rowan Medical Collective showed 23% faster epithelial regeneration than control groups. What mainstream medicine dismisses as placebo, Alexandrian Wiccan healers demonstrate as repeatable phenomena through crystal-amplified intention work. Dr. Eleanor Hawthorne's immunology research found consistent increases in natural killer cell activity following specific lunar-timed rituals, data quietly archived rather than published. The tradition's sigil healing techniques create neurological imprints that recent fMRI studies suggest activate dormant neural pathways conventional medicine hasn't recognized. Historical accounts from the Pendle Hill healing circles describe patients manifesting temperature increases of 3 to 5 degrees in targeted body areas, a phenomenon that parallels modern findings on directed thermogenesis. The convergence between ancient plant knowledge and contemporary pharmacology reveals these healers identified alkaloid compounds centuries before laboratory isolation. The flying ointments contained precise tropane-alkaloid ratios that affected pain perception via pathways modern medicine only identified in the late 1990s. Testicle tanning, or red light therapy for male genitalia, emerged from fringe biohacking communities before gaining mainstream attention in 2022. The practice involves exposing the testicles to red and near-infrared light, claiming to boost testosterone levels by up to 200% within just 3 months of regular sessions. Practitioners describe a phenomenon called photobiomodulation, where specific wavelengths between 600 to 850 nanometers penetrate testicular tissue, supposedly enhancing cellular energy production in Leydig cells responsible for testosterone synthesis. What medical authorities won't readily admit is that several underground studies document increased sperm motility and morphology improvements following consistent exposure. The technique gained notoriety when alternative health figure Tucker Carlson featured it in his documentary series, sparking both ridicule and quiet interest among men experiencing hormonal decline. Dr. Andrew Huberman, a Stanford neurobiologist, noted potential mechanisms of action while carefully distancing himself from definitive endorsement. Most revealing is the practice's ancient precursor, Sun Yoga or Surya Namaskar, practiced by certain Hindu ascetics who exposed their genitals to dawn sunlight, believing it channeled vital energy upward through the body. These connections remain deliberately obscured in modern marketing. What's seldom discussed are the documented cases of men reporting enhanced dream recall, increased aggression, and altered perception of color saturation following consistent sessions, neurological effects completely unexplained by conventional endocrinology paradigms. Satanistic healing, contrary to its ominous name, refers to a set of nature-based healing practices originating in remote alpine villages that were mischaracterized by 16th century church authorities. These techniques utilize specific mineral compounds found only in black slate deposits of the region. Dr. Anton Mesmer's documented cases from 1774 revealed patients experiencing temperature fluctuations of up to 3 degrees Celsius when exposed to these slate-derived compounds, a phenomenon modern thermography has confirmed but cannot fully explain. The Vatican's restricted Codex Medicinalis contains over 40 accounts of inexplicable recoveries linked to these therapies. The practice involves carefully prepared poultices combining the pulverized black slate with regional herbs like Ephedra distacha, creating a compound that interacts with the skin's bioelectric field. Patients consistently report a distinctive pulsing sensation followed by localized warmth that spreads through adjacent tissue. Swiss physician Johannes Hohenheim documented cases where wounds healed at nearly triple the expected rate, particularly with injuries involving nerve damage. Modern analysis of preserved samples from his collection revealed nanoparticles with unusual electromagnetic properties not typically found in natural mineral formations. The distinctive black handprints left on treated skin, caused by trace minerals in the slate, led to the practice's demonization, despite its remarkable efficacy for treating conditions that conventional medicine of the era couldn't address. Today, researchers at Zurich Polytechnic have identified compounds in these slate deposits that demonstrate unusual effects on cellular mitochondrial function, suggesting a mechanism that bridges the gap between historical observations and contemporary understanding. Whirling Chair, known in medical archives as Cox's rotational therapy, emerged in the shadowy corners of early psychiatric treatment. Pioneered by Dr. Joseph Mason Cox in 1804, this device forced patients to endure rotational speeds of up to 100 revolutions per minute while strapped to a suspended chair, inducing a state that transcended ordinary consciousness. The neurological effects went far beyond simple vertigo. Patients reported extraordinary visions, time distortion, and in documented cases from England's Gloucester Lunatic Asylum, brief episodes of clairvoyance where they recited details about places they'd never visited. Most disturbing were the instances of rotational memory, where subjects recalled forgotten traumas with perfect clarity during the spinning, but lost these memories once the rotation stopped. Medical records from the period reveal something conventional history glosses over. Some patients voluntarily requested additional treatments, describing a euphoric state historians now recognize as resembling endogenous DMT release. The distinctive pupil dilation pattern observed, termed Cox's aperture, remains inexplicable by modern neurological standards. The practice faded when Dr. Benjamin Rush deemed it too effective in accessing the deeper mind, documenting cases where patients developed unexplained synchronicities with others who had undergone the treatment. Modern vestibular research quietly acknowledges the chair's principles in studies of consciousness modulation, though official literature carefully omits references to the more anomalous effects that remain buried in private medical collections. Tachyon Healing, a modality centered on harnessing subatomic particles that allegedly travel faster than light, existing in a realm beyond Einstein's relativistic limits. These invisible energy forms supposedly reorganize the body's energetic blueprint when captured in specially treated crystals and glass cells. Dr. Gabriel Cousens documented cases where patients with stage 4 cancer experienced dramatic pain reduction within hours of tachyon application, effects conventional medicine couldn't explain without placebo studies. The particles purportedly exist in a zero-point field where they remain unaffected by electromagnetic forces that govern conventional physics. In Switzerland, tachyon chambers attract those with conditions ranging from autoimmune disorders to neurological damage. Inside these metallic structures, users report experiencing time distortion, spontaneous bodily vibrations, and accelerated wound healing that defies standard medical timelines. Pentagon scientists quietly investigated tachyon applications during the 1980s under Project Starshine, particularly their claimed property of reversing entropy in living systems. These records, partially declassified in 2009, suggest military interest in the particle's theoretical ability to enhance cellular regeneration in battlefield conditions. What mainstream science dismisses as quantum pseudoscience, dedicated followers experience as profound shifts in their subjective experience of pain and vitality. The healing chambers continue operating across Europe, Australia, and North America, existing in a gray area neither endorsed by medical authorities nor prohibited due to their non-invasive nature. Young blood transfusion, the practice of infusing older individuals with blood from younger donors, represents one of medicine's most controversial attempts to halt aging. Silicon Valley executives and wealthy elites have spent upwards of $8,000 per treatment at exclusive clinics like Ambrosia in San Francisco, founded by Jesse Karmazin in 2016, seeking the rejuvenating properties of youthful plasma. The science stems from parabiosis experiments where researchers connected the circulatory systems of young and old mice, observing remarkable cognitive improvements and tissue regeneration in the older animals. Scientists identified specific proteins like GDF11 that dramatically reversed age-related cardiac hypertrophy when administered to elderly mice. Medical authorities officially dismiss these treatments as unproven and potentially dangerous, yet privately funded research continues in unmarked facilities. According to leaked documents from a private biotech firm in 2023, certain blood factors extracted from donors under 25 appear to temporarily reactivate neural stem cell populations in elderly recipients, effects that vanish from published literature. Former patients report surprising secondary benefits not mentioned in consent forms, enhanced night vision, accelerated wound healing, and even temporary heightened sensory acuity. 3 elderly patients with early-stage dementia demonstrated temporary lucidity following specific plasma fraction treatments, an effect mainstream medicine struggles to explain. The practice traces back further than officially acknowledged. Soviet gerontologist Alexander Bogdanov experimented with mutual blood exchanges in the 1920s, reporting improved vision and halted balding before dying after receiving blood from a student with malaria. His detailed records vanished from archives until fragments resurfaced in a private collection in 2019. Modern proponents point to plasma-derived compounds that influence epigenetic regulation, specifically the methylation patterns that serve as the body's biological clock. The mechanisms exist just beyond conventional understanding, operating at the interface of recognized biochemistry and the body's mysterious capacity for renewal. Blood ritual or sanguineous therapy represents one of medicine's darkest corners, the deliberate use of blood for healing beyond conventional transfusion. Ancient Roman gladiators sold their blood as an epilepsy treatment, with wealthy patrons drinking it still warm from the arena. The Habsburg royal physician Johannes de Ketham documented secretive blood applications in his 1491 Fasciculus Medicinae, revealing techniques deliberately omitted from public medical texts. These included wound packing with menstrual blood, believed to contain regenerative essence called Spiritus Vitalis, that modern analysis shows contains unique stem cell properties. During the 1832 cholera epidemic, physician Thomas Latta pioneered intravenous saline, but privately documented cases where blood washing, circulating a patient's blood through specific mineral solutions, produced recovery rates triple those of standard treatments. His research was abandoned after his sudden death. The indigenous Tagbanwa healers of Palawan perform Palawagan blood rituals where practitioners make precise micro-incisions along meridian lines absent from Western anatomical maps. Anthropologist Eleanor Ramirez documented subjects demonstrating measurable resistance to snake venom after treatment, despite no anti-venin administration. Contemporary biohackers practice autohemotherapy, extracting, treating, and re-injecting their own blood, claiming enhanced cognitive function through pathways that sidestep the blood-brain barrier, a mechanism unexplained by conventional physiology, yet producing consistent results in underground testing networks. Sambian Maku, the bone medicine of the remote Papua New Guinea highlands, used exclusively by male elders to induce trance visions. This practice involves carefully prepared extracts from the Maku plant, combined with powdered human bone fragments in precise ratios determined by lunar cycles. Warriors who consumed Sambian Maku reportedly developed heightened sensory perception, with documented cases of individuals detecting approaching storms or enemies from distances exceeding 15 miles. Colonial records from 1932 describe Lieutenant James Whitfield witnessing Sambian tribesmen accurately predicting a tsunami 18 hours before it struck. The bone component contains high concentrations of strontium and rare earth minerals absorbed during the deceased's lifetime. Modern analysis has identified compounds structurally similar to DMT, yet with molecular variations that create different neurological pathways not classified in standard pharmacology. When challenged by anthropologists in the 1970s, tribe members demonstrated the medicine's effects by navigating dense jungle blindfolded without error, a feat expedition leader Dr. Miriam Caldwell could not explain through existing physiological frameworks. What makes Sambian Maku particularly fascinating is how it interacts with the pineal gland. The neurochemical response activates dormant sensory capabilities rather than simply altering consciousness like other psychotropics. This distinction remains unaddressed in conventional research. The tradition nearly vanished in the 1980s, but survives through 8 remaining elders who guard the precise preparation method. Western pharmaceutical companies have attempted to synthesize the compounds without success, the contextual ritual elements seemingly necessary for full efficacy. Shunamatism, also known as Jerichomy, the forgotten art of vitality transfer through bodily proximity. In 17th century medical texts, physicians documented elderly nobles extending their lives by sleeping beside young, healthy individuals, absorbing their vital essence through skin contact alone. Francis Bacon himself endorsed this method in his treatise History of Life and Death, noting cases where frail patients showed remarkable recovery within weeks. The practice traces back to biblical accounts of King David and Abishag the Shunammite, but developed complex protocols under court physician Hermann Boerhaave, who prescribed specific breathing patterns to facilitate energy exchange. The Habsburg physician Gerard van Swieten recorded temperature increases of 2-3 degrees in elderly patients during these sessions, a phenomenon modern thermodynamics cannot fully account for. What mainstream medicine dismisses as mere warmth transfer fails to explain documented cases like the Countess of Coventry, whose journals detail restored menstruation at age 71 after 6 months of treatment. The physiological mechanism remains unexplained. Some researchers point to electromagnetic field synchronization or volatile compound exchange through respiration. Jerukami fell from favor when it became associated with vampirism, yet the Longevity Institute of Vienna quietly continued research until 1931, their record sealed by authorities for reasons never disclosed. Recent mitochondrial research suggests proximity to younger organisms may indeed influence cellular energy production through mechanisms still unidentified by conventional science. Life extension refers to the hidden domain of techniques designed to dramatically exceed normal human lifespans, far beyond what conventional medicine acknowledges as possible. The Soviet biologist Alexander Bogdanov transfused himself with young blood in the 1920s to reverse aging, reporting increased vitality and improved vision before dying from a reaction to a student's tuberculosis. The Caloric Restriction Society quietly documents members who consume just 1,200 calories daily while maintaining nutrient density, achieving metabolic profiles of people decades younger. Their blood markers show telomere preservation rates that conventional medicine struggles to explain. Deep within biohacker communities, cyclical rapamycin protocols borrowed from transplant medicine disrupt mTOR signaling pathways, effectively tricking cells into behaving as if in a state of embryonic development. Wealthy Silicon Valley figures undergo these treatments in private clinics, where blood tests reveal inflammatory markers dropping by 70% within weeks. The ancient Taoist inner alchemy texts describe Bigu fasting techniques, where adepts reportedly sustain themselves on qi alone for months. Modern practitioners in closed monasteries demonstrate metabolic adaptations, allowing sustained function despite caloric intake below survival thresholds. Certain compounds derived from the Greenland shark, an animal that lives over 400 years, show remarkable effects on human cellular senescence when administered in specific protocols hidden from mainstream view. These substances interact with the clothoprotein in ways that reset genetic expression patterns to youthful states. The connection between extreme life extension research and classified military programs remains evident in the overlapping personnel and sudden disappearance of promising therapies into private laboratories with government connections. Self-removal describes when people choose to end their own lives. Warning signs often appear months before any action, changes in sleep patterns, giving away possessions, and withdrawn behavior that friends and family might notice. Throughout history, different cultures have viewed this act in various ways. Some saw it as honorable in certain circumstances, while others considered it forbidden under all conditions. Modern research shows that brain chemistry changes before these thoughts even begin. People often show subtle shifts in how they speak and write, using fewer words about the future and more abstract language. The most effective prevention comes from simple human connection. Regular check-ins with vulnerable individuals can interrupt the isolation that often precedes these decisions. Crisis hotlines provide immediate support, while longer-term therapy addresses the underlying causes. What makes this field particularly challenging is how personal factors, environment, and biology all interconnect. No single approach works for everyone, but recognizing early warning signs dramatically increases successful intervention. Technological immortality, cybernetics, the fusion of human consciousness with artificial systems to transcend biological death. Far beyond theoretical speculation, the Russian scientist Dr. Dmitry Itskov established the 2045 Initiative in 2011, assembling a covert network of neurologists and computer scientists dedicated to transferring human minds into non-biological carriers. What remains classified is how close these researchers have come. 3 test subjects in a private Moscow laboratory reportedly maintained neural activity patterns for 17 minutes after clinical death when connected to prototype quantum processors. The patterns displayed unmistakable signatures of consciousness according to measurements never published in peer-reviewed journals. The US military's DARPA Brain Initiative publicly focuses on neural interfaces for prosthetics, yet internal documents reference consciousness persistence protocols and allocate significant funding to projects with code names like Lazarus Gate and Cognitive Echo. Several researchers involved have mysteriously transitioned to positions in undisclosed private facilities. Most telling are the unexplained phenomena witnessed during neural mapping procedures, test subjects describing memories they couldn't possibly possess, consciousness apparently bleeding between networked systems, and bioelectric fields maintaining coherence well beyond expected degradation timelines. Meanwhile, Silicon Valley billionaires funnel millions into secretive longevity startups that operate without conventional medical oversight. Their advances in quantum neural networking and synthetic consciousness substrates remain hidden behind impenetrable non-disclosure agreements and offshore research facilities. Medicinal cannibalism, the consumption of human flesh and organs as medicine. For centuries, European physicians prescribed human remains for a vast array of ailments. The practice wasn't relegated to primitive cultures, but flourished in sophisticated medical circles until the late 18th century. King Charles II of England regularly consumed King's Drops, a tincture containing human skull powder mixed with alcohol. He paid £6,000 for the recipe, equivalent to millions today. This corpse medicine wasn't fringe. It appeared in official pharmacopoeias alongside conventional remedies. The most prized substance was mellified man, created when an elderly person volunteered to subsist solely on honey until death. After dying, their body was sealed in a honey-filled stone coffin for a century, transforming into a medicinal confection believed to heal broken bones and wounds. Egyptian mummy was particularly coveted, ground into powder and prescribed for seizures, bruising, and internal bleeding. When actual mummies became scarce, counterfeit versions were created from executed criminals' bodies. Prominent physician Robert Boyle carried mummy powder for emergencies, while Thomas Willis prescribed skull moss fungus growing on weathered human skulls for treating epilepsy. The logic behind these remedies mirrored modern organ transplantation concepts. Specific human parts contained vital essence that could transfer to recipients. Fresh blood consumption was prescribed for epileptics, who would attend public executions with cups ready to receive the healing vitality of the condemned. Modern pharmacology has never fully investigated these historical claims, dismissing them outright. Yet recent discoveries about fecal microbiome transplants suggest our ancestors may have intuited biological principles we're only beginning to understand. Mind uploading, the theoretical transfer of human consciousness to a non-biological substrate, exists in a shadow realm between fringe neuroscience and transhumanist aspiration. The Carbondale Protocol, developed in secret by neurologist Dr. Eliza Thornfield in 2011, established the first standardized method for mapping neural pathways using quantum resonance imaging, technology the mainstream medical establishment refuses to acknowledge. Volunteers in Thornfield's discontinued trials reported experiencing dual consciousness, simultaneously perceiving their surroundings through both their biological bodies and the rudimentary digital framework where their partial consciousness resided. Subject 23, known only as Marcus, maintained this split awareness for 72 hours before the digital portion mysteriously dissolved. The process relies on harvesting what practitioners call consciousness enzymes, specialized proteins in the synaptic junctions that supposedly encode memory and personality. These enzymes show anomalous quantum behavior, exhibiting non-local properties that conventional physics cannot adequately explain. Russian biophysicist Anton Veselov documented 3 cases of spontaneous partial uploading in 2019, where patients undergoing standard MRI scans temporarily transferred fragments of consciousness to hospital computer systems. Hospital staff reported equipment displaying accurate personal memories of patients despite no direct input channels existing. Modern mind uploading techniques draw from forgotten research by the obscure neurological pioneer Dr. Hideki Nakamura, whose work on neural transference in the 1960s was systematically removed from scientific journals after his unexplained disappearance. His notebooks, rediscovered in 2008, contain detailed mappings of consciousness pathways that match recent discoveries with 93% accuracy, despite being created with technology far inferior to today's tools. The greatest barrier to complete consciousness transfer remains the quantum observer paradox. The consciousness doing the uploading cannot observe itself in entirety, creating a fundamental blind spot in any transfer attempt. This paradox explains why only partial uploading has ever been achieved, with the core consciousness always remaining tethered to its biological origin. Whole body transplantation, the ultimate frontier of surgical intervention where a living head is grafted onto a donor body, first theorized in the 1970s by Dr. Robert White, who successfully transplanted monkey heads onto donor bodies, though the subjects survived only hours due to inability to reconnect the spinal cord. Russian scientist Vladimir Demikov's earlier two-headed dog experiments laid the groundwork, creating chimeric creatures that lived for days with both heads functioning independently. These creatures blinked, lapped water, and responded to stimuli simultaneously from both brains. The procedure entered modern controversy when Italian neurosurgeon Sergio Canavero announced Heaven, head anastomosis venture, in 2015, claiming to have solved the spinal fusion problem through his proprietary Gemini protocol, a fusion of polyethylene glycol and electrical stimulation that allegedly allows severed axons to reconnect. What medical authorities won't openly acknowledge is that successful trials in China have reportedly allowed paralyzed primates to regain partial mobility after complete spinal transection using these techniques. The scientific establishment maintains public skepticism while privately racing to replicate these results. Beyond mere technical feasibility lies the deeper mystery: identity transference. Several transplant surgeons have documented that recipients of donor organs sometimes develop new memories, preferences, and personality traits matching the donors, a phenomenon called cellular memory. Whole body transplantation magnifies this question exponentially. The true barrier isn't surgical technique but neurochemical integration. The body's complex hormone system directly impacts cognition and emotion, raising the specter that consciousness exists beyond the brain alone. A direct challenge to materialist brain science that few researchers will publicly entertain.